Have a seat. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Chris, thank you for that introduction, and thank you for all the work you've been doing. He and I talked backstage about the 100th anniversary is coming up and the whole history of the work that has happened here that really is America's history. And I'm very honored to be with you today and everyone here. We have so many leaders. So I want to thank you all for the work you do, and I want to wish you a Happy New Year. UAW Local 551, thank you for all that you do and for being an incredible model of the work that is happening around the country. The work you do here is to build Ford cars, and it's here, right here on the South Side. And there are generations of people in this community and across our country who have benefited from your work. I want to thank my longstanding friend, Senator Dick Durbin, for your leadership, for your friendship, and for what you do for the state of Illinois and the people of our country. Thank you, Dick. And Mayor Lightfoot, thank you for the warm welcome always on the tarmac and for your leadership in Chicago. And Mayor Prince, thank you. From Gary, I talked with you about my previous visits there, and Gary really is part of the history of our country as well, so thank you for your leadership and being here. And of course, Cook County Board President Tony Prewinkle, thank you for your work and for your leadership. And of course, among the people that must be thanked first and foremost is our President, Joe Biden. So when President Biden and I took office, we made a promise. We vowed to fight for every person in our nation, every American, in every community, in every corner of our country. Because you see, the President and I, and we all here, we believe in America's greatness. And we know that greatness is powered by the incredible ambition and aspiration of the American people. We see what can be unburdened by what has been. We see, as Americans, opportunity where others might see obstacles. We don't just shoot for the moon, we plant our flag on it, especially when we fight, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, for our shared future and our common destiny. That is how we best meet every challenge and overcome every obstacle. And that is how we build a future where everyone has the tools and the support they need to live a life of possibility, prosperity, and most importantly, dignity. After 2 years in office, I can say with confidence, we are building that better future. We are building an economy, as President Biden often puts it, from the bottom up and the middle out. And I'll add, from the outside in. With your help, we capped the cost of insulin at $35 per month for our seniors. That's about dignity, and it's about understanding that also allows our seniors to have more money in their pockets to pay for their retirement. We invested billions of dollars to make semiconductors right here in America so that factories like Ford and the plant here on the South Side can use American-made parts to keep assembly lines open and make supply chains more resilient. We will remove every lead pipe in our nation. Why? So that our children can drink clean water and grow up healthy to fulfill their God-given potential. And all of this brings me here today, the largest investment in our roads and bridges in 70 years of America's history. So just look at the 95th Street Bridge behind me. For many years, this bridge and 3 more nearby have served a critical role for communities in Chicago and Northwest Indiana. People across this bridge every day have traveled on their way to work or taking their children to school. For thousands of truck drivers, this is a part of their daily route. And dozens of times a day, these bridges are raised so that ships can travel from Lake Michigan all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. Millions of Americans who have never heard of this bridge and will never cross it rely on products like meat and eggs that cargo ships bring across it, or drive a Ford car whose parts passed through here and was built by UAW 551. These products are made in America. This bridge is how they are delivered to America. But for decades, there's been an underinvestment in our infrastructure, which caused Americans to feel the consequences in ways big and small. Take the 95th Street Bridge, which was built in 1958. It has not had a major repair in decades. The result, detours and delays for families on their way home for dinner. Ambulances and fire trucks delayed when they respond to emergencies. And it means backups and load limits that waste fuel, increase pollution, raise delivery costs, and disrupt supply chains. It means supply chains that are disrupted so much so that the result is empty shelves and higher prices at the grocery store for families, delivery delays for small businesses, suppliers that cannot fill their orders, and factories that run fewer shifts, which leads to cuts to hours and wages. The consequences of infrastructure underinvestment have been a familiar story in cities and states across our nation. About 43,000 bridges, almost 1 in 10, show signs of severe distress in our country. And you know, for years people talked about this problem, but now I am proud to say we will finally fix this problem. Earlier today, our President Joe Biden traveled to the Brent Spence Bridge, which connects Ohio and Kentucky, to announce the first round of some $12.5 billion to replace, rehabilitate, and improve some of the busiest and most important bridges in states across our country, including the Gold Star Memorial Bridge in Connecticut, the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, and these 4 bridges across the Calumet River here in Chicago. At these bridges, we will build dedicated bicycle lanes and better sidewalks so that people in South Deering and East Side can walk or bike to work instead of drive if they wish, which saves them money and is better for our planet. We will eliminate load limits for trucks and improve the bridge raise process so that more boats can carry goods up and down this river, and so businesses can ship more products to more markets. This is also about jobs. We will put thousands more Americans to work in good-paying union jobs. Jobs for laborers, operating engineers, carpenters, and iron workers who will repair, weld, and restore these bridges. Jobs for Teamsters who will drive their trucks over these new bridges. Good jobs at good wages. Jobs people can take pride in as they build America's future. So I'm here today because this bridge represents a very simple point. When we invest in our infrastructure, we invest in our economy, we invest in America's future. A better future for workers, businesses, families, and communities. It's all connected. And so as the days go by, you will see it in a new coast-to-coast network of electric vehicle charging stations, or a new wind turbine or cutting-edge solar panel that will cut energy costs and protect our planet, or a new water heater in your home that lowers both your electric bill and pollution. The bottom line is this: President Joe Biden and I are making this better brighter future real, and everyone here is an integral part of that. I thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Sujata Prabhakaran, where are you? There she is. She just left the stage, but is always on the stage. And we love all of our frontline folks. And this room is filled with them. Filled with them. Good afternoon, everyone. It is good to be back in Florida. And Tallahassee in the house. So before we talk about the subject for which we are all convened, I do want to address the tragedy of what happened in my home state in Monterey Park, California. A time of a cultural celebration, and yet another community has been torn apart by senseless gun violence. So Doug and I joined the President and Dr. Biden, and I know everyone here, in mourning for those who were killed, as we pray for those who were injured, and as we grieve for those many people whose lives are forever changed. All of us in this room and in our country understand this violence must stop, and President Biden and I and our administration will continue to provide full support to the local authorities as we learn more. And with that, I want to address another topic, which is the reason that we all join together today. I am honored to be with members of the United States Congress who are here, state and local elected officials, I'm glad to be with you, and all of the coalition partners who are represented here. Let's give it up for everyone. So we are here together because we collectively believe and know America is a promise. America is a promise. It is a promise of freedom and liberty. Not for some, but for all. A promise we made in the Declaration of Independence, that we are each endowed with the right to liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Be clear, these rights were not bestowed upon us. They belong to us as Americans. And it is that freedom and liberty that enabled generations of Americans to chart their own course and decide their own future with, yes, ambition and aspiration. Therein lies the strength of our nation. And since our founding, we have then been on a march forward to fully realize our promise, to complete the unfinished work to secure freedom and liberty for all. Now, these outcomes will not be inevitable. They will not just happen. It takes steadfast determination and dedication, the kind of determination and dedication possessed by some of our greatest patriots, Those Americans who fought a civil war to end the sin of slavery, who organized at Seneca Falls to secure a woman's right to vote, who launched the Freedom Rides to advance civil rights, and spoke out at the Stonewall Inn to defend human rights. In each of these movements, those leaders expanded rights, which then advanced the cause of freedom and liberty. And 50 years ago today, so did those who won a fight in the United States Supreme Court to recognize the fundamental constitutional right of a woman to make decisions about her own body. Not the government. For nearly 50 years, Americans relied on the rights that Roe protected. Today, however, on what would have been its 50th anniversary, we speak of the Roe decision in the past tense. Because last June, the United States Supreme Court took away that constitutional right, a fundamental right, a basic freedom from the people of America, from the women of America. The court's action has meant already that many dedicated doctors and nurses now lose their ability to care for their patients. That providers risk going to jail just for doing their job. And that patients are denied critical care and even fear that they will be punished simply for seeking care. It has meant that a 10-year-old child in Ohio who was sexually assaulted and became pregnant had to leave her home state and travel to another to receive care. It has meant that the doctor who treated her faced death threats and efforts to take away her medical license. And for Amanda, a 35-year-old woman in Texas, it meant in the midst of a miscarriage, she was denied treatment 3 times in 3 days at an emergency room because of that state's abortion ban. And only after she developed sepsis, an infection that almost killed her, did the hospital finally admit her. Thank God, Amanda survived, and she, with her husband Josh, is here today. And I want to thank them both for having the courage to tell their story in a way that will inspire so many individuals and their families to know they are not alone. The consequences of the Supreme Court's ruling are not only limited to those who need reproductive care. Other basic health care is at risk. Consider Emma, a 14-year-old who lives in Arizona. So Emma manages her chronic arthritis with medication that allows her to go to school and live without constant pain. But the medication that helps her can also cause pregnancy loss. So within weeks of the Dobbs decision, her pharmacy initially refused to fill her prescription, afraid that they could be prosecuted under the state's radical law. All of these devastating experiences, the direct result of laws designed by extremists, including in states like Florida. Last year, so-called leaders at the State House here in Tallahassee passed a radical abortion ban with no exceptions, even for the survivors of crimes like rape and child molestation and human trafficking. Here in Florida, healthcare providers face prison for up to 5 years for simply doing their job. And now, the state has also targeted medication abortion and even threatened Florida pharmacists with criminal charges if they provide medications prescribed by medical professionals. And Florida is not alone. 22 states have announced they will not follow new federal rules that allow women to get medication prescribed by their doctor from a certified pharmacy. Imagine. So today, we are fighting back. I'm pleased to announce that President Biden, I'm announcing it today, has issued a presidential memorandum on this issue. Members of our cabinet and our administration are now directed, as of the President's order, to identify barriers to access to prescription medication and to recommend actions to make sure that doctors can legally prescribe, that pharmacies can dispense, and that women can secure safe and effective medication. So President Biden has done that. At the same time that we work to protect this aspect of reproductive care, many states have gone even further and now have total bans in effect. Alabama, Missouri, and South Dakota, just to name a few. And as clinics close in those states, understand, as clinics are closing in those states, patients have lost access to other basic care, such as routine checkups, cancer screenings, and contraception. And to everyone listening, be sure no one is immune from these impacts. Even in states that protect reproductive rights like New Jersey, Illinois, Oregon, even then people live in fear of what might be next, because Republicans in Congress are now calling for a nationwide abortion ban. Some even from the moment of conception. The right of every woman in every state in this country to make decisions about her own body is on the line. And I've said it before and I will say it again. How dare they? How dare they? And you know, there's a collection of words. There's a collection of words that mean everything to us as Americans. The heartfelt words of our great national anthem, that America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. But let us ask, can we truly be free if a woman cannot make decisions about her own body? Can we truly be free if a doctor cannot care for her patients? Can we truly be free if families cannot make intimate decisions about the course of their own lives? And can we truly be free if so-called leaders claim to be, quote, I quote, on the vanguard of freedom, while they dare to restrict the rights of the American people and attack the very foundations of freedom? Understand clearly, the majority of Americans oppose these attacks. Americans of every background, in every community, have voiced their perspective. From Kansas to California, Michigan, Montana, Kentucky, and Vermont. They spoke with their vote. In essence, they said, one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree that the government should not be telling people what to do with their own bodies. So know this, President Biden and I agree, and we will never back down. We will not back down. And we know this fight will not be won until we secure this right for every American. Congress must pass a bill that protects freedom and liberty. A bill that protects reproductive rights, and President Biden will sign it. So yes, America is a promise we must all make real. In every state, in every community, in every state house, in every doctor's office, and yes, in every election. So, to all the friends and leaders, I say, let us not be tired or discouraged, because we're on the right side of history. So we will continue to stand together in the fight to protect the freedom and liberty of all people, of all women everywhere. And here now, on this 50th anniversary, let us resolve to make history and secure this right. Today, I invite all Americans to join us and to remember, when we fight, we win. Thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you all.
Okay, well, hello everyone. Thank you for being here, and well, thank you for the leaders who here in bringing us together to discuss this important, very important topic. In my role in Univision, North Carolina, in news, I have a special focus on community empowerment and owning my small business and empowering. I'm so glad to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Madam Vice President, my first question is for you. Why is supporting small business a priority for you?
First of all, thank you, Jorge, for being here and moderating this conversation, and for your voice. There is so much about this issue that is about making sure that people are seen and heard, and that their voices are respected, and that we have policies that promote the natural resources and capacity of community. And the kind of work that you do highlights the importance of that every day. So thank you. It's good to be with you and these incredible leaders. And Marla, thank you so very much for that introduction and all you do. Small businesses. So I love small businesses for so many reasons. You know, I grew up, my mother raised my sister and me, Maya and me, but she would work long hours and long days and on weekends from time to time. And so we also had a second mother, someone that we consider a second mother, Mrs. Shelton, who lived 2 doors down from us growing up. And we lived in the apartment above Miss Shelton's nursery school. She was a small business owner. She had this nursery school, and she not only took care of the kids in the community, she took care of their parents. You know, there would invariably, I would notice her sitting in the corner talking with a mother who was going through challenges. She was a community leader. She hired locally. She mentored. And that was my first experience with, I never thought of her as a small business owner. She was Miss Shelton. She was our second mother. But that's the nature of who runs, starts, and owns our small businesses in the community. They're not only business leaders, they're community leaders. They're civic leaders. They're role models. They're the one who sponsors the local softball league. They're the one who sees the kids in the community growing up and will mentor them or give them feedback or advice. They're the ones who, you know, for us as adults, if you go in, whether it's a restaurant or a dry cleaner, and we'll say, how's your day? Why are you looking a little down today? Let me put some food in you that I know you like to eat. This is who our small businesses are. And so that's how we feel about them, how we experience them. And small businesses employ half of America's workforce, either as the owner of or as an employee of. Small businesses are contributing to the economic health of our nation in a profound way. We are here with an emphasis today to talk about Latino, Latina run and owned small businesses. Well, they represent at least 5 million businesses in the United States and contribute on an annual basis, the estimates are $800 billion a year. So when I think of small businesses, I think of it in 2 ways predominantly, about what we must do to support small businesses and what we must do to support small business owners. And that means taking into account the incredible work that is being done by so many of the leaders who are here, and of course our administrator, Guzman, around what we should do to address the barriers that can very much prohibit that person that we just talked about from actually contributing, because there might be language barriers. There are barriers in terms of financial literacy. There are barriers in terms of just not knowing where to go and how to apply for loans and access to capital, things that have nothing to do with the capacity of that individual and nothing to do with their spirit of innovation and ambition, which is also something I love about our small business owners, because they believe and they see and they work hard around the clock. That is not a 9-to-5 job by any stretch. And so those are some of the reasons.
It's more than a job, yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. And we have been told a lot these past 2 years with the economy. People may be interested in starting a small business, but maybe have reservations, you know. Is now a good time for start a business?
Yes. Yeah. Now is a good time. Why? Well, first of all, I'm very proud to be a part of some of the work that has led us to this moment, where when I was in the Senate, before I became vice president, before we were elected, President Joe Biden and myself, when I was in the Senate, we, and together with some others, got $12 billion of federal money to put into the CDFIs, the Community Development Financial Institutions, which we all know as community banks. And so the work that we have been doing over the last couple of years has been to maximize the capacity of that additional funding to increase access to capital. Access to capital, no small matter. I have met, and Marla, we talked about this, so many small business owners, and I've traveled around the country meeting with small business owners, who shared with me stories about how when they first wanted to get a loan, also known as access to capital, they'd go to a bank, usually the traditional bank, and almost to a one they said, and I heard this word being used to describe me that I'd never heard before. And I would ask, what word is that? And they were told that they are unbankable. Unbankable. And so what ended up happening, though, and most of those stories that I've had the benefit of hearing had a good ending, because what they then realized is there are other places to go, such as community banks, which are in the community, run by members of the community. They understand the capacity of the community. They understand the culture of the community, the mores of the community, what the community wants for itself. And then they look at the whole human being in terms of that small business owner. And they can see them. So they know what you want to sell, the community actually wants to buy. Whether that be a certain style of food, or just cultural, or just what it needs. And what ends up happening is the community bank then says, okay, let's sit down and talk about how you apply for that loan. Let's talk about how you get a line of credit. Who of us grew up with our parents talking about a phrase, line of credit, right? These are things you learn if someone takes the time to teach you, because they know. That's what community banks do. They then help them understand, this is how you need to think about your capital. This is how you need to think about how you're going to be able to afford your employees and their benefits. You get the point. They sit down and they take the time, because they understand the value of the person that's sitting across that desk in terms of who they are in the community and what they can contribute to the community. So we've put more money into the CDFIs. You look at it, in the last 2 years, we have, as an administration and leaders who are present at this moment in time, and I know the governor is here, Roy Cooper, I want to thank him always. We have, over the last 2 years, grown and started, as a country, more small businesses in the last 2 years than any other 2 years in the history of the country. That's the environment. We have some of the lowest unemployment rates. We are doing the work that is about collaborating around the small businesses that will need to do the work that will be the result of all the trillions of dollars we're putting into the infrastructure of our country, including the almost $1 trillion that we're going to be putting into a whole new economy that is called a clean energy economy, right? This money is about to hit the streets. And so what we know as an administration is we want to make sure the folks in the community are going to be able to take those jobs. So we are investing in the skills development. We are partnering with everyone from community colleges to organized labor to make sure that we are training folks up to take those jobs. That's all happening right now. Right now we are looking at, the administrator shared with me, I'll never forget one of the sessions that we had together, that was it over 75% of small businesses that are manufacturing, right? Because a lot of this is about also our administration's perspective that we need to have domestic manufacturing, okay? Well, what the administrator shared with me, it was an aha moment for me, Isabella, was that 75% of manufacturing businesses in America have 20 or fewer employees. Right? So think about this. We're about to put all of these resources into building back up the infrastructure of America, roads and bridges. That's about work that ranges from electricians and engineers to construction workers. Well, the other number that I have tells me that I think it's over 35% of construction workers in America are Latino. Mm-hmm. Right?
Right.
So I think about that, yes, as in terms of the worker and that person's quality of life and are they getting paid their value and all of that. But I also think about it in the context of a small business, right? Including manufacturing and what that requires in terms of who the workers are and what their familiarity is with what we need to do to build back up the infrastructure. And then coupling all that with a absolute promise that we have made as an administration, which we are seeing through, that over the next now 4 years, we will increase federal contracts by 50% for minority-owned businesses. So these are federal contracts we're talking about, right? So when you couple these approaches, which is a comprehensive approach, we're going to put the resources into building back up. We understand who small businesses are. We understand who manufacturing businesses are. We understand the importance of lifting up community. We understand the importance of federal contracting because that's a whole lot of dough that goes into those contracts and paying attention to who's getting those contracts. It's really very important. And we think that, therefore, this is a good time.
Yeah, thank you. The time is now. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Well, and now I want to turn to Vicky Garcia, and who helps the Latino community credit union here in Raleigh. And Vicky, can you tell us what are community lenders and why they are important to Hispanic-owned small business?
Buenas tardes. Thank you. First, I want to thank you, Madam President, for being here and putting a spotlight in community lenders. That's the fancy name for credit unions or banks that care about the community. Credit unions in particular, and the Latino Credit Union, was founded by Latinos for Latinos and is actually administered by Latinos. So it is an example on how the grassroots movements in North Carolina have created something that can put the economic opportunity there for Latinos in North Carolina. I would like to tell the story how community organizations like ours can help Latinos with the story of one member. His name is Roberto. He came from Mexico. And one of the characteristics of Latinos in North Carolina, we are about 10% of the population here, we're new to the state. This is a state that had received Latinos between the 1990s and the early 2000s. And we are starting to scratch the surface and get noticed because we are creating these small businesses. So Roberto came to the credit union and asked to open an account. Why? Because he just got robbed down the street after cashing his check. So the story starts not only with the idea of having a small business, but also protecting your assets and your family. So the credit union takes care of that member from the very beginning. So opening an account, doing financial counseling, as you were saying, providing financial education, and also helping them move through the continuum of what is a financial history for an individual. So Roberto had his painting business. He had a van and 5 or 6 employees, and he was painting houses, across the region. And he needed a loan for his working capital. He got granted a big contract, and he needed the money for that. So we focus on those micro entrepreneurs that need help to get those small loans. And what's the advantage of that is that we speak his language. Yeah. We speak Spanish, we understand them, and we brought him and guide him through the continuum. But the beautiful thing about that is that Latinos have come to North Carolina and they want to buy houses as well. Yeah. They want to contribute and be members of the community. So we created a mortgage product for all the Latinos that are wanting to buy a house and stay here and participate in the community in North Carolina. 40% of our mortgages are done to individuals who own their own business and have 4 or 5 employees working for them. And the beauty of that is that they transmit that information to their 4 or 5 employees. And those are the ones that come after and apply for those mortgages. So we're not only creating value through the initial loan, the small business loan, but we are also helping them to stay, create roots, and participate and contribute to the community in general. So one of the things that we are very proud of is that we received through the ECIP program $99 million from the administration. And for us, is the catapult to be able to provide loans for the members in the community. What that money is going to do, we're going to be able to provide 1 million loans in the life of this loan that the administration has given us, and it's going to provide $30 billion in loans that we can provide to the community. So I don't want to be the best kept secret. Please tell everyone that you can go to the credit union, ask for a loan, get through the financial education program, and build your assets with us. And in this beautiful country that I now call home. I am from Colombia originally, but American, and been here for 20 years, and I cannot see myself doing something better. This is the best road I have taken. Thank you.
Excellent, Vicky. Wow. I'm from Mexico. I became an American citizen 2 years ago. Yeah. It's a great honor to be part of this country. Well, hearing from Ms. Garcia, how important community banks and credit unions are, Madam Vice President, can you tell us the administration is doing for support the community banks and credit unions and for a small business?
Well, Vicky just gave an example, almost $100 million, because and this is just one of over 150 where community banks where we are dispersing these additional resources, because as you have so beautifully said with that story, the 1 million loans will have a profound exponential impact on the economic health and well-being of the community. And you know, you said it so beautifully, Vicki. I think that when we think about what we support by supporting this kind of approach is community on a number of levels, both in terms of the contribution and the feeling and the richness of the community, because of the well-being also of the community members. But also, let's be clear, all of these small businesses are paying taxes. Right? And so it's also about the tax base of the community, right? In many places in our country, it is that tax base that's going to have everything to do with the resources that go into things like public schools, that go into other community improvements. So understand that when we're talking about the benefit here, it is, yes, the owner, yes, their employees, yes, maybe their family members who then learn that these mortgages are available, but it is that. But on the point also about home ownership, that's about intergenerational wealth. Intergenerational wealth, because think about it. We all know this, right? You own a home, you build up capital. So that when your daughter comes and says, I want to go to such and such college, you might say to her, sweetheart, don't take out a student loan. I'll take out some of the capital from the value of the house. And you don't have to take out those loans. Or your son comes and says, I want to start a small business. Honey, you don't need to, you can come here. And that's intergenerational wealth. And we know for communities of color in particular, but for all Americans, the greatest source of intergenerational wealth is home ownership. So, and that's another thing that when we think about the community banks, it's a huge piece of it. We think of small businesses, but it includes a big piece of business of community banks is helping with home ownership and mortgages. But intergenerational, it's about capacity, it's about taxes, it's about the tax base, and then it's about jobs. Because again, this is about job creation. And for all of those reasons, I think this is critically important, and this is the work then that our administration is doing, in addition to the work we are doing around the federal contracts piece that we just mentioned. In addition to also understanding that our agenda here includes understanding the nuances. So I'll go back, for example, to construction work and what we're doing around building back up infrastructure. The difference between where we are now and where we could be with this approach, our collective approach, is helping that individual who is a construction worker go from being a subcontractor to a prime contractor. That's a very big deal in terms of what that means, in terms of allowing that individual, that woman, that man, that person, to be able to grow their business and have, again, the residual impact for the community. So those are some approaches. And then, Administrator, you should speak. You're the one who's doing the hard work through the SBA of implementing a lot of this. How are you thinking about it?
Yeah, well, it was a great honor to be able to join you here, because this is all I think about with your direction. I think that, communicating how committed the Biden-Harris administration is to making sure that the economy works for everyone and using, that's right. And really using small business and entrepreneurship as that pathway to the American dream is really critical. I come from a small business family. I've started my own small businesses, and I've realized opportunity through the American dream. And what Vice President Harris is so committed to is making sure that we can help businesses achieve success outcomes by leveraging federal programs. And the SBA is all about that American dream and making businesses more successful by giving them the funding that they need to start their business, or making sure that they have the networks and the advice and everything in their toolkit to be able to day by day grow their business and take advantage of the opportunities that the Biden-Harris administration is investing in on their behalf. And then, of course, making sure that we are on the ground. SBA, as you all know, is dispersed around the country with district offices and funding resource partners, many of them here today as well, that help businesses fill that toolkit up with the tools to start a business by writing a business plan up, or maybe that's finding out how to export their product abroad or get onto digital e-commerce and leverage these great opportunities. And so what we're really committed to at the SBA is ensuring that the most critical success factor, being able to access capital to grow, is accessible to all. And that's why I'm so glad that Vicki has joined us in the work that they're doing in the community to make sure that all communities are financially ready and able to level up into entrepreneurship. With the SBA's core resources, I want to spend a little bit of time on capital, because that's the topic we're really trying to lean into in the Biden-Harris administration. And from day one, and even before that, with Vice President's leadership in the Senate, we have committed to making sure that we could ensure that the smallest of the small businesses could access capital. SBA, of course, has been able to disperse relief during the pandemic to help save millions of small businesses. And in the President's first year, $450 billion was dispersed around the country in relief, and we got it into the hands of those left out of previous rounds, into the hands of the smallest of the small businesses with success. And that was through community, through organizations like many of you who are running those organizations today here in the room with us, in language, culturally competent organizations who could help us teach people how to access these incredible relief offerings. And what we're doing now to implement against this vision is making those changes across our core programs. Besides our COVID relief programs, SBA also disperses $40 to $50 billion a year into small businesses for working capital, lines of credit, asset purchases to buy your building or to buy equipment. All the tools and resources you need in the capital markets to grow your business. And so with the changes that we're making to expand our footprint with more lenders, as well as simplifying our products so that it's easier to meet you where you are and everywhere that you are and serve you with a product that is accessible to you. Those changes are really critical to making sure that small businesses can get the startup capital or the growth capital that they need to be a part of those historic investments. And right now, small businesses around the state are building bridges and helping us, implement the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and creating jobs in the process. And the SBA is here to help them do just that.
Wow. Thank you, Administrator Guzman. Well, it's very clear that the supporting the small business. And, well, one final question, Madam Vice President. What resources can you share today for those who want to start a small business?
There's a lot, and I actually am going to turn it back to the administrator, because one of the things I think that it'd be really helpful for us to share with the community and opinion leaders here as they use their bully pulpit is to help people understand, like, how do they access it? And so let's say I've got an idea, and by the way, when we talk about our small businesses, not only is it intergenerational, but also we've got entrepreneurs in their teens and 20s to families who have been doing this for generations, and our seniors. And so it's really, that's also what's also exciting about our small businesses and who they are, because it spans the generations in addition to being intergenerational. But let's talk about, so I have an idea. Let's say I'm, whatever the age is, but I've got an idea. I'm youthful, whatever I am. And and I've got an idea, and I'm prepared to work hard. It's the only way I know how to work. But I need access to capital. So I know that there's something out there about community bank, there's something there about SBA, but as the individual, if we're sitting down in my kitchen and you're my neighbor telling me what to do, what would you tell me? What do I do?
Well, I think that what we've invested so heavily in the Biden-Harris administration, as you know, is leveling up our networks. You have to start with someone you trust, that local voice. And through the American Rescue Plan, the Biden-Harris administration has supported our community navigators around the country. We now have 1,600 centers around the country. And here in North Carolina, every type of organization to help you get the skills you need. Fill that toolkit with all the resources you need to run your business day to day. So we have SCORE chapters. Those are expert mentors who've done business themselves.
How do I meet them?
And you can go through SBA.gov and connect to local resources. SBA.gov/get local assistance. And I know we're here today in Forest, my district team, but you can connect to a SCORE mentor directly, as well as a small business technology development center. You have several of them in the state, and women's business center. So it's basically about building a center that is welcoming to you. And we have funded community navigators here throughout the state to support small businesses. And so, I think it's critical that you start and recognize that SBA can be a part of your team.
So if I go on to SBA.com, to SBA.gov, okay, and then where do I go? Tell me where to go.
Then there's a feed for community navigators as well as Get Local Assistance. And that's how you connect locally with our districts. It's really important that you get a live voice on the other end of that phone
So
call.
I'll actually talk to somebody?
You'll be able to talk to somebody.
Oh, I like talking to people.
And let me ask one question. Is it in Spanish as well?
We have advisors who can work with you in 27 different languages.
Oh, great.
We've invested heavily in making sure that our resource partners, those small business development centers, the women's business centers, the veterans business outreach centers, the community navigators, and our districts have the cultural and language competency to be able to deliver. And for the first time ever in the Biden-Harris administration, the SBA actually put one of its COVID relief resources in 2 languages, in Spanish and English. So natively you could go through the platform and not have to translate it alongside. And so that's, we really are committed to making sure that we reach those smallest of the small with the best resources available in federal government.
Wow, great. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Thank you, Administrator Guzman. Same question for you, Vicky. And what resources can you share today for those who want to start a small business?
So I would say go to a credit union, go to the Latino credit union, and open an account with us. Those deposits are the ones who get recycled in the system. Those are the funds that we can lend to those small business. So the investment that the administration did to the credit union is $99 million. That amount of money could be multiplied by us being able to get $700 million in deposits. And that is all of you here, plus all the members of the credit union, and more importantly, organizations that care about small business and the mission that we have as a community lender. So those private funds on big companies, health organizations, can put their deposits with the credit union so we can lend them out to those who need the money the most. So what we had available for you is the ability to open an account, get financial education, and get ready when you are. I know that it can be daunting when you go and, oh, I have an idea, but I don't know who to talk to. And we, as a community lender, we are there for you. And we understand the route that you have taken, and we understand that you need support from an organization that trusts that you can make it. We have one of the best repayment numbers in the loans that we do. 99.3% of our members pay back the loans.
Yeah.
So we're not a risky business. Actually, we're a very good one.
Yeah. Right.
So just put your deposits where your heart is, and that will make you a best citizen. And you indirectly will be helping every small business owner that could ask for a loan at the credit union.
And if I can add to that, so Jorge, you asked earlier, like what have we been doing recently? We last year started what we've called the Economic Opportunity Coalition. And so we've been spending time with private sector funders. And we now have some private equity investment going into the community bank. So it's not only the federal government money, but now we've got, I think it was B of A and Wells Fargo agreed to put $1 billion into what we're doing around community banks. We've got Google and all these others who have agreed that it is a good bet. It is very low risk when even private investors are thinking about the return on their investment to invest in community banks, which invest directly in the community. I think part of it, if I can speak for them, I'll just speak for myself as my observation. I think they also realize, one, that it is in the best interest of the economic strength and well-being of all of society to invest in these communities, but they also understand that the community banks just do it better in so many ways because they understand the community, and everything that you've described happens there in a way that it may not happen with a big bank. Yeah.
Well, this has been incredible conversation, and I learned a lot, and I hope you too. And well, I try to open my own business, my small business too. So it's very, very useful, this information for me. Thank you, Vicky, Mrs. Garcia. Thank you, Administrator Guzman. Well, Madam Vice President, any closing comments?
Well, I just want to thank everyone here. We've asked this group of leaders to come together this afternoon because you really are leaders on the ground. And it was very important for us to be here with you to thank you, because the work we do generated out of Washington, D.C. and these places will mean nothing if it doesn't hit the streets as intended. And that's where you all come into play. There are a number of leaders at every level. I also want to mention we have Congresswoman Ross and Congressman Nickel, and I want to thank you all for the work that you have done. There is, at every level, leadership that is important about this work, and we cannot do it without all of you here. So let's keep it going. We have momentum, and the momentum is on our side. And so let's take advantage of this, knowing that time is a-wasting, And, but there's a lot of good to do, and we're going to do it together. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mrs. Garcia. Thank you, Administrator Guzman. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for this great conversation. Thank you so much.
By the Vice President, something that President Biden started in 2009, and we are very happy that you continue this. We have a fantastic transatlantic delegation here. The only difference, Mr. Vice President, is when we started 59 years ago, there were only men, and now there is a woman Vice President. Welcome, Vice President.
Thank you, Christoph. Thank you, Christoph. Thank you. Well, it is my honor to be back at the Munich Security Conference. As many of us remember, last year on this stage, I warned of the imminent invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And let us all recall, many at the time wondered how we would all respond. Many wondered, could Russia be stopped? Would NATO come together? Would NATO break apart? And would Ukraine be prepared? Colleagues, today, a year later, we know Kyiv is still standing. Russia is weakened. The transatlantic alliance is stronger than ever. And most importantly, the spirit of the Ukrainian people endures. And under Joe Biden, President of the United States, our country has demonstrated decisive leadership. As President Biden often says, the United States will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not waver. And today, at this Munich Security Conference, I will then describe what we all continue to have at stake: the moral interest, the strategic interest, and the reason Ukraine matters for the people of America, for the people of Europe, and for people around the world. First, from the starting days of this unprovoked war, we have witnessed Russian forces engage in horrendous atrocities and war crimes. Their actions are an assault on our common values, an attack on our common humanity. And let us be clear, Russian forces have pursued a widespread and systemic attack against a civilian population. Gruesome acts of murder, torture, rape, and deportation. Execution-style killings, beatings, and electrocution. Russian authorities have forcibly deported hundreds of thousands of people from Ukraine to Russia, including children. They have cruelly separated children from their families. And we've all seen the images of the theater in Mariupol, where hundreds of people were killed. Think of the image of the pregnant mother who was killed following a strike at a maternity hospital where she was preparing to give birth. Think of the images of Busha. Civilians shot in cold blood. Their bodies left in the street. The jarring photograph of the man who was riding his bike. Think of the 4-year-old girl who the United Nations recently reported was sexually assaulted by a Russian soldier. A 4-year-old child. Barbaric and inhumane. Long before I was Vice President of the United States, I spent the majority of my career as a prosecutor, beginning as a young lawyer in the courtroom and later running the California Department of Justice. I know firsthand the importance of gathering facts and holding them up against the law. In the case of Russia's actions in Ukraine, we have examined the evidence. We know the legal standards. And there is no doubt these are crimes against humanity. The United States has formally determined that Russia has committed crimes against humanity. And I say to all those who have perpetrated these crimes and to their superiors who are complicit in these crimes, you will be held to account. In the face of these indisputable facts, to all of us here in Munich, let us renew our commitment to accountability. Let us renew our commitment to the rule of law. As for the United States, we will continue to support the judicial process in Ukraine and international investigations, because justice must be served. Let us all agree, on behalf of all the victims, both known and unknown, justice must be served. Such is our moral interest. We also have a significant strategic interest. The fight in Ukraine has far-reaching global ramifications. No nation is safe in a world where one country can violate the sovereignty and territorial integrity of another. Where crimes against humanity are committed with impunity, where a country with imperialist ambitions can go unchecked. Our response to the Russian invasion is a demonstration of our collective commitment to uphold international rules and norms. Rules and norms which, since the end of World War II, have provided unprecedented security and prosperity, not only for the American people, not only for the people of Europe, but people around the world. Principles that state that sovereign nations have a right to peacefully exist, that borders must not be changed by force, that there are inalienable human rights which governments must respect, and that the rule of law must be preserved. Indeed, this moment has tested our willingness to defend and uphold these rules and norms. And we have remained strong, and we must stay strong. Because if Putin were to succeed with his attack on these fundamental principles, other nations could feel emboldened to follow his violent example. Other authoritarian powers could seek to bend the world to their will through coercion, disinformation, and even brute force. The international order upon which we all rely could be at risk. So in the interest of global security and prosperity, one of our defining missions is to uphold international rules-based order. And nations around the world agree. Consider, more than 140 countries voted at the United Nations to condemn Russia's aggression and to support Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity in defense of the core principles of the UN Charter. Of course, we have also seen nations like North Korea and Iran send weapons in support of Russia's brutal war. We are also troubled that Beijing has deepened its relationship with Moscow since the war began. Looking ahead, any steps by China to provide lethal support to Russia would only reward aggression, continue the killing, and further undermine a rules-based order. Again, the United States will continue to strongly support Ukraine, and we will do so for as long as it takes. The American people, you see, are in awe of the resolve of the people of Ukraine, in awe of their resilience and righteousness, their willingness to fight for freedom and liberty, and the extraordinary tenacity and leadership of President Zelensky. In fact, joining me in Munich are distinguished members of the United States Congress, Republicans and Democrats, members of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And they are here together because they understand the stakes. The leadership of these members has been vital to America's support of Ukraine. And President Biden and I know that their support for Ukraine will continue. We also know Ukraine will continue to be supported by a united transatlantic community. So Putin thought he could divide NATO. Remember where we were a year ago. In this, he has failed. The NATO alliance is stronger now than ever before. And the United States' commitment to NATO and to its Article 5 is ironclad. Just look at our track record over the past year. Just look at our multilateral cooperation. Together, we have provided historic assistance to Ukraine. Together, we have dealt Russia a strategic failure. Together, we have imposed unprecedented costs on Russia. And together, we have pursued energy security and reinvested in our collective defense. And we have come together to stand for our common values and our common interests and our common humanity. I have no doubt that this unity will endure. I also have no illusions about the path forward. There will be more dark days in Ukraine. The daily agony of war will persist. The global ripple effects will continue to be felt by countries near and far, from Africa to Southeast Asia to the Caribbean. But if Putin thinks he can wait us out, he is badly mistaken. Time is not on his side. To be sure, Ukrainians will continue to be tried and tested, just as they have been over this past year. Transatlantic unity will continue to be tried and tested. And I am certain that Ukraine will rise to the task, that the United States and Europe will rise to the task. So my last point, America will continue our leadership in defense of human dignity, in defense of rules and norms, and in defense of freedom and liberty. There is too much at stake to do anything less. Americans know well the meaning of independence. We believe in the fundamental importance of sovereignty and rule of law. And we will always stand on the side of justice. Colleagues, I do believe we all know, when future generations look back at this moment, they will see that we understood the task before us and rose to this occasion. And so to you I say, the United States of America is proud to be your partner in this noble pursuit. Thank you.
Wonderful. Sie dürfen. Madam Vice President, thank you for this very, very strong speech, this commitment to transatlantic unity, this commitment to the support of Ukraine. And we have many, many representatives from Ukraine here in the room, and they certainly were reassured by what you have said. Let me ask you, you confirmed this US support, but we all know next year the United States will enter into an election campaign. We are in a democracy. We know which side of the aisle the result will be. How sure are you that, how certain are you that what you have said, that Putin, who wants to wait us out, that in the end he will not succeed?
Thank you, Christoph. As I said, I believe, and I believe the American people understand the stakes. And the stakes being our moral interest and our strategic interest. I will tell you, I travel around the United States, and I have seen the Ukrainian flag fly in places most of you have probably never heard of in the United States. In storefronts, in front of homes, people proudly wearing, Americans proudly wearing the colors of Ukraine. The American people are aware of the images of Bucha. The American people take great pride in a fight for independence, that being part of the foundation of our nation and our principles and values. I think about where the United States is going on this issue based on the track record of where we've been. You only have to look at where we were a year ago and where we are today in terms of the contributions and resources that America has put into everything from ammunition to artillery to air defense, from Stingers to Abrams tanks, HIMARS, javelins. I look at it in the context of the United States Congress, which is here in force. I'm told it is the largest delegation, bipartisan and bicameral, of the United States Congress to this meeting, to this Munich Security Conference. And how forward the United States Congress, in a bipartisan way, has been in terms of the track record of our support just over the last year, not to mention it's a technical term called an omnibus in our budgetary processes, but at the end of last year, dedicating another $45 billion for this upcoming year to support Ukraine. Our priority is to ensure Ukraine's strength on the battlefield, and that is our commitment. And it is a commitment not only to the people of Ukraine, but it is a commitment to our values and the principles we hold dear as a nation. And I cannot be here without also mentioning the importance of the alliance, Europe, and what it has done. Our host, Germany. I was with Chancellor Scholz yesterday. What we collectively have done, we are not only joined, I think, by our values and our understanding of the stakes and what is at stake in terms of a moral and a strategic interest. We have been great colleagues in terms of pooling our resources, coordinating our resources in a way that I believe will give Ukraine the best support they need to fight this fight.
Thank you very much for this. And for the outsiders, it is indeed the impression that this relationship, this transatlantic relationship, the relationship also between European, the German government and the US administration is as strong as ever. And thank you very much for this. If I may, nevertheless, there is something called IRA.
Yes, the Inflation Reduction Act.
And it has raised a lot of concern on this side of the Atlantic, but we have been reminded also by members of Congress about CBAM on our side.
Yeah.
How do we prevent transatlantic rifts on very important questions? Business, trade issues are very important. How confident are you that these differences can be overcome and don't disturb this wonderful but absolutely necessary close transatlantic relationship?
I'm very happy that you chose to raise this topic. So let me start with the spirit and the intent behind the Inflation Reduction Act. One very important area of focus for us has been to address and take our responsibility for what we must do in terms of the climate crisis, which of course is global in nature. And in fact, our friends in Europe have been asking for years that we would actually step up and do more. So under President Biden's leadership, we are proud that the United States has invested an historic amount in what we must do to take on our role of responsibility in the climate crisis. And by that, I mean we have, with the support of Congress, dedicated $370 billion to this effort. When I think of the impact on our friends and the interconnection and interdependence, if you will, between whatever we do in each of or any of our nations and the effect on the others, we think of this investment as having a global impact in predominantly two ways. One, the United States, I'd say this sadly, is one of the biggest emitters in the world. And we need to reduce our emissions, not only for the sake of the health and well-being of the people of our own country, but as we know, the people of the world are impacted. So this is an historic and very significant investment to actually turn the tide on that. And as you know, as many of our European friends and others around the globe have done, we have set strict standards for ourselves based on timelines. So there is that, which is the goal of reducing emissions. The other piece of it is we are very excited about thinking about the investment that we are making to spur innovation. We are entering a moment where we are creating a new economy, a clean energy economy. And if you think of us as being an investor, if you will, in creating incentives for the private sector, for scientists and academics to research, develop, and innovate around a clean energy economy, this investment that we are making will do that and have global impact. So that is how we think of it. But to your point, there are also issues that we need to address and do that in close consultation with our friends around the world. We have created a task force, the United States EU task force, closely coordinating and in consultation around working out some of the specific concerns. And those conversations are continuing. I met with President Macron yesterday and Chancellor Scholz, and I think we are seeing some progress there, and the work will continue.
No, thank you for this reaffirmation, because we don't need these quarrels at that time. If time allows, one last question, if I may. This Munich Security Conference is, of course, dedicated to Ukraine, to the support of Ukraine, to confirm the transatlantic alliance, but we have widened the participation this year. We have invited a record number of representatives from the so-called Global South, because while we have this unity between us, when you talk to representatives of the Global South, and we had them on the podium this morning, you see that many countries sit on the fence. They see this as kind of a continuation of the conflict between US and Russia, or NATO and EU and European countries and Russia, and they feel the consequences, and they want to get it over with. They have an equidistant position there, and while we had, and you pointed to the 141 votes, but when you talk to important partners in the Global South, said they abstain. They say, get it over with. We don't want to take one side. And the point we're making, of course, is this is not East-West. This is about the rules-based internal, the rule of law that you mentioned. But we have to do some convincing, because our track record is also not the best. So what can we do also together to win over those countries that continue to sit on the fence?
Well, we have to treat them as partners. And you and I talked about this briefly as we were walking in, and I thanked you, and I will thank you in front of the friends for bringing this issue to the stage and making it a part of the agenda for this conference. I agree it is an important subject. And I have met with many African leaders, leaders in the Caribbean, CARICOM in Southeast Asia, and what I believe is that they are right to want to make sure their voices are heard on every level on this topic, including the impact to their nations. You look at, for example, African nations and what Russia's aggression in Ukraine has meant in terms of food insecurity, energy insecurity. And these are nations, as we know, that are great importers of food and energy. So when the supply decreases, it has a significant impact on their nations. So I think it is important for us to recognize the impact that Russia's war has had on these nations. I think of it in the context of what we must do to also, on the previous discussion, consider the impact to the climate crisis, on those nations. We are some of the biggest emitters, and the impacts are clear. I meet with CARICOM nations, so island nations in the Caribbean, and they tell me about how they're seeing land erosion, how they are seeing through the extreme climate occurrences, a reduction in tourism and what that means in terms of a depletion of their GDP. And so these are issues that we must keep in mind when we have this discussion with them as partners around what the solutions look like, including standing in a unified way on these principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity. My friend, the president of Ghana, I believe, spoke yesterday, and I think he captured it well when, I'm going to paraphrase, but my understanding is he said that we need to dispense with this paradigm that is about us versus them and think differently about the relationship that we have. And for all of those reasons, I thank you for raising this, and I think it is worthy of the type of elevation and the discussion that you are giving it.
Thank you very much for this, and this will remain a theme here. We'll discuss this also next year, and maybe, Madam Vice President, can we already book a hotel room so you come back next year? Thank you for being here. Please, a hand of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Kashan and Louis, I want to thank you for that introduction and for just how you are inspiring so many folks. We were talking backstage, and the two of them really have worked so hard to do what we all do, right? Which is we want to work hard. We're prepared to work hard. And we want to know that there will be a return on that and that the system will support hard work to allow people to attain and realize their dreams. And the two of you are real role models for the importance of this approach and the work we're going to talk about today. And I want to thank you for that and having the courage to be on a stage and talk in front of so many people about what you both are doing. I know you're going to get that home very soon. So congratulations to you both. Thank you. So it is good to be back in Maryland, and it is good to be with former Majority Leader, Congressman Steny Hoyer. Steny, I want to thank you always. I have shared many a stage and walked many a block with Steny Hoyer. He is always fighting for the people of Maryland. It is so good to be back with you. And to the leaders of Bowie State, I want to thank you, Madam President. I want to thank you for the warm welcome. Where is she? There you are. I want to thank you for the warm welcome and all the work you are doing for the future of America here at Bowie State. Thank you for that. And I want to thank all of the folks who are part of the Home Free USA program, because you're doing the work on the ground every day. Thank you. So, our Secretary, Marcia Fudge, wanted to be here today to talk about the incredible work that the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the work they have been doing to expand access to housing on a number of levels, including expanding access to counseling to help people know how to be on a track to actually get a home and keep a home. And the work that she has done as the Secretary of HUD has been extraordinary. Her work is the work that is about making sure that more Americans have and can receive trustworthy advice on how to buy a home, how to lower their rent, and plan their financial future. So in her absence, about her, I must say, She is a former mayor, a former member of Congress, and now as the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Marcia Fudge has been a true champion for the families and homeowners of America, and so let us give her a round of applause. Because we do rely on her leadership and partnership. So today, I will begin with a very brief and short story. So for most of my childhood, our family rented. And then there was this one afternoon where our mother, called my sister Maya and me in. We were in high school at the time, and she called us into the kitchen. And she showed us this photograph. And it was a picture of a one-story dark gray house with a shingled roof and a beautiful lawn. And Mommy, which is what we called her, was telling us that after her years of saving, she was ready to become a homeowner. And I remember that day so vividly. Our mother was so excited. And we were therefore so excited because our mother was so excited about what this meant in terms of not only a symbol of her hard work, but what it means to be able to have that symbol of pride in yourself, knowing also what it means in terms of what you can do for your family. I remember that so well. And so not only for my mother, but for millions of people across our nation. That's what that means. Home ownership is an essential part of the American dream. For so many people, a home is more than simply a house. It is community. The community that comes from block parties, from cookouts, from lending a cup of sugar to the person who lives next door. A home represents financial security, the opportunity to build wealth and equity that can help put your child through college, afford retirement, create intergenerational wealth within your family. That's what all this represents. It is so much bigger than a piece of property. And for so many people then, it is about what they can do to create a foundation for a better future for themselves, for their family, and for their community. For years, as you have learned, I have been meeting and talking with homeowners about their dreams and about the challenges that they face to become or be a homeowner. As you have heard, when I was Attorney General of California, I met with so many families who, at the time, were weeks away from losing their homes. I traveled up and down the state of California meeting with these families. And you see, the folks that I met with, for the most part, were folks who had trusted the system and the financial services system, trusted that they would be treated fairly by these systems, by the big banks, but who instead were victimized by predatory lending practices. And so, being Attorney General, I held the banks accountable, as did many of our partners around the country. And for California, we were able to secure $20 billion for the homeowners of California, yes, for them, including millions of dollars for financial literacy clinics and fraud education programs to teach people how to fight against fraud and to avoid fraud. As Attorney General, I also drafted and helped pass what we named the Homeowner Bill of Rights, which was the first bill of its kind in the nation to protect families from deceptive practices and from disclosure in a way that, or to get them disclosure in a way that they would know what was happening with their future. And so then, years later, and now as Vice President, this is the work we continue. Now, most of you, Steny, you remember, we came into office, Joe Biden and I, and started these last 2 years, but we started at the height of the pandemic when we came into office. And so let's remember that at the time, millions of Americans had lost their jobs and fallen behind on their rent or mortgage payments. But President Biden and I understood what was going on behind the scenes, how that had happened. We understood that people, through no fault of their own, were on the brink of eviction or foreclosure. And so we took action, and we helped more than 8 million households pay rent, and we also put a pause on mortgage payments for nearly 3 million more individuals. And that brings us to today, where we are here to make an announcement about how we can help more people in connection with their ability to be a homeowner. So here's how it works. So let's say that you dream of buying a home like so many hardworking people, and you have a steady job, and you work hard, and you work good, but your credit score could be a little bit better. So even though you've been saving, you still do not have enough for a 10 or 20% down payment as part of that scenario, right? You're working hard, you have a dream, but you don't have enough for that 10 or 20% down payment. Well, if you went to a bank, and if your credit score weren't perfect, if you went to a bank, it's unlikely they would approve you for a home loan. Well, you see, that's not only a problem for that individual, that presents a problem for our nation. And I'm going to tell you why. We know that when we increase home ownership, it strengthens communities and it strengthens our economy. Homeowners are more likely to put down roots. Studies have shown homeowners are more likely to volunteer for local charities, to vote in local elections, to start a small business. And understanding then that whole dynamic, about 90 years ago, our nation created the FHA loan program. FHA loans were created to help lower income families buy homes. And the way that it works is by insuring those loans against default. Because arguably, we're talking about folks that might be higher risk on the books. And so last year, millions of home buyers used an FHA loan. And we're talking about folks who are nurses, who are students, who are car mechanics, who are small business owners. They're the folks you know. 80% are also first-time homeowners. So it has been a very helpful program, the FHA loan process. But we also realized, after talking to folks, it's time for an upgrade. Because we have been traveling around the country and we've been talking with folks. And for too many, what we realized is the monthly cost of an FHA loan is still too high. That is why today I am proud to announce that starting on March 20th, we are reducing mortgage insurance payments for all new FHA homeowners by nearly 40%. And what this means is, on average, homeowners will pay at least $800 a year less on their mortgage. And that's $800 more in your pocket for household expenses. We expect that with this new approach, more than 850,000 Americans a year will benefit from this discount. Many will be first-time home buyers. And so this is part of our broader strategy. Every day, Joe Biden and I talk about and work together with our partners, like former Leader Hoyer, current Leader Hoyer, to lower the cost for the people of our nation, because you are a leader. For working families, we have reduced heating and electricity bills. So folks have more money in their pocket to buy things like school supplies, replace the dishwasher, or take a family vacation. For seniors, we capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. So our seniors don't have to choose between filling a doctor's prescription or paying for groceries. And for millions of students and parents and small business owners, we cut the cost of high-speed internet bills by $30 a month to make sure that we connect folks with the essential technology of the 21st century. And so this work we do understanding we have to see people in their whole selves and all of the facets that are part of every person that must be seen and addressed. We do this work because we know that when we lower costs for working people, when working people can buy a home, when working people can thrive, our nation thrives. So, in conclusion, I'll say, together, let us continue to create opportunity and to invest in the ability of all Americans to realize their dreams. May God bless you and may God bless America. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. It is so good to be with you here today. My name is Brittany Pedersen, and I'm so excited to be hosting you here in Jefferson County. As you know, I've spent the last decade representing Jefferson County in the legislature and now in Congress, and it's also the community that I grew up in, so it's very meaningful to be hosting the Vice President of the United States here. Now, I've only been in Washington for a couple of months, but I've spent 15 years working alongside many of you in this room, trying to make Colorado an even better place to live. And you all are here because you know that the most urgent threat that our state faces to enjoying the Colorado way of life and continuing to thrive here is the climate crisis. So that's why we're here today. And I want to thank all of you for taking time out of your day to be with us and for being engaged citizens fighting for a brighter future. And I could not be more excited about our guests today. So, joining us first is one of the best female climbers in the world. She has spent 22 years climbing and also lives here in Colorado. Sasha has been the female overall world champion in climbing, has traveled to over 15 countries in this field, and accomplished more than 30 first and first female ascents around the world. And after reading her bio, I can tell you that her job sounds much scarier than running for Congress. Sasha has seen firsthand the effects of climate change, and she has become a passionate writer, entrepreneur, and fierce activist fighting to protect our planet. Please join me in welcoming Sasha DeJulian. Thank you so much for being with us today, Sasha. And can you believe that we're going to be sitting with the Vice President on stage?
It is truly incredible to be with you. I'm so honored. And my mom, who's here in the front row. I don't think she ever thought when I started doing this random little sport called climbing that I would be here meeting Madame Vice President. So no, I can't believe it.
I can't either. And now it is my incredible honor to introduce a woman who has inspired so many of us, and most importantly, girls across the country who finally see someone like them represented in the White House. But she is an inspiration far beyond the barriers she has overcome. She has spent her life trying to make our nation better, and it is especially passionate and effective in her fight in the climate crisis, to address the climate crisis. From her landmark bills in the Senate on climate equity and increasing access to clean water, to shepherding huge packages through Congress, which, as you know, is incredibly difficult, that address everything from clean energy and electric vehicles to the health and safety impacts of climate change that it has on our daily lives now. I am so thankful for her leadership and beyond proud that she's here visiting the 7th District. So please join me in standing to welcome the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Where's Davis? There he is. Davis over there? There. Okay, good, good. Hi, everyone.
Wow, this is truly surreal being up here with you. I know both of you and so many of us in this room today feel the gravity of the situation that we're in. And as a new member of Congress, my top priority is fighting to protect our one and only planet at the national level. So being from a state like Colorado, we're far too familiar with the devastating impacts of climate change, as our water dries up and our wildfire season is year-round. This can be very scary for many of us and threatens the very existence of communities across Colorado. But right now, I have hope for real change. As the White House and Congress are making a historic investment in our climate, we're at a tipping point. How are you thinking about this moment of climate action?
I, too, am very optimistic for a number of reasons, including that we have leadership like Governor Polis. Where are you? He was here earlier. Attorney General Weiser, who understand the power of these offices if you have a state that is as bold as Colorado, to actually be able to implement policies and show people that beyond a concept or an idea, that it actually works. And it works for the betterment and the improvement of everyone's life for generations also. And so I remain very optimistic because I also couple that with what we've been able to do, our President, Joe Biden, our administration, what we've been able to do that I really do believe is transformational. I've done just the kind of quick math on it. When you combine what we have accomplished with the Inflation Reduction Act, together with the CHIPS Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, we're looking at about $1 trillion that will hit the streets of America on the issue of climate. On the issue of climate. So think about what this means. This infusion of such a substantial amount of resources, which also, by the way, will spur private investment that will then incrementally and actually exponentially grow that number, and what an impact we can have to really fast forward what is long overdue on a number of issues that is both about what we'll do around greenhouse gas emissions, what we will do around water policy. I think we're going to talk about that. I love water policy. Let's talk about that a lot.
It can be what dry, but very important.
Exactly. But let's have that conversation, because as a native Californian, all of us as Western states, we understand what it means. I grew up with drought. I grew up with all this. All the impacts of what this means. But let me just get back to the point, which is that this really is a transformational moment. And so when we think about it in terms of what it means for our youngest, be it our children, our young leaders, if you are in high school, in college, what this means in terms of what we will spur in terms of innovation around a clean energy economy, the new jobs that will be created, then what that means in terms of diversifying and upskilling the workforce to take on these jobs. It's very exciting. So I too am optimistic.
And being here to talk about the great work that you've done and what we can expect here in Colorado is so important because it takes time to implement things. So I just want to thank you for actually being here to highlight these important measures.
Thank you.
And I, too, am truly honored to be in both of your presence. I really appreciate what you both are doing for the environment and the climate. I've been climbing for 25 years, visited over 50 different countries.
My staff got that number wrong. I apologize. I said 22.
25, but I guess that dates myself, maybe. Visit over 50 countries, and I've been able to immerse myself in the most beautiful mountain landscapes and wilderness environments, and through a life lived in the outdoors, I've developed a deep appreciation for the natural beauty of our planet and the diverse global population that cherishes it. But I've also experienced firsthand the devastation of what climate change is doing to these beautiful places. So I joined the Protect Our Winters Alliance to team up with other athletes and advocates to advocate around climate change policy and to protect the safety, but also bolster the green economy of the places that we love. So, Madam Vice President, how has your life shaped your work on climate and the environment?
Well, starting, I guess, from birth, I was born in Oakland, California, and which is in the heart of the Bay Area in California, and the Bay Area takes great pride in being one of the birthplaces of the environmental movement. I grew up learning about, we called it ecology at the time. And so some of us who were born around that time know what I'm saying. And we talked about it in the context of conservation. In fact, I'm going to share with you a very simple story, which is that I went home one day and I said, well, why are conservatives bad, Mommy? Because I thought we were supposed to conserve things. I couldn't reconcile it. Now I can. But you know, it was the movement. Like there was the thing called Save the Bay was a movement. We talked about water. We talked about air, and so I just grew up with it. And I also grew up as a child of parents who were active in the civil rights movement. And of course, that being a bunch of folks who were marching and shouting for equality and justice. And I guess the combination of all of that at the earliest stages of my life caused me to understand the importance of these issues, both in terms of clean air, clean water, cherishing this beautiful planet that we have, but also in terms of principles of equity, understanding the inequities, which we all understand the difference between equality and equity, right? Equality suggests, well, let's give everyone an equal share, everyone, right? But equity understands not everyone starts out at the same base. And so we need to take that into account and have policies that are motivated by equitable outcomes. And when I was elected District Attorney of San Francisco in 2003, I created one of the first environmental justice units of any DA's office in the country. In large part because at the time, and still, there is a community in San Francisco called Bayview Hunters Point, which at the time had an annual household income of about $15,000, 1.5. And not surprising, that community was also the recipient of a lot of dumping and just very bad behaviors, a lot from people outside of the community. And there were high rates of asthma and health outcomes. And so I took that on. I took it on from the perspective saying that not only do we want to encourage good behaviors, but there needs to be a consequence for bad behaviors. And as Attorney General of California, I took that same approach when it came to, for example, a big oil spill in Santa Barbara that many of you probably remember and read about, where there needs to be also accountability and consequence, as well as what we can do to encourage and create incentives for good behaviors. And then fast forward in the United States Senate, some of the work that I did with folks like Michael Bennett at the time and what you all are doing here was around understanding how federal policy around extreme weather and extreme climate had taken into account historically tornadoes and hurricanes, but hey, let's also think about how we're dealing with drought and wildfires, and bringing to bear a perspective from Western states around how it impacts this region of the country a bit differently from other regions of the country. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, the trajectory, and then of course now the work that we are doing around pushing for and now implementing these bills and what it can mean, and also what it means globally. You know, I've now met with 100 world leaders, over 100, right? Presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. And almost every time I have interactions and conversations with them, this topic comes up because, of course, this is a global issue. And we hope that we can use the recent accomplishments, those 3 bills and this amount of money and infusion, to really create and accelerate models of how we can grow a clean energy economy, not only for the United States, but globally.
Thank you.
And that's such an important point, is that we're finally leading the world in this space.
Yeah,
We are
that's right.
long overdue, but we have finally stepped into that role.
That's right. That's right.
All right, now it's my turn. We have our note cards to make sure we don't mess up.
Highlight it.
There were so many great things included in the historic the package that Congress passed. And these new laws are delivering bold solutions with billions of dollars of investments. And I know that we've highlighted some of this, but I just want to emphasize, again, it's about protecting our nation against extreme weather, mitigating against the worst effects of climate change, which we know far too well here in Colorado, and expand access to clean drinking water and achieve sustainable energy independence. This is not only essential for addressing climate change, but we know that this is a national security issue.
Right.
The bipartisan infrastructure law also includes $5 billion to address wildfire resilience, including the smoke impacts that our communities face. And this is absolutely critical, and I think of the communities throughout the 7th District and Colorado, especially in rural Colorado. So all of these bills have a lot of my wish list checked off. These are things that we wanted to get done for a very long time, and you all were able to do it. So what are some of the policies that you're most excited about?
Well, let's talk about water policy. So we also have designated, I believe it's at least $12 billion for Western water issues, right? So that's going to be the resources that we need to diversify water policy. And by that, we all know what that means, right? We need to be equally invested and prioritized in everything from conservation and recycling to water storage, in particular underground storage. What we need to do in terms of thinking about water policy around flood capture. You know, we have grown up with a system that when there are floods, the state of mind is to address the emergency at the moment, which means for many states that are coastal in particular, flush that water into the ocean instead of capturing it. And so thinking about how we will build not only for this moment, but really critically evaluate what we have been doing to understand that some of it just hasn't been very smart, in particular when we are now facing increased drought and these extreme changes. Water policy, you know, we're seeing what some have called the whiplash effect, right? On the one hand, extreme rain. I just left California this morning, looking out the window of the plane at the mountain tops that are behind downtown Los Angeles, feet and feet and feet of snow. And so so far, so good that it hasn't been too hot, so that that snow then melts all at the same time, which could be disastrous after years and certainly months of drought, which means that the soil cannot absorb all that water if it flushes too quickly. But we're looking at everything from drought to extreme rain and snow. And here in Colorado, I don't need to tell you what that has meant. So thinking about water policy in a way that we take into account these extreme conditions and the fact that we get whiplashed between them. Thinking of it in terms of what that means also as an extension of water policy, and I think of it as an extension of water policy, and certainly an environmental justice issue and an equity issue, things like lead pipes. I have been traveling the country, the communities that have been just screaming, crying, the grandparents, the grandmothers, the grandfathers, do something about these lead pipes because the water that comes through those pipes is toxic and has extreme impact on the health, in particular of children and vulnerable populations, seniors, but also the nature of it is such that it also impacts learning ability. And so then think of the intersection here where we're talking about environmental justice, we're talking about a public health issue, we're talking about an education issue, and we're talking about, as an optimist, an opportunity to use what we're going to do with this infrastructure law to put billions of dollars to get rid of all the lead pipes in America over the next 9 years. And what that will mean in terms of jobs, because we also partnering with folks like IBEW and all of our friends in labor with those great apprenticeship programs that are teaching these highly skilled workers how to do the work that we need to get done in the best interest of all of us. So, you know, water policy can go in all these different, it flows in different directions. Oh, I have puns on water. So,
Well,
yeah.
I just want to thank you for your leadership on that as a mom, thinking about what communities are facing around lead pipes and what we're going to face with the consequences of that in the long term. And it's hard to believe in the most wealthy country in the world that we were unable to do this before. But I just want to thank you for finally getting that done.
But and may I also mention, though, on the issue of lead pipes, because it transcends that issue of lead pipes. Remember, lead pipes were installed throughout the country, not just in low-income communities, not just in communities of color. But what, and this is about the principle of equity, but what it could end up, and what would end up happening is a homeowner who has the resources or has equity in their home to take some money out, will then just replace their lead pipes and put in clean pipes, if you have the money. But when you don't have the money, or if you're a renter, or you're living paycheck to paycheck, then they couldn't. And so the significance of what we are doing with the infrastructure law around lead pipes is we're saying this is a public health matter. It affects all of us. Again, look at the intersection around public education, public health, right? All of that. And so we are saying that, therefore, it is in the public interest to use public resources to address it, instead of requiring those renters and those families to do it on their own. So keeping in mind what we have been doing in the last 2 years to also talk about what people have a right to expect their government to address. And especially for all the parents here, the grandparents, the aunties, the uncles, who show up at town hall meetings, who show up at community events, who are talking about why leaders must take seriously what is happening. Keep doing it, because these are the things that come out of that. Truly.
Thank you. This last fall, I spent over a month sleeping under the stars and experiencing really extreme changing weather patterns while going after a new record-breaking first female ascent with my team. Yeah. And something that you really experience while on an expedition is everything is down to the extreme, but also minimal.
Yeah.
You're navigating extreme rockfall, which can be fatal consequences, navigating through sporadic weather patterns, which can lead to really scary storms. And then when I came home to my house in Boulder, Colorado, we were actually evacuated because of a wildfire. And I don't want to stray far from the script because my next question is about water policy, which I'm not going to get in trouble here, but I know you're particularly passionate about water. So love to hear as well your favorite water pun. I think that we got a little hint to that.
They just kind of roll out of me.
But yeah, I'd love to, water is the lifeblood of Colorado, and you're right, it's
and
so
the river,
interconnected to everything. So I'd love to just hear more on the specifics of water policy.
Well, I'll answer it and then I'm gonna ask you a question. So one of the aspects of water policy that I also think is very important is it really does highlight the interconnection and interdependence between us all, regardless of geographic borders. And take, for example, the Colorado River. Take, for example, Lake Mead, all of these water sources, what's happening in California, how that affects Colorado, how what's happening in Colorado affects the region. We are so interconnected and interdependent. And to the extent that we fully embrace that point, I think we will be smarter with policy and resources and understand the importance of collaboration. I think about water policy through the context also of another seemingly unrelated issue, but space. So I am the head of the Space Council. I love space. And
So does Ed Perlmutter.
Right? Right. Exactly. And so think about it, right? So there is now technology. In fact, we just recently launched it, satellite technology that is now mapping water around the globe. So we can now see where it is and where it's flowing. This is extraordinary because it is now, this satellite technology from space will allow us here to have a sense of where it's going, what the trends are, and how we should be thinking again about the interconnection and the interdependence. What it will mean when we think about agriculture and the ability of people to grow food. You mentioned earlier, the Congress member mentioned the point about national security and the interconnection between extreme climate, water policy, and national security. Just think about it. Human beings need to eat food to live. Okay, so if a community or a particular geographic location is experiencing extreme drought over years and years, they cannot grow food. They will then leave that place to go somewhere where they can grow food. And they may go to a place that speaks a different language and prays to a different God, which invariably will lead to some degree of conflict. And as you look at the globe and then put it in the context again of what we're going to be able to see with all this technology about where water is going, where we are losing it, and what that will mean in terms of global migration, of which we are seeing the largest amount of global migration that we have seen in generations, and what that might lead to in terms of conflict. It is very real. And so these issues are all connected, and in that way, water policy is one of the factors that when we address it with an intentionality and intensity, we will invariably have an impact on a lot of residual and related issues. Because when we have the ability to map it and have the data, one of the things, I'm going to Africa at the end of the month, and this is going to be one of my areas of focus, is climate resilience and adaptation. And with this satellite technology, what we can do if we collect the data in a way that is accessible to everyone, not just people who have a PhD, but people who are equally, if not even smarter, who are farmers, giving people access to that technology, that data, so they can then make decisions about when they are planting their crops and what kind of crops to plant, right? So again, these things are all connected in a very important way with multiple layers in terms of impact.
This is something that I think about most immediately, the effects in Colorado.
Yeah.
In the 7th District, it goes all the way to Buena Vista and Salida through Chaffee,
Yeah,
all the way
right.
to the mountain communities. The Arkansas River is the lifeline there. And so they completely rely on the diversion of the Colorado River.
Yeah.
And we know that
Yeah.
we are in a dire position right now with the lack of water. And so you give me hope with what you were highlighting with the new technologies that will be coming about that we can actually utilize to address some of these issues. But I think about the farmers who are there right now who are already going to be facing some of this.
Right.
Well, so the next question, as a mom, and I know there's a lot of moms in the room today. Can I actually get a show of hands for all the moms that are here? Look at that. All right. Well, thank you all for taking time out of your day, being here on a work day, and also coming during what is, for many of us, our kids' nap time. I want to get, Davis is currently sleeping back here. If you could raise your hand, my amazing husband who makes this work possible. Love you so much. And I wanted Davis to raise his hand, but he is dreaming over there. So Davis is only 3, and I'm terrified not just about what his future looks like with the climate crisis, but what the immediate health impacts are for him and for families like ours. You know, growing up in Jefferson County, we were always outside, playing in the foothills and the mountains, going to soccer practice and tournaments. And now I see alerts on the news stations about days where it's unsafe. It's recommended that kids do not go outside, where they have games canceled because of how unsafe our climate is. And so, you know, it is something the most vulnerable communities who are already have the odds stacked against them and have the worst health outcomes because of the environment they're exposed to every day. This also impacts not just kids, but also moms, and especially during their pregnancies. And so I know that you've done a lot of work on maternal health, and can you talk about the intersection of the climate crisis on maternal health?
It's very significant. So in the United States of America today, Black women are 3 times more likely to die in connection with childbirth. Native women, Native women twice as likely, and rural women 1.5 times more likely in connection with childbirth in America today. And there are a number of issues as it relates to Black women, for example. It is well documented and the data bears it out. It has nothing to do with her socioeconomic or educational level. It literally has to do with she is walking in that emergency room or clinic or doctor's office and she's just not taken as seriously, and this is a racial bias issue. But it is also, for all of these groups of women, an environmental issue. And the environmental issue is that there are certain unique stressors that certain women demographically face that obviously will have an impact on their health and their pregnancy. And so, for example, take for example anything from lead pipes to some of the work that we are doing now that I'm also very excited about around electric vehicles and what that will mean. Electric school buses, right? 25 million children a day go to school on a school bus in America, and over 90% of them are diesel fueled, which means not only are those children inhaling those fumes, the bus driver is inhaling those fumes. Whoever is in the educational ecosystem is inhaling those fumes, right? So what it means in terms of a workplace safety issue for that bus driver, not to mention the children or whoever is standing there as the kids are boarding the bus or getting off the bus. And that's a health issue, and that's a health issue for that mom who is pregnant and has other children. An issue is, I know it's particular, I think Denver has the third highest issue with urban heat zones, right? And so what that means in terms of just people who live in concrete areas where there are no trees. It's so basic, right? If you live in a climate that gets very hot and there's no shade, or it's all concrete, and all of us know what that means on a hot day to walk. It's hotter. Yeah. And those are stressors. Those have an impact on the health and well-being of an individual. So the work that I've been doing on maternal health, in particular to reduce maternal mortality, is one, to elevate the issue and to make sure we talk more about it. Again, interconnection, intersection, right, between issues. It includes teaching people in the system around that pregnant woman to appropriately diagnose what is going on in her life to figure out how there can be accommodation and support for her. You know, one of the things that I'm doing there is I had a bill when I was in the Senate to say that we need to train doctors and nurses and medical health professionals to understand and better understand what pregnant women experience and understand it from a culturally competent way. I wrote into the legislation that some of the best trainers of that for medical health professionals will be doulas, right? Who really understand quite well and are some of the most trusted in the healthcare delivery system to be able to do that work. But there's a real connection between issues like maternal health and what is happening in terms of our climate, pollution, toxic air, and what we can do better. So there's that. But I want to get back to Sasha for a minute, because you have such an incredible career.
Thank you.
And points of distinction in terms of what you have done, being the first in so many ways. And you have been an activist and very vocal, using your platform as a outstanding athlete to also talk about climate. Why? What got you to do this?
I think I will replay that moment. This is being filmed right over and over again. I think that's my career highlight, right there. Thank you. I'm here, and I really love that every one of you out here is here, because we live in Colorado. It is home to such an incredible amount of beautiful landscapes, outdoor recreation. You go outside. I go outside every morning. I've made a ritual of hiking to the top of the mountain with my dog, Miss Chaga. And every morning, wow, I pretend like I'm on a phone call in an office and not losing my breath. But I'm so thankful. I feel the dirt under my feet, and I look out at this beautiful sunrise, sometimes later than sunrise, and I think, what gratitude I have for this. And going back to being 6 and going to my brother's birthday party is how I started climbing. I didn't know what climbing was, but it ended up being my conduit to learn about the world in such a diverse set of ways. And when you travel for climbing, you're living with you're camping often. You're living like down on the earth with whatever local community there is, and you're getting to know people, and you're getting to know the planet. And I think that the reason that I'm here and really trying and truly honored to be in both of your presence and all of you is because we should care. Like, nature is our natural playground, so let's protect it. Nice. But coming back to the off of me, I am an optimistic person, and that's been a big route that's gotten me through my career, is trying to stay positive and optimistic through hard times. And it's without a doubt, our climate is going through a hard time.
Yeah.
And it's now or never is what I feel, and I think all of us could agree, but you have so much on your plate, and there are so many big issues to implement, and there are so many policies that feel like they need to be implemented in order for our climate to thrive and to survive. So how do you keep a positive perspective and stay hopeful?
Look, I mean, and I mean that. Look at, like, just everyone look around for a minute. It's incredible. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. And I remain hopeful because I've seen in my life that things that people, perhaps some people couldn't imagine, but others could because they believed in it, that these things happen. That, you know, I feel so strongly that one should never be burdened by anyone's limited ability to understand what's possible. Right? Like, don't let that burden you ever. That's other people's issues. We have to have the ability to see what can be and then go for it. And I promise you, and in particular to the young leaders and the youngish leaders, all of us, right, at every stage of youth that we are in here, we can't ever stop imagining in what is possible, because we have seen that when we believe in something and we know it is right and good, we can create it, we can build it, and we can do it. And so, you know, electric vehicles, electric school buses. I have been visiting places in the United States of America where we are manufacturing electric school buses, and they are really cool. You know, I mean, and in fact, I think that we are on track, on the road, to, it's awful, it's just awful, to being actually a global leader in the manufacturing, the building and manufacturing of electric buses. And so what is that? That's about the creation of a whole new industry. It's about a workforce. Again, I'm going to give a plug, because that has to be done, to union labor and what that means in terms of the training and the building of that work. And so when we're talking about, you know, that workforce, then we're talking about good paying jobs with good benefits and a pension and the ability to buy a home and take your family on vacation, you know, once a year. And so there is just so much that is happening right now that gives me a sense of optimism. And, you know, I grew up, my mother probably is the first real optimist that I ever knew. My mother had two goals in her life: to raise her two daughters, my sister Maya and me, and to end breast cancer. My mother was a breast cancer researcher. And she would take us with her, because she worked long days and long hours and weekends, and she'd take us with her to the lab from time to time, after school and on weekends. And she believed in what could be, and just kept working at it, and made a couple discoveries. And I just believe in that, and I think that's what makes us a country of innovators and leaders and believers and dreamers and doers, right? I mean, we should as a new member of Congress, you're seeing this then from that perspective, but you have a career before you got to the United States Congress of being a leader on so many of these issues. What motivates you?
Well, I think it changes over time. For me, I started getting involved to level the playing field for regular people like me, and it was this community that gave me a chance. But when it comes to addressing climate change, it's something that we all grew up learning about, but it felt like no one was doing anything. And it always was talked about it's our obligation for the next generation instead of it is going to impact us all in our lifetime. And I think that we have to stop just talking about our obligation for the next generation. And believe me, that motivates me more than anything now, having a young son. But we need to talk about what is happening now and what is going to get exponentially worse if we don't act. But I do have hope with leaders like you who have actually are starting to move us in the right direction, that we can rise in this moment and step up in a way that we need to save our planet.
And be better. Like, we're saving something, but we're also going to be better. We're creating, we're innovating. You know, it's exciting. It's not only like, hey, let's throw out the life raft and everybody just pull it in, you know. We're actually creating new things, new ways of doing things. And that's very exciting.
Absolutely. And, you know, this has just been a surreal day, something that I'll remember forever. And I just want to thank you so much, Madam Vice President, for joining us in Jefferson County and in Colorado. And Sasha, thank you for your leadership and advocacy and being such an inspiration as well. Clearly, the Biden and Harris administration is delivering for the United States of America. And I am so excited to be a partner with you in Congress to work on these issues. And so before we conclude, thank you all for coming, and I would just want to turn it back to Madam Vice President for any closing remarks.
Well, okay, so I mentioned space before. So I have had the privilege of, from time to time, while on Earth, talking with our astronauts while they're in space. And I have almost to a one asked them, what about your travel there and being there, if anything, has changed your perspective about Earth? And almost to a one, they say how beautiful it is when they look at Earth from space and how delicate it is, how fragile in its beauty. And so I would close us out by just saying that we all know some of the most precious things are fragile, and that's why we pay special attention to take care of them. And so let's continue to do that. Thank you all.
Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you so much for being here. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's great to have you here in Miami Beach, very especially on International Women's Day. Can it get any better? You are a history-making vice president.
You too, sister.
Well, I'm only the VP at my house, but well, that's good enough. But you and I have had the privilege of traveling the globe, doing different things, I might add. But I've been able to experience firsthand with my connection with people all over the world, the connectivity that we do have as human beings and for our planet. And absolutely, we need to tackle this issue together because it is a world event. I love that this is an important conference focusing on solutions for climate change and not just the problem itself. I know that you and President Biden signed into law the largest investment in history to tackle climate crisis, and it is, that deserves applause. Absolutely, we need an administration focused on the things that need to be fixed. I'm a grandmother of a 10-year-old grandson, and I am particularly worried, and I feel that we absolutely need to do something to stem the tide, pun absolutely
Yeah.
intended here in Florida.
We can't just drip, drip, drip on this.
Absolutely. So how are you thinking about this moment?
So like you, and I want to thank everyone here in the Aspen Institute, I think we all understand that we have to be solutions driven, and the solutions are at hand. I am therefore very optimistic and frankly a bit excited about where we are right now. As you mentioned, Gloria, and it's wonderful to be on stage with you, and thank you for your leadership in using your voice in so many ways on so many issues. We have, by my rough math, with the infrastructure law, with the Inflation Reduction Act, with the CHIPS Act, we are looking thus far in the 2 years of our administration at about $1 trillion that's going to hit the streets of America on the issue of climate. $1 trillion. And so we need to make up for some time lost, no doubt. But when we think about this, this is not incremental. This is going to have, I think, an exponential impact on where we need to go around a number of issues that are about climate adaptation and resilience. But also, I think of it in the context of what we are doing that is about job creation, manufacturing. What we are doing that is going to be about US-based manufacturing in a way that we will develop the skills and the workforce and also be intentional about driving diversity within the workforce in a way that it's going to have a substantial impact on a new economy, which is a clean energy economy. This is so exciting. I think of it in the context of what the resources we are putting into it right now will mean not only to the people of the United States, but around the globe, to your point. I was just in Munich a couple weeks ago at the Munich Security Conference, and after speaking about Ukraine and some other issues, I spoke about this issue. What we are doing here, and I want to give all thanks to the activists and the leaders who've been in this space doing this work for years and years. Because, we talk about the inside-outside game, right? It often takes that push from the folks who are outside to get, the bureaucracy of government to actually move. And we're seeing it happen. And so the global impact then, even when we talked about it in Europe, is that these investments will have a number of global impacts. One, when we think about investing in a clean energy economy and what we are doing, what we will do to therefore increase supply, right? And what that will mean to bring down global prices. We increase supply, it's going to bring down prices. But the other is the investment in technology and innovation to do the work that is about clean energy, about adaptation and resilience, will mean coupling with not only the government resources, but the private resources that will be spurred because of this. Investment in innovation and the creativity, the natural creativity around this, that will be models that will be used around the globe. So the impact is profound in terms of the number of people who will benefit. And then, of course, there is the point that is about the bringing down costs, but also clean air and clean water. And what this means in terms of something that is so precious in terms of the resources that we must protect.
Absolutely. And for me particularly, when we think about clean air and electric vehicles, I'm also concerned about what are we going to do with those batteries and the things that drive the electric vehicles. And I understand that there's new technology also involved with that.
That's right. And I'll tell you, I'm one of my themes is probably going to be, I'm just very excited. So I am excited about electric vehicles, and in particular, electric school buses. So I've been visiting U.S. manufacturers of electric school buses. Okay, everyone here knows this is so totally preaching to the choir. It's estimated that 25 million children in our country a day go to school on the school bus. And over 90% of the school buses that are currently on the road are diesel fueled, which means that our children are breathing that toxic air. It is then having an impact on public health issues like asthma. What is that going to mean? It will then have a public education impact because they are going to miss days of school and what that means in terms of missing critical phases of their education. It's a workplace safety issue because the school bus driver is also breathing that. And what we are doing right now around investing in US-based manufacturing around electric school buses, and the work that is happening that is also about holding up and lifting up our folks like IBEW and our union apprentice programs and what they are doing to build the skills that are necessary to do the jobs that are good paying jobs where there are going to be workplace safety and pensions and all of the things that recognize the dignity of work. All of this is part of the ecosystem when we think about an issue like electric vehicles. And so the Venn diagram of it all includes public health, public education, we're creating jobs. It's an environmental justice issue because as we know these days, mostly the kids who go to school on the school bus are in low-income communities. And all of these issues then will benefit from an approach that is about clean energy and being smart around a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions.
That speaks to me.
Yeah.
Yes. Both my kids had asthma, so I totally understand exactly what you're talking about. And you know, I came to Miami when I was about 18 months old as part of the Cuban diaspora. And my Asturian grandfather would take me to the beach every day. So I have been enjoying the wonderful things that Florida has to offer for many, many years. In fact, he relaxed so much one day that he fell asleep floating on his back, and I had to get the lifeguard to go get the kayak and bring him back. But I remember standing and looking on Ocean Drive and enjoying the breeze and the sun. And, you know, even at a young age, I understood how important it is to keep the planet healthy. Now, after living in Miami Beach for 38 years, we see the changes.
Yeah.
Our bays, coral is dying.
Yeah.
We have major fish kills. And being on the water, I have seen the water rising to an alarming degree.
Yeah.
So saving our oceans is a big deal for me. I know that you are focused on this work. So how did you first get engaged in that?
Well, probably since birth. I was born in Oakland, California, which is in the Bay Area of California, and you know, the Bay Area it credits itself as being one of the birthplaces of this movement. I grew up in elementary school. It was then, I'm going to date myself, but it was ecology classes that we would have. And in the Bay Area, there was this whole movement around Save the Bay, and the activism was strong. And then couple that with the fact that my parents met when they were active in the civil rights movement, which of course was a fight for justice and equality. And those influences really, I think, formed how I have thought of and worked on this issue, which is to take seriously the need to protect and preserve this beautiful earth, but also that let's always think of it through the lens also of equity and justice. So, as you mentioned, when I was DA of San Francisco, I created one of the first environmental justice units because at the time, there's a community in San Francisco called Bayview Hunters Point that had an annual household income, which I think is still true, of about $15,000, 1.5. And not surprisingly, that community was just, you know, treated by some like a dumping ground. And you would see high rates of asthma, and you'd see the public health impact. And, you know, in this movement, I think it's important for us, sometimes we might debate it, but I think it's important for us to also agree that there has to be consequence for bad behaviors. And so I created this environmental justice unit as a way of making sure that we were enforcing the laws that would protect communities that in particular were vulnerable, often because they were low income and didn't have access to the power that would otherwise be able to put a stop to that. When I was Attorney General of California, similarly, running the California Department of Justice, second largest Department of Justice in the country, only to the US Department of Justice, I took on this issue. You know, some of you may remember the Santa Barbara oil spills and what we needed to do in terms of litigation there. And so I have thought of it in many ways that includes the enforcement piece, includes the justice piece, but also as a kid maybe from the Bay Area, thinking about it with, again, excitement around the innovation and the potential that we have to actually invest in these brilliant, smart approaches, a lot led by, the young leaders who are here, who I just met with earlier, to think about, what we can do to get in front of this in a way that we also see the potential for new approaches, new professions, new leaders. Very excited about that.
Absolutely, and I know we have people from outside of Florida at this conference. How many here are from our beautiful state of Florida? Okay, so I don't have to tell you how important water is to us. We're dangling by a thread to the United States. We're practically an island here.
Yeah.
And
indeed.
Yes, very much. And we all care very much about the beauty of the life that the oceans afford us, both on the water, in the water, the importance of, as we mentioned, our bay. And we are a big part. We are very connected to the Bahamas. We butt up against their international waters. And it really is a responsibility for all coastal areas to take action, because the majority of the fish that people eat are literally on the coastal areas of the entire world. So we hold a very deep responsibility. You can tell that I'm very passionate about water. I'm a captain. I have 3 courses in navigation,
I didn't know that.
seamanship, and piloting. Yes. And I am very, very careful when I am out there on the water with the marine animals, with the manatees and everything, because we've seen a lot of sharks dying, whales that have been beached here. So that is crucial to me. I heard you love water policy.
I do,
right?
actually. I do.
Tell us about that.
I mean, even just the origin stories. Growing up in the Bay Area, we had one of the, back in the 70s, huge, extreme drought, and, just learning from an early age the precious nature of it all. Water policy. First of all, we've got to diversify water policy and put the resources into it, right? So it's about conservation and recycling and what we need to do around water storage, and in particular underground water storage. Desalination, let's try and get that right and think about what we need to do there. Water policy, understanding that through the work that we will do, it is about, again, creating jobs, creating infrastructure. Let's think in a different way, water policy. Traditionally, we see floods, and then we treat that issue in a reactive way as the emergency issue it is when it happens, but the policy's not been so smart, because in coastal communities, the way to deal with the emergency, flush it into the ocean. And so let's think about ahead of time, okay, if we're gonna deal with these whiplash effects that we're seeing in California, where we're seeing, on the one hand, a drought, and then months later, maybe even weeks later, right, flooding, how are we going to have smart policy around not only behaviors, but infrastructure and building, and just municipal policies that adapt to the realities of these issues? I also think of it in the context of what I think most people here for sure would agree. Access to clean drinking water should be a right, not a privilege of those who can afford it. Right?
Absolutely.
And so let's also start with that value statement and then figure out, okay, so are we actually playing that out? And I think about that in the context of lead pipes. We've been doing a lot of work around lead pipes, and our infrastructure resources are going into getting rid of, our estimate is within the next 9 years, we will get rid of all lead service lines in the country, lead pipes. So the grandmothers and grandfathers of those communities, predominantly now low-income communities, have been talking for years about the fact that, we may not be a scientist or a medical doctor, but don't tell me that this issue is not affecting the health of my child, because it is. They've been pointing to the fact that drinking that toxic water is having an impact on the child's ability to learn. I have met with the families, I've met with children who have actually had those experiences. And so the work that we need to do to also address something like that. Think about it from the perspective of justice, which is this, and equity. Well, lead pipes were not built only in low-income communities and communities of color. However, knowing then that it is producing toxic water, those who have the means, in communities, for example, with high rates of home ownership, can take some equity out of their home and get rid of those pipes and install new pipes. But not in the communities where you have high rates of renters or low income who are barely making it from month to month, and then that not being dealt with. And so the importance of the policy that we have is to say this has to be a matter of public health. And in a democracy, we should agree that the government, therefore, should meet the needs, in particular in a public health crisis, and step in to take those pipes out. And that's what we're doing.
Absolutely. Yes. And I want to get to those important policies and legislation that you've gone through. But, you know, these things work. We're seeing when you take steps, it works. I know that our wonderful city of Miami Beach has been raising streets and building pipes to get rid of the flooded waters, and we are seeing a lot less flooding.
Right.
And one of the things I'm most excited about is there's over $1 billion that has been designated for the Everglades.
Yes,
now,
yes.
The Everglades,
Yeah.
it's so important. I mean, even, I know that our street, 8th Street that runs across the entire state, originally they didn't know what would happen when they put that street through, and it caused the death of many plants and animals. They are now raising this, and already we are seeing those plants and animals coming back. And the Everglades is so important. It's the largest wilderness, tropical wilderness in the United States, the largest wilderness of any kind east of the Mississippi. It's a fragile ecosystem that cleans the water, the fresh water in Florida. So we'd love to know, what are some of the new climate investments that excite you the most?
Well, the water, what we're doing with water is definitely one of them, including, to your point, the $1 million that will go into addressing the Everglades, which, as I'm told and have read, produces about water for about 8 million people here in this area of South Florida. It was interesting. I was having a conversation with someone earlier about the Everglades, and the way that they described it to me is that the Everglades are almost drowning because of the seawater, the rising sea level. And just the visual image of what that means, to your point, in terms of the ecosystem that is there, in terms of plants and life. So that is the work we're doing, the electric vehicle work. The work that we are doing, for example, rebates. So and again, it's about bringing down costs. So electric vehicle rebates. So I think I have these numbers right, but it's about $7,000 for new electric vehicles, about $4,000 for used electric vehicles, which is a new approach, which is to create rebates for vehicles that are used. We also have created rebates for families to install new HVAC systems. So thinking about also the ways that we uniquely as government have the ability to create incentives, financial incentives, because again, in the justice category of all of this, it should not be that only the people who, I think many people have the will to participate in what we must do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and be smart. But not everyone has the means, because there is so much about what can be significant or accelerated that requires resources. And so we have to think about this movement in a way that we are making it affordable for a working family that wants to participate, but otherwise has been unable. And that's part of the work that our administration is doing, which I think is very important.
It's very important. And in Florida, you know, we have a lot of very difficult challenges, both with the hurricanes, as we saw on our West Coast, that really had and offshore drilling. There's a lot of things that we can be doing to be very responsible as we head into this new era where we really need to take big steps. And, you know, I was born in Cuba, and I've traveled the globe extensively, as have you. You've traveled the globe extensively, and you're working all kinds of issues. But when you're meeting with world leaders, how are you ensuring that the U.S. is doing its part?
So there's work to be done there. I have, for example, been meeting with the Caribbean island nation leaders. There's the group is called CARICOM. It's the Organization of Caribbean nations. And I've been very candid with them, which is that we have to admit that there are certain nations that are some of the biggest emitters, and there are certain nations that are paying the biggest price. And so I look at what's happening in the Caribbean, and they're island nations. So they're seeing the land erosion, they're seeing the sea levels rising. Let's be clear that they are also experiencing these extreme weather events, which have a direct impact on one of the main sources of their GDP, which is tourism. And so they're just compounded harm that they're experiencing, disproportionate to their role in the cause of it all. And so I've been convening them, and we've been meeting with them around what we have initiated. We had a summit with them recently where we are, as the United States, going to facilitate technical assistance and facilitate private investment, U.S. private investment, to assist them in growing their clean energy economy and building up their adaptation and resilience capacity. And I just think that's the right thing to do. I was in Thailand recently dealing with activists who are working on the Mekong River and the issues that are there. And I brought a group of activists together. I told the government this is what I was going to do, but I did it. And bringing these activists together to uplift their work, which is about fighting for sustainability and fighting against what are industrial practices that are really having a very profound adverse impact in that region. So that is the kind of work that we have been doing, but there is more to do. And I would say that the reality, I think, is that we have to understand the impact of what we have done and what we continue to do, and then have a conversation about what therefore is our role as the United States in addressing it in a way that can be helpful, because it is our neighborhood, in particular when we're talking about Western states. But I also, for example, went to the Philippines and went to the Palawan Islands. I'm told I was the first vice president or person at that level who had been there. And the Palawan Island is in the South China Sea. And there I visited with the local folks who are involved in trying to have investment around sustainable fisheries. And I think whatever we can do to help incentivize and support the kind of activism and work that's happening around the world will inure to our benefit, in that it will benefit the globe. So that's how I think about it.
And thank you so much. And it's daunting work, all of us that are here seeing this conference. When you look at the things that are happening all over, it's easy to get disheartened, but I happen to believe that we are all creating reality collectively together. Yeah. And whenever I need inspiration, I look to my family. From the moment that my kids were born, we did whatever we could. We'd go to the back of the house, clean up the things that washed up on the rocks behind the house. There's something that each of us can do in our own families to make things better. We can't focus on things and say, oh my God, it's too big, we can't fix it. We have to stay positive. And I know that I look to my family, my fans worldwide that have allowed me the pleasure of being able to make music for them. What is it that motivates you to do this kind of work?
I see that it makes a difference. I think, is that where the young leaders are, the fellows that I just met with? I thought that was you. I just met with, I hope everyone has had a chance to meet with them. I mean, they're brilliant. Look at just doing the dance in the chair. They're excited. They're thinking about, one of the young leaders was talking to me about climate mental health. I said, tell me what's going on with your peers. Climate mental health. And she talked, I said, I think I understand that, but unpack it for me. And she talked about how her peers are thinking about it. One example is, whether when they're ready, could they start a family? Yes. Worried about what that would mean. And the stress of it. They were talking about it in terms of their peers trying to figure out, they're going to have to get a job and they're going to have to make a living, but what can they do and how can they adapt the education that they're having now to their activism? To which I was sharing with them, when I go to speak at colleges, when I talk about this, I say, if you're there's a bunch of students, and I'll say, if you're an HR major, well, we're creating a clean energy economy, and all kinds of new businesses are going to sprout out because of that. They're going to need an HR person. If you're a communications major, we're going to need you to understand everything that is at play and help us articulate this in a way that makes sense to the largest number of people and that is accessible. So that make me so excited because you're gonna leapfrog over all of this. You are. And, you asked Gloria earlier about just the international and global piece. This is gonna be the leadership that not only is dealing with the climate crisis, but we all understand connected to that is what we're seeing around the globe in terms of food insecurity, energy insecurity, and what that means. I took heat when I was in the United States Senate, for a number of reasons, but when, there was a time when I was questioning someone who was up for a nomination for a position that is about national security. And I asked this person about the climate crisis as having a national security component. And what press just took me, what is she doing? What is she doing? But here's the thing. When we think about this work, it ranges from issues like food insecurity, energy security, to national security, global security. Why? Because, basic fact, human beings need to eat food. If you cannot grow food where you live, you move somewhere else. And invariably, it is very possible that communities of people will move to places that speak a different language and pray to a different God, which will result in conflict. We are seeing, if you look at migration patterns around the world and overlay that with what we're seeing in terms of changing climate, more migration, I'm told, than we've seen historically. And there's a direct connection to all these issues. So the leadership that we have, I'm excited about it because it's going to address a lot of these issues that seem unconnected, disconnected, but are directly impacted by this work.
Madam Vice President, first let me congratulate and thank you for representing women in such a daunting position. Absolutely.
Thank you.
We know politicians catch heat, and thank God somebody wants to take it because I wouldn't want that job. But thank you, everyone that's here in this conference, for having the conversation, for starting the conversation, for taking steps, for passing legislation, for being focused on things that as a world we need to focus on together. And I'm very proud of Florida and Miami Beach and the Aspen Institute. And I thank you so much for being here with us. It's really an honor to have you, and it's an honor to be able to speak with you here
Thank
today.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Hello, Ghana. I am incredibly honored to be with you here in Ghana and to the people of this incredible continent, to the people of Ghana, and to all the young leaders with us today, students, entrepreneurs, activists, advocates. It is my extraordinary honor to be with you. So I don't need to tell you, the median age on the African continent is 19. By 2050, 1 in 4 people in the entire world will be on this very continent. 1 in 4. That, of course, means what happens on this continent impacts the entire world. Seeing all of you here today makes me so optimistic and excited about this future. The energy, the dynamism, and the potential that each of you embody. And that is why I am here today. As President Joe Biden said at the US-Africa Leaders Summit last December, we're all in on Africa. We are all in. Because African nations play such a critical role on issues of global importance, issues that matter to the American people and to the world. Issues like food security, the climate crisis, public health, and resilient supply chains. We are all in because African leadership is critical to global peace and security. And African nations are essential partners at the United Nations and in support of international rules and norms. We are all in because the fates of the American people and of America and the continent of Africa are interconnected and interdependent. We are all in because there are long-standing ties between our people. We have an intertwined history, some of which is painful, and some of which is prideful, and all of which we must acknowledge, teach, and never forget. Because of this history, this continent, of course, has a special significance for me personally as the first Black Vice President of the United States of America. And this is a history, like many of us, that I learned as a young child. Stories, cultures, and traditions passed down from generations. In addition, this continent has a personal meaning for me because my grandfather and other members of my family worked in Zambia in the 1960s alongside a newly independent people. I was fortunate enough to visit them in Zambia as a young girl. The values that guided my relatives when they were there and the legacy of their efforts remain a source of pride for my entire family and continue to animate my work today. So then, what does it mean that the United States of America is all in? It means that the United States is committed to strengthen our partnerships across the continent of Africa. Partnerships with governments, the private sector, civil society, and all of you. Partnerships based on openness, inclusiveness, candor, shared interests, and mutual benefits. And to be clear, America will be guided not by what we can do for our African partners, but what we can do with our African partners. Together, we will address the challenges we face and the incredible opportunities ahead. And today, I will speak about one particular area of opportunity: investment in innovation. Innovation, I believe to be the pursuit of what can be, unburdened by what has been. Innovation results in one's ability not only to see, but to do things differently. New methods, new products, new approaches, new ideas. We innovate to be more effective and to solve problems. From the invention of new technology to the origin of social movements, innovation has come about by challenging the premise, questioning the status quo, and bold thinking. And so to the young leaders here today, you, by your very nature, are dreamers and innovators. And so to you I say, it is your spark, your creativity, and your determination that will drive the future. And with that then, African ideas and innovations will shape the future of the world. And so we must invest in the African ingenuity and creativity, which will unlock incredible economic growth and opportunities, not only for the people of the 54 countries that make up this diverse continent, but for the American people and people around the world. So the Biden-Harris administration and the American people stand ready to partner with you to help accelerate the innovation and entrepreneurship that is already underway. Let's look, for example, at what is happening across the continent in technology, science, agriculture, and clean energy, where innovation is solving local problems and global problems. Just think, before Venmo or Apple Pay, there was M-Pesa in Kenya, a mobile phone payment service that revolutionized the digital financial system. Right now, African nations are pioneering the delivery of healthcare supplies by drone. In Rwanda, this has reduced the delivery time for emergency blood supplies. In Ghana, this service has delivered more than 9 million vaccines, including those for COVID-19. This service has expanded to Kenya and Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire. And recently, to the United States in North Carolina, Arkansas, and Utah. In South Africa, part of the world's largest radio telescope is under construction, which will help answer some of the biggest questions of humanity about galaxies, about gravity. In Tanzania, plans are underway to build the first facility of its kind on the continent to process minerals that go into electric vehicle batteries. We see water-based farming in Kenya, battery energy storage systems in Malawi, and fintech startups in Nigeria. African ideas and innovations shaping the world, all of which fuel our optimism and hope. Yet, we must also be candid about the challenges. From security concerns in the Sahel, to droughts and floods exacerbated by the climate crisis, and barriers to economic growth, both on a macro and micro level. We must tackle these challenges and find ways to accelerate opportunity, growth, and stability. And I believe we must be intentional to make progress in 3 key areas: the empowerment of women, digital inclusion, and good governance and democracy, all of which are a focus of my visit to the continent and going forward, and all of which have the potential to create even more innovation that will unlock new jobs, new industries, and exponential growth. So let us agree, women around the world must be able to fully participate in economic, political, and social life. And they must be able to participate equally, including in leadership roles. It is a key to maximizing global growth and opportunity. However, we see gender disparities around the world, including in the United States. Disparities we must all address. On the continent of Africa, we know women grow a majority of the food, yet they are less likely to own the land they farm. They represent a majority of frontline healthcare workers, but face disparities in health outcomes. Women are entrepreneurs, yet have limited access to capital and markets. They are peacemakers and bridge builders, yet continue to be underrepresented at the tables where decisions are being made. And there are many factors that impact a woman's ability to survive and thrive. One of those is economic empowerment. And when we lift up the economic status of a woman, let's be clear, we lift up the economic status of her children, her family, her community, the entire economy benefits. So know that the United States of America will work alongside our partners each and every day to close gender gaps here and around the world. And ultimately, our belief is that the empowerment of women is rooted in the concept of freedom, not just freedom from violence or want, but freedom to create one's own future, a freedom we desire for all people. The second area where we must together make progress is in the digital economy. Whether you are a student relying on virtual courses, a farmer relying on an app for an early warning about extreme weather, or a small business owner looking to sell goods online, digital services are essential to 21st century economies. There are places on the continent of Africa that lead the world in digital solutions, yet other places on the continent that lag behind. Expanding access to the internet drives growth and creates opportunity for innovation. And once people are online, they have greater access then to education, greater access to information, and greater access to financial services, which is why the United States will double down on our effort to mobilize billions of dollars in public and private capital from the United States, the continent of Africa, and around the world in order to expand internet access for the benefit of all people here on the continent. To this end, the partnership between the public and private sectors is essential. Partnerships that combine the experience and expertise of the private sector with the reach and capacity that only governments can provide. Together, we can unleash growth and opportunity that far exceeds what either the public or private sector can achieve on its own. And the United States is committed to build these types of partnerships to increase digital inclusion on the continent. And finally, to create inclusive economic growth and to advance innovation, we must continue to support and invest in good governance and democracy. Good governance, well, it delivers predictability, stability, and rule of law, which is what businesses need to invest and what benefits all of society. And good governance is a key attribute of a good democracy. Recent polling tells us the vast majority of Africans support democracy over other forms of government, which reflects our shared desire for freedom and opportunity, transparency and accountability, for free and fair elections, the orderly transition of power, and the protection of fundamental human rights. Indeed, this is a priority for the American people, and it is a global priority. The United States will continue to work alongside democratic governments and in support of democratic aspirations of the people of this continent. In demonstration of this partnership, this week, our administration is co-hosting in Zambia, the Summit for Democracy, an opportunity to learn from each other and strengthen democratic institutions. And I will say, while democracy is always a work in progress, including in my own country, the American people will always stand with those yearning for more freedom. And let us be clear that innovation thrives in a democracy. New ideas thrive where freedoms thrive. Free thinking leads to problem solving. And so I believe, acting together with intention, we can make progress in these three areas: the empowerment of women, digital inclusion, and good governance and democracy. And just let us take a moment to imagine the future. A future where women are not just included, but also lead. Imagine a future where every person is connected to the digital economy, a future where every young person trusts that their voices are heard, a future that is propelled by African innovation. So as we leave here today, let us consider then our shared future. Know the United States will remain a steadfast partner for progress. I am more optimistic than I have ever been about the future and the future of the continent of Africa, and by extension, the world. Not only because of the work we undertake in government, not only because of the investments in the private sector, I am optimistic about the future of the world because of you. The woman who will shatter every glass ceiling, the entrepreneur who will identify the next digital breakthrough, the activists who will fight for the dignity of every human being, students and scientists, athletes and artists, farmers and fishers, and the young innovators who will solve problems that we haven't yet identified with solutions we can't even yet imagine. So all of this to say, you, and in particular the young leaders here, you have a role to play. And together we have a role to play. So then, let us dream with ambition and lead with conviction. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. And again, thank you all, these extraordinary global leaders, for coming together around this table for a very important discussion and for combining our resources, both intellectual, mental, and in terms of the work that we each do. I'm very much looking forward to the next 2 hours spent together and all the work we will do going forward. As I began this week-long trip on the continent, I mentioned in a speech at the beginning of the trip in Ghana that the United States is committed to strengthening our partnerships across the continent of Africa with governments, with the private sector, and civil society, including all of you at this table. On this trip, I have worked with African partners as well as partners in the United States and around the world to deliver significant investments on this continent. Yesterday, here in Lusaka, I announced more than $7 billion in private sector commitments that will support climate resilience, adaptation, and mitigation. In Ghana earlier this week, I announced $1 billion in public and private sector investments to support the empowerment of African women, including a new Women in the Digital Economy Fund, with 4 areas of main focus, which are access, affordability, digital literacy, and gender inequality. I met with tech entrepreneurs in Dar es Salaam and women business owners and young creatives in Ghana to understand how we can better support their ideas and innovations. And in Zambia this morning, I met with farmers using climate-smart agriculture, agri-tech, some of us call it, in extraordinary ways. In my meetings with the presidents of Ghana and Tanzania and here in Zambia, we have launched new initiatives to strengthen our business ties. We have also advanced our work to support democracy and good governance on the continent, which will invariably create greater stability, predictability, the type that businesses require and need to invest. In each of these engagements, it has been clear there is a strong desire from leaders on this continent, from young entrepreneurs on this continent, to increase investments on this continent. My visit has convinced me more than ever that we must all, around the globe, appreciate and understand the importance of investing in African ingenuity and creativity, the type I have seen during the course of this trip, the type that many of you at this table know and lead. And to do so, I am convinced, will continue to unlock the incredible economic growth and opportunities that we have seen thus far to the benefit of the entire world. To help achieve these goals, I believe in the strength of public-private partnerships. And in fact, this approach that we have taken and the occasion for this meeting, I probably more accurately would call it a private-public partnership. In the investments in the private sector facilitated and coordinated with the public sector, and what that synergy has done, we've seen it before, and can do to maximize the human capacity, the innovation that is occurring here and in other examples around the world. And these partnerships in particular that are private-public, public-private, Combine the expertise and the experience of the private sector with the reach and capacity of the public sector. By working together, I have seen and believe going forward we can unleash growth and opportunity that far exceeds what either the private or the public sector would do on its own. Throughout my career as Attorney General of California, as a United States Senator, and now as Vice President of the United States, I have engaged the private sector to help identify the work that we can do to the benefit of our shared interests and mutual goals. For example, I convened CEOs in Tokyo and Singapore during the course of the last 2 years to discuss collaboration on U.S. manufacturing and to strengthen global supply chains. I launched an innovative public-private partnership to help address the root causes of irregular migration from Northern Central America to the United States. This initiative, with many of the partners who are at this table, has generated more than $4.2 billion in private sector commitments in the countries of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. It has created jobs. It has connected thus far over 4 million people to the internet and brought more than 1 million people thus far into the formal financial system. So we know this approach works. We know this approach works. So now, on my final day on the continent, for now, I have convened this group of business and philanthropic leaders in Lusaka to discuss how we can continue to invest and pursue long-term economic growth together. Many of you at this table and the folks that you work with have a history of doing work on this continent, and we will benefit, I strongly believe, from hearing from you and from lessons learned. There are many areas of focus of this public-private partnership, but there are some in particular that I believe have been most effective and are the main focus of my trip this time. And one of them is the issue of digital inclusion. So when we think about where we are in terms of 21st century economies, digital services are essential to 21st century economies. Digital technologies facilitate opportunities across society and, frankly, I believe can be great equalizers in terms of giving those who have access equal opportunity and availability to information, to education, to networks in a way that improves and empowers themselves, their families, their community, and all of society benefits. And of course, when we talk about digital access, we are talking about everything from financial inclusion to economic opportunities, all of which obviously drive growth and innovation. Africa's digital economy is large and growing. Within the next 2 years, for example, the forecast is that 1 in 6 of the world's internet users will be right here on this continent. 1 in 6. Over the last decade, Africa has continued growth in its digital infrastructure. Examples include innovative mobile phone payment systems in Kenya, fintech in Nigeria, and the delivery of health supplies by a drone in Ghana that has been replicated in the United States. All to say, there are places on the continent of Africa that are leading the world in digital solutions. Yet, in other places on the continent, we see that there is a lag and that there are many who lag behind. And we must be clear about the challenges presented to close these gaps and then commit to take action, because solutions are within sight and within reach. So to address this, last December at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit, President Joe Biden launched the Digital Transformation with Africa initiative. It is a government initiative, so it has an acronym, and it is DTA. So you will see it referred to often as DTA. But the President is very excited about this initiative, as am I. And it is part of a broader initiative and approach that is named the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, or PGII. And President Biden, through these initiatives, has pledged to work with the United States Congress to invest $350 million and to facilitate nearly $500 million in development financing to make sure that people across the continent can participate in the digital and global economy. As a next step, today, I'm issuing a call to action to the private sector and the philanthropic community to support these initiatives and work alongside us to achieve the goals of DTA and PGII. More specifically, I call on the private sector to explore opportunities to make direct investments and social impact commitments in areas such as increasing access to mobile banking, financing, and insurance, especially for women, digitizing small businesses to help them become part of the formal economy, providing tools, skills, and training to promote digital literacy, and increasing the use and development of apps. On that last point, I'd ask you to just imagine your own smartphone and the apps that it contains, and what those apps then give you in terms of access to a myriad of information and systems that help you go about your daily life. I mentioned that earlier today I was visiting a farm, and the fellow who runs the operation showed me an app on his phone that through the camera on his phone, if he takes a photograph of a leaf of, let's say, the lettuce he is growing, the app will then, through AI, diagnose the condition of the leaf. Does it need more or less sun, more or less water? So this last point is such a big one in terms of when people are connected to the internet, when they are digitally connected, what it does in terms of opening up information sources and opportunities and access that are unimaginable without it. So this is the work that we are doing together. And in each of these areas, I believe it is particularly important, again, that we focus on inclusion of women and youth. And I call on representatives of the private sector to collaborate with each other as you do already, and with our administration, so we can identify synergies and support each other's work. And I would like just for a moment for us to think about the enormous possibilities that exist for growth and the use of technology. If, for example, as I described, a farmer can prepare for extreme weather or find new markets for their crops. A female entrepreneur can sell her goods through an online retailer. Young people can take classes online. Elderly people can have access to telehealth, and all that that will do to improve the quality of their life. By advancing digital inclusion, I believe we will be able to drive development in all of these mentioned sectors and so many more. So in conclusion, I believe that we are at an inflection point in the world, where the world is obviously faced with crises that we can articulate and we witness, but also where we are seeing in the world incredible innovation, particularly through technology and through, might I say, on this continent where the median age is 19, through incredible innovation among young people. So the investments that we make today have the potential to turn the challenges we face into great opportunities that will have generational and global impact. That is the moment that we are in right now. And that is the ability then that we have to participate in where this all goes. And so with that, I thank you all. Obviously, I am extremely optimistic about the future of this continent and by extension, the impact it will have on the rest of the world. I thank you all for your leadership and for joining us today for this important discussion. Thank you all very much, and I thank the press, and we will now proceed with the rest of our meeting. Thank you.
Every country on earth, and she documented it all. She documented it all over the course of 2 years. Since then, she's written a book, The Catch Me If You Can, detailing her experiences moving from country to country during this epic challenge. She focuses on 100 of the 195 countries she visited and is committed to increasing cultural awareness. She encourages people to think positively about other countries and the world at large so that we do not miss out on opportunities to have amazing experiences with our neighbors. We are so pleased to have her here today. Let's give her another round of applause. As you know, last week, Vice President Harris traveled to Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia on a history-making trip. To name a few of her engagements, she participated in bilateral meetings and press conferences. She announced significant deliverables that will make a real difference in people's lives. She visited historic and sometimes painful sites, such as Cape Coast Slave Castle. And she spent time with young people, entrepreneurs, women, and more. Here at the museum, we strive to illuminate the connections between our continents, to provide a fuller context of the African American story. You see it even as you walk up to the museum, the corona or crown shape of our building rising up out of the National Mall. The very crown, which we're sitting in examples of the tiles that grace that crown, represent the blending of our cultures, inspired by the shape of Yoruban sculpture and adorned with metalwork that pays homage to African American metalworkers in South Carolina and Louisiana, where my family's from. I must say, riding the roads of Accra last week, lined with billboards of the Vice President, I was struck too by how the museum resembled not just African headdresses, but the ways that women and some men carried everything from water to antifreeze, you could say the entire world, on their heads. What some might see as a burden Black people turn into a crowning achievement. And the museum is a powerful physical manifestation of this history and culture, one both traditional and forward-looking, Afrofuturistic, and resilient. And it's not lost on us that Vice President Harris is an equally salient manifestation of this. Her personal story illustrates the global impact of the African continent, which she visited as a child. And it reminds us that we are all connected by not only our history, but our present and our shared future. We are pleased to be here today to hear directly from the Vice President about this important trip. And with that, I am pleased to introduce Vice President Kamala Harris.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. It's so nice to see you in DC.
I know.
After seeing you in a crowd.
I saw you was in Ghana.
Yes.
Just a few days ago,
Just a
practically.
few days. We have been country hopping. And I have to say, for me, as someone, I'm an American-born Ugandan.
Yeah.
I've been to all 54 countries on the continent.
Yeah.
And I used to work in development. You know, I used to work for the UN. I used to consult for USAID. So to receive that invitation was not only a huge honor, but for me, I took it as a personal call to get more involved and understand what the country is doing on the continent. So thank you for the invitation. And I'm super excited to talk about what we learned on the continent, about your goals for the continent in partnership with the United States. So let's roll into it. So I think let's start with how or why did you decide to travel to the continent of Africa at this time?
So First of all, let me thank both of you for being such a big part of the trip. I hope we can cover in this short time we all have together the layers of what that trip was and the nuances. That being said, so as Vice President of the United States, I have now traveled to many places around the world in my capacity as Vice President. I have, at this point, met with over 100 world leaders, be they presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, or kings. And in these meetings and in these travels, it is always with a sense of the responsibility that we have as the United States of America to be present, to be engaged with our allies, with our partners, with people with whom we have great interdependence and intersection in so many ways. And so I have traveled all over the world, practically. And this trip to the continent of Africa was very much in line with that approach, but with an incredible sense of optimism about what is happening on the continent. The median age on the continent of Africa is 19. By 2050, 1 in 4 people occupying space on Mother Earth will be on the continent of Africa. Think about what that means in terms of the opportunity, in terms of the future, in terms of the obvious fact, I believe, as evidenced by the demographics I've just shared, which is that what happens on that continent will impact the entire globe. Not to mention what is the intertwined history that we have and share with the continent. Not to mention the history and present innovation and ingenuity that is on that continent. Not to mention what that continent has done to inform culture in so many ways around the globe. Not to mention the connection in terms of the diaspora and what that means in terms of the untapped, yet I think in terms of maximized power of the diaspora to participate in this partnership we have. And so all of that was the motivation for the trip. And as captured in the speech I gave, our second full day there in Ghana, and I wrote and delivered that speech with a very clear intention, which is to highlight the innovation and the excitement and the opportunity and the momentum that is happening there, and what should be our engagement for so many, I think at this point, obvious reasons. And it was also in follow-up to the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit that we hosted here in December of last year, where our President, Joe Biden, made clear and said from a podium, the United States is all in on Africa. And so it was my intention to reinforce that point and to explain what that means, all in. All in as a partner, not to go in with a sense of like, this is about our benevolence. No, this is about a partnership with the continent and its leaders, tapping into all that is there. So the speech I gave, as you know, was at the Black Star at the monument, where independence is honored, and it's about freedom and justice. And the speech was then, the emphasis was on the excitement that we feel, and then to also talk about, in particular, then what we can do to uplift a couple of specific areas of focus for me in terms of the trip and going forward. And so one is the importance of digital inclusion, because let's be clear, 21st century economies require digital inclusion for the economic empowerment of anyone and all people. And so thinking about how we can then uplift and bring investment to the continent to work with those who are already doing the work on the continent, to increase digital inclusion. I highlighted in particular also what we must do to specifically address the economic empowerment of women. Understanding but just understanding a universal truth, which is you increase the economic capacity of women and families benefit, communities benefit, all of society benefits when we do that. And it was about also, again, in my role as vice president, being there to uplift the importance of good governance and democracy. And so I had bilateral meetings, which are just one-on-one meetings with the 3 presidents of the 3 countries. And among the topics that I raised and we discussed is the importance of good governance and democracy. So raising that it is important when we're looking at, in particular, private investment and U.S. private investment on the continent, that there's going to be certain priorities that include, we're going to want to know that there's freedom of the press, that rule of law, human rights, that these will be issues for Americans in terms of shareholders or consumers to know that we're engaged in a way that there are certain shared priorities in terms of those goals. So these were the areas of focus for the trip as captured in the second day that we were there with the speech that I gave at Black Star Monument.
Thank you so much.
I think we're sharing the mic. Old school. I really want to ask you a bit about the Ghana portion of the trip. We're in this museum of history and remembrance, a place from the beginning that was committed to the unvarnished truth. And I know you visited Cape Coast Castle in Ghana, and you said some powerful words, which were not only about pain, but survival. I was watching it today, and it said, quote, "History must be learned. And we must then be guided by what we know, also to be the history of those who survived in the Americas and in the Caribbean." Can you tell us about your experience at the Door of No Return and what that meant to you?
You know, in many ways, I'm still processing it. It's one thing to read about it and learn history, as most of us have since the day we were born, and then to be at that site, which is one, sadly, of many such sites. And, you know, the tour guide, I don't want to call him a tour guide, he was a historian, taking us through the various dungeons, right? The section for men, the section for women, the section for the troublemakers, where pregnant women were kept because they had been raped. The details of the fact that women were being raped by their captors, and then the baby taken away on the day she gave birth so she could be sold, the mother, and then if the baby lived, would be put to work in that very place. It's like this monument to all that we are discussing today. There is something about being in a physical space that if you have learned about what it represents, you feel what it represents. And that's how it felt. It's a place of horror. It's a place of horror. Because let's remember, first of all, people were kidnapped from their homes and taken for miles, hundreds of miles to this place. They didn't know where they were headed. The untold numbers died on that voyage, then to be put in dungeons where there's a hole toward the ceiling where the light could come, but also depending on whether there was a pathway behind it, is where the guards would watch. And from time to time, they might give water. And the water was it was so little that he described about how these people who had been kidnapped, these victims of a horrible crime, would try to survive, including drinking the water off of somebody else's hair. And you see this place, and it's horrendous. It's horrendous. And so after, we had press with us on the trip, and after I spoke to the press, and I had some prepared comments. And I looked down at the prepared comments, and I was like, I'm not doing that. And I just said what I felt. And it was about, yes, right, in the midst of so-called leaders who are trying to erase history in our country, what we must all do to stand up and speak out about this as loud as we can. It's not just about forget. They're trying to erase history. Let's understand what this means, and there are historical precedents for this kind of approach and what it means and what could come next. So there was that piece of it in terms of my comments that day. There was also the piece of it that I spoke of that was about, well, we're not going to be defeated. And we weren't defeated. And out of that incredible pain and those crimes, the survivors and the descendants, carrying traditions and culture and faith and a memory of family, endured generation after generation, and in this country included the freedom fighters who fought for civil rights and all of those who benefited across the board, whether their ancestors were at that slave. I don't even like calling it a castle, by the way. And what we should do then to also celebrate the strength of our people to come through that and go on to be astronauts. I just spoke yesterday with astronaut Glover. Do you guys know who he is? He's about to go on the Artemis 2 mission to circle the moon. I just talked to him yesterday, right? And so the scientists and the astronauts and the mathematicians and all of the people. And the Vice President of the United States. Right. And so I felt it important at that moment there to bring up all these points. The importance of teaching history, the importance of speaking it, the importance of speaking out against those crimes against humanity, and then to also remember how we must celebrate the endurance and the strength of the will to survive and thrive. So there you are.
Absolutely. That was a word.
All right.
Yeah. So you have been working to empower women throughout your career, and it was obviously a major focus of the trip as well. Yeah. And you breathe rare air, being a woman of power at the head of a major economy. But you also were able to meet with the president of Tanzania, who's one of 13 female heads of state of 193 countries right now. So why did you feel it important to emphasize empowerment of women? And what was that like to meet one of so few of the female heads of state?
She's the only woman on the continent to lead a country. And before her, Ellen Johnson, who was the first and the last elected woman to lead a country on the continent. So there is still work to be done there and here, obviously. But, you know, for example, we convened these women entrepreneurs who are just phenomenal and doing all this extraordinary work. I'm sure there was a picture up here somewhere of that meeting. We're doing all this extraordinary work. One of the women is finding ways that is about sustainable agriculture and smart agriculture. She's, I think, the major producer of mushrooms. She refers to herself as the mushroom queen. And what she is doing to do smart agriculture. There was another woman who was a physician who created a whole approach where she then got investors to get vans to take doctors to the villages, in particular to help with childbirth, because there, like here, there are unacceptable rates of maternal mortality. And she was doing the work of going, like, basically it's like a clinic on wheels. And then she would stay in a village for a period of time for all the births for that moment. And then she would train the midwives about how to deal with what can be critical moments during delivery and teach them techniques. There was another young woman who was doing work that is about connecting people with resources. Anyway, it was fantastic. In some of the countries, over 50% of farmers, which is one of the main sources of the economy, agriculture, over 50% were women. In another country, over 70% of the farmers are women. And for the most part, do not own the land and are not in the banking system and not online. And so a lot of the work that I did focused on women was about talking about what we need to do in terms of their economic empowerment, and as a tool toward that end, what we do around digital inclusion, getting them the ability to have technology so that they can be in the banking system, in fintech, and financial technology systems. So they're not just having cash that somebody might take. You know, dealing with what we know is when you have economic empowerment, then you can walk away from bad situations because you actually have resources. And so the connection between that and the health and well-being of women, connecting that with financial and economic empowerment. But the reason to focus on it is, again, there are disparities there, like here. And we have to address them because we know the data is clear. Anecdotally, we know when you address those gender disparities, everyone benefits. And so that's why I focused on that. The president of Tanzania, she and I spent wonderful time together. I actually hosted her at a meeting here at the White House when she was in the States. And then we saw each other at the U.S.-Africa Summit. And so this was our third meeting. It was actually the third meeting, I think, for each one of the presidents. And she is, you know, she is working on good governance. She has succeeded the president before her passed away, and she came in having been in government for decades, and really takes very seriously the importance of being a public servant and fixing systems and reforming systems. And so it was a really good meeting with her, President Samir. Yeah.
Thank you. Speaking about governance, protecting and expanding democracy is a core value for the Biden-Harris administration. All three countries that you visited are democracies and making democratic progress. Why did you feel it was important to meet these leaders specifically?
So each of these three countries is really focusing on the issue of good governance and democracy. I mean, for example, Zambia, the president there came into office through a democratic process where young people turned out in record numbers to vote. And he is doing a lot to address what he needs to do around good governance. And so each of them has a commitment to that, and I wanted to highlight that. A lot of the method to the approach for this trip and for the work going forward is about public-private partnership. And in order for that to make sense and work for all the partners, there has to be an infrastructure that is about rule of law, that is about good governance, that is about an explicit intention to fight corruption. Because otherwise, the economic investment that these countries want just can't happen because it doesn't make business sense for those who would invest. And so talking with them about these issues and highlighting what's happening on the continent is important. And it's also important because I think there are a lot of stereotypes about what's happening on the continent and who are African leaders and how do they lead. And so to bring whatever capacity I have to bear on highlighting the work that is happening that is about working toward democratic reforms was important.
Great. I want to talk a little bit about that very thing, the public-private partnerships. When I was there in Ghana and Accra, I got to go by David Ajayi's studio, Ajayi Associates, and of course, David Ajayi helped design this building. So it was wonderful to see him and what they're up to now, building hospitals across the country, doing all sorts of innovation, which reminded me of your speech at Black Star Plaza where you mentioned African innovation. But you didn't just speak about it. Later you announced $8 billion, that's billion with a B, of private and public investments to the continent. And you issued a call to action to the private sector. Why is this important, these next steps? What do you see down the road for this?
So there's a backstory to it, which partly is that early in our administration, I had a focus on what was happening around the northern part of Central America, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, because of the irregular migration that we were seeing. And we created a public-private partnership that we ended up getting commitments over $4.2 billion for those 3 countries in that region. And as a result of that work, thank you. And so as a result of that work, already we have 4 million people online that had not been, 1 million people in the banking system that had not been. So I knew it works because we tried it and it worked. So it was always my intention, let's take that to the continent of Africa. So I literally got on the phone and called a bunch of the partners there and then more and said, hey, we're going to take this approach. We have a model that's worked. Many of them knew about it if they hadn't been a part of it. And 201, they said, count us in. So Microsoft, HP, Cisco, MasterCard, Visa, Ford Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, Melinda Gates, all said yes. And so through this, we then got pulled together $8 billion, $7 billion, which is focused on climate. So that's resilience, adaptation, right? All that we need to do there, and $1 billion on the women's inclusion piece. And it is not only U.S. investment. African private sector leaders are a part of this. Because let's be clear also, there are very successful private sector leaders on the continent who have already been doing the work. And we are partnering with them on this engagement. And so it culminated in a convening where I had 30 of them represented at a meeting that we did the last day that we were on the continent in Lusaka. And we had a 2-hour meeting where we talked about a number of things. We talked about the importance of digital inclusion, but let's make sure that we are making it accessible and affordable. Let us talk about human rights and continue to make that a point of emphasis, because it is critical if we are talking about equitable outcomes and making sure no one is left outside or left behind, much less suppressed. We talked about the importance of metrics in terms of our analysis of our effectiveness. So, for example, back on the piece about women, that it is important that we understand this is not only about inclusion of women, it's also about leadership, right? Because we can let let all the women in the room, if you just want to go with the metaphor of a room, right, and who's not in. You can let everybody in, but then, and other people are leading? Like, let's make sure that we're also focused on women as leaders and cultivating their leadership, right? So these are the kinds of things that came out of that. But an $8 billion already committed to this approach, and it's very exciting because the exponential benefit of that is going to be much bigger than that $8 billion, and that's just so far what we've got. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I follow you on social.
Okay.
And I saw that picture, how it started and how it's going. So if you guys haven't seen her picture from your first visit to Zambia as a child, yes,
that's how it started.
how it's going.
And then I don't know how it's going, but here we are.
How it's going.
Oh, there it is.
I love that. So you first visited as a child.
Yeah.
What was it like to return now, not only as an adult, but in an official capacity as vice president?
It was, the president of Zambia greeted me and said, "Welcome home." And so my grandfather, my mother's father, went to Zambia. And he and my grandmother and my aunt actually lived in Lusaka, because out of solidarity with the independence movement, when Zambia gained independence, my grandfather went on behalf of the Indian government to help this newly independent country get situated. And so they lived in Lusaka, and we went to visit them there. And, my grandfather was probably one of my favorite people in the world. Well, first of all, because I was the eldest grandchild, so he convinced me I was his favorite.
Of course.
But my grandfather, those independence movements, that was my connection to it in many ways in terms of a personal connection. And he would always talk about the importance of fighting for freedom. He would talk about the importance of an independent people. Because, of course, when we're talking about these fights against colonization, right, there was a through line. The importance of the people running and the people ruling and governing for themselves. The importance of fighting against corruption. And, so I used to talk a lot with my grandfather from my earliest days, where I think I understood a little bit of it, and then as I got older, I understood a lot of it. And so to go back there, and then we found the plot where they lived. It's now been, a new building is there. But also my aunt worked with, she's a OBGYN, and she worked at the hospital down the street delivering babies. It was then called Lusaka Hospital something. It's now changed its name. It's a teaching hospital now. So I called my aunt to ask her, and she said, well, you should check, because one of my best friends lived down the street, and he and I would walk to the hospital together, and we then did a bunch of stuff over their careers. So I asked her his name. It turned out he ended up being the Minister of Health for Zambia later, and was responsible for reform of the healthcare system. So when we went to Lusaka, my team found his daughter, and I met with her. And it was just the most special thing. And so we talked, and she's actually writing a book about her father and his significance to the independence and present-day Zambia on the healthcare system piece of it. So there were so many pieces of that trip that were about, everything from a bilateral meeting with the president to talk about security issues and democracy. And we talked about, for example, another big issue affecting a lot of African countries, which is debt, and how we must address that and be aligned. And by the way, we've been very clear in the IMF and everywhere else that there should be bilateral participation in terms of restructuring the debt issues that a lot of these countries face. But it was everything from that to meeting the daughter of a colleague of my aunt's, and what that meant for, I think, she and I, in terms of just full circle, how things work out sometimes.
Thank you for sharing that.
Well, I'm struck about you talking about Zambia and your return there, but I was also struck coming to Ghana just from the time I got off the plane, riding on cabs from the airport or down the street. There were billboards of you everywhere, and there was such welcome, I felt, for you in your visit. How did you experience that, and what's your takeaways from the trip?
Well, I was obviously very honored and humbled about what it meant. And it was such a wonderful trip for all the reasons we have discussed and more. But here's my takeaway. And it's where I started. I am extremely excited, not just optimistic, excited about this future. I encourage everyone to really make sure you understand, and I don't mean any you, but just we understand what's happening on that continent. It is so exciting. For example, there is right now technology that originated on the continent that they've used drones and drone technology to deliver critical medical supplies in a fraction of the time it otherwise was taking. And that technology that was created on the continent is being replicated by different countries on the continent and right here in the United States. Technology that was created there is being used here. Not to mention, if you look at the range, Afro beats. And I hope y'all have seen my Spotify list. But because we didn't even talk about that. We went to a studio. It's called Vibrate Studio. And these, talented, incredible, there it is. So, and there's Cheryl and Idris, and we were all hanging out, and that's it. And then you go in, and that's the woman who actually runs it. And it's a studio, and so what she's done is created, so it's also a community center, and it's also a skate park, so it's actually, skateboarding is there too. And she's created this community center, and obviously so much about technology helps people, you can go on YouTube and learn how to play an instrument. So I met musicians there who were self-taught because of technology, and they're doing incredible work that is, of course, influencing the world in terms of not only technology and science, but also in terms of culture, in terms of entertainment, in terms of music. It's all happening there. And so my feeling about the trip was whatever we were able to do with us all being there together, because we were all there together, to highlight, and maybe for some who didn't know, now you know, what is happening on that continent, and reordering and repositioning, or at least thinking about the next era in this relationship. And it is about a relationship that is based on the optimism and the excitement that we should all have about what is happening there, how it will affect us here, but also based on the intertwined history, based on the demographics I mentioned at the beginning. Why we must think of it as an imperative to engage as partners in investing in the future of the globe and doing that by understanding the connection to that and the continent of Africa.
Amen.
Amazing, yes. I'm so inspired.
Did you have any last words you wanted to leave us with?
I want to encourage us all, like I said, to just keep, I mean, the diaspora is phenomenal. One of the things that we have done also, coming out of the U.S. Africa Leaders Summit, and you hosted us here for so much of that, where I stood on this very stage with the President of Ghana for the YALI meeting that we had, the Young African Leaders Initiative. Right. So let us continue to use our voices in the context of the diaspora, in the context of having any concern about the role of the United States of America in terms of our own, much less global, security and prosperity. Let us have an interest in uplifting it. If we have any level of excitement at all about the future and what that could look like based on what we do right now. That's what I would ask that we all take away from this moment and from our level of interest and exploration about all of these in terms of the potential. It is great. And I'm very excited, and so we're just going to keep just doing this work every day. I had a bunch of meetings today about what we're doing by way of follow-up, and I'm very excited about it, and thank you for hosting us again for this conversation.
Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause. Thank you, Jen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat. Well, it is so good to be back in Georgia, and I want to thank you all for the warm welcome, and Kimberly for that introduction and for your story, and talking about your mother. I often talk about my mother. I think it's a blessing to have those kinds of role models. So thank you for that introduction and your work. And to all the incredible leaders here today, thank you. The leaders of Q-Cells and Summit Ridge Energy, and all the workers who keep this factory running. As you all know, Senator John Ossoff and Senator Raphael Warnock wanted to be here today. They couldn't get away. But in their absence, I'm going to talk a bit about them. And I will say that I see your senators as they work in Washington, D.C. I've seen them in rooms where the camera's on and where the camera's off. And each and every time, they are always fighting for the families of Georgia and always fighting to create good jobs and to strengthen manufacturing here in Georgia. In fact, earlier this week, Senator Ossoff, many of you may know, was in South Korea. And he was working with leaders there from Q-Cells to bring more solar investment to this state. And I have to tell you, I've talked with John Ossoff a few times because he and I actually share a very maybe unique passion for solar energy. So I'll tell you, it's something he's very proud of, the work he's been doing in that regard. So, America, our beloved country, is a nation that I believe has always been powered by the ambition and aspirations of her people. The ambition and aspiration to see what can be unburdened by what has been. And not just to imagine a better future, but to build it, to build it. And that is the spirit that powers our nation. And it is the spirit that powers this city. For generations, as we all know and has been mentioned, Dalton has been known as the carpet capital of the world. And as many of you know, the majority of the carpet sold around the globe is manufactured right here in and around Dalton. But when the housing market collapsed in the late 2000s, this community was hit hard. Because you see, fewer new homes were being built, which meant less demand for carpet and flooring. And as a result, factories closed or downsized. Thousands of people in this community were laid off. By population, in fact, at that time, Dalton lost more jobs than any other American city. Now, I know this is a story that many of you remember, because you lived it. But I tell the story because I believe more Americans should know about what has happened here in Dalton since. In the face of incredible challenges, you showed incredible resilience. You invested in an industry of the future. You partnered with Q-Cells, a global clean energy company, to build a solar panel factory right here in Georgia. You worked around the clock to make this facility a success. And today, then, this city is home to one of the largest solar panel factories in all of the United States. And equally significant, the panels being produced here are some of the best in the world. Yes. And so President Joe Biden and I know this is just the beginning. Dalton, we see what you have accomplished, and we see the path that you've laid. We see a future with more jobs, more factories, and more opportunity. And we are fighting with you to make that vision real. Since taking office, our administration has made the largest investment in solar energy in our nation's history. We strengthened domestic supply chains to make sure America has reliable access to parts and material to build a clean energy, technology, and economy. We provided tax credits to encourage companies to buy solar panels made in America. And we invested billions more to build and expand factories like this one. And because of all this work earlier this year, Q-Cells announced they would invest $2.5 billion to build a solar facility next door in Cartersville, to triple the size of this factory, and to create 2,500 more jobs right here in Georgia. And what kind of jobs are we talking about? We're talking about the jobs that are the skills that are required to be a technician, an engineer, an IT specialist, a data analyst. Jobs that give folks the opportunity to grow and advance right here in the community. And jobs that help our nation fight the climate crisis. So today, I am proud to announce that Q-Cells has received a new order for 2.5 million solar panels. Think about that. And this order was made possible by the investments that we have made to expand American manufacturing and increase demand for clean energy. There is a nexus. There is a nexus. When we talk about the relationship between supply and demand, it is real. So these 2.5 million panels will be used by a company called Summit Ridge Energy to build hundreds of solar arrays in states like Illinois and Maine and Maryland because of the work that's happening right here. These projects are known as community solar projects, which will help reach folks who otherwise might not be able to have access to solar power. So think about it, for example. People who might live in an apartment building and do not then have access to a roof to install solar panels. Or folks who might live in a home that is covered by shade, right? Or folks who simply cannot afford the upfront cost to place solar panels on their roof. In all, the solar panels in this one order will provide enough electricity to power 140,000 homes. And on average, the electricity they generate will be 10% cheaper than traditional power. So, George, I'm here today because all of this work demonstrates a very important and probably obvious point. It shows that when we invest in climate, when we invest in clean energy, when we invest in US-based manufacturing, we invest in America and her people. All across our nation, there are communities like Dalton, communities full of people with incredible ambition and aspiration, who just need an opportunity to show what they can do. President Biden and I are fighting to create that opportunity. Since taking office, we have put millions of people to work repairing our roads, bridges, ports, and airports so that Americans can get where they need to go, replacing every lead pipe in America so our children can have clean water to drink, building fiber optic lines to connect rural areas with high-speed internet so that no student, as we saw far too many during the pandemic, so that no student has to sit in a parking lot of a fast food restaurant to submit their homework over Wi-Fi. So since taking office, we have created more than 12 million jobs, including many good-paying union jobs. And today, unemployment is near its lowest rate in over 50 years. And American manufacturing is growing faster than it has in decades. And so know this, like Dalton, America is on its path. It's on its path. President Biden and I will continue to fight to create opportunity in every community. We will continue to work to build a nation where every person, no matter where they start, can have the opportunity not only to survive, but to thrive. And we will continue to invest in America because we know that when we do, there is no limit to what we can achieve. God bless you all, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. I love you. Oh, good afternoon. Well, let me start by thanking the members of our administration who are here, members of Congress who are here, members of the clergy, and all of the leaders who are here today. It is truly my honor to be with everyone as we celebrate 32 years of the National Action Network. Rev, I I love you. And I thank you on behalf of all of us, everyone, for all that you do and all that you are. And as I have said in public and in private many times, Rev, no matter where you are always a voice of truth, speaking about the importance of justice for all people. You are part of the conscience of our country, and I thank you for all that you do. So as we all know, last week we marked the 55th anniversary of the assassination of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And every year, NAN holds this conference in April to honor Dr. King's legacy. So I'll tell you, I have been reflecting recently that among Dr. King's many gifts was his ability to understand the present moment in the context of a vision for a better future. So Nan, in that spirit then, let us clearly understand the moment we are in. A moment in which our hard-won freedoms are under attack. Because just look at where we are. Extremists across our country attack the freedom to vote. They ban books to attempt to erase America's full history. They attack the ability of people to love openly with pride. They attack the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body instead of the government. They attack medication that for 20 years the FDA ruled as being safe. And just yesterday in Florida, extremists there signed a 6-week ban before most women even know they're pregnant. And then, isn't it interesting that in the midst of all these attacks on fundamental freedoms, these so-called leaders dare to tell us they are fighting for our freedoms? Don't you find that interesting? Some have gone so far as to name and brand their agenda the, quote, freedom blueprint. Don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for the okie doke. Because as we know, freedom, well, it doesn't censor books. Freedom does not criminalize doctors and punish women. Freedom does not turn off a microphone when an elected leader is speaking. And you see, as Dr. King made clear, freedom includes the ability of all people to fully exercise their rights. Rights that generations of Americans bled and died for. Rights that the people in this very room continue to march and fight for. That is our nation's freedom blueprint. And that is what we stand for. And I do believe that when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. And so, Nan, two of the many important fights before us, I could go on all day if we were to articulate all of them, but two of them I'm going to talk about this afternoon. One, the fight for our children and all people to be free from gun violence. And two, the fight for freedom to fully participate in a democracy. Both fights fully on display these last few weeks. So just think, In our country, already in the 104 days of this year, there have been more than 150 mass shootings. Already this year. Just think, you've seen the statistics? Gun violence is now the #1 cause for death of children in our nation. And a heartbreaking 1 in 5 Americans has lost a family member to gun violence. And you know, while all this violence impacts all communities in devastating ways, we know it does not do so equally. Black people are only 13% of America's population, but more than 60% of homicide victims from gun violence. Meanwhile, as Rev said, we speak here while the NRA is holding its convention in Indiana. Now, you know what they called it? They have called it a, quote, freedom-filled weekend. So we must ask, freedom-filled for who exactly? Because it's not for the parents who pray that their children will come home from school safe, from a classroom in Uvalde or Nashville. Not for those who pray that their loved ones will come home safe from a bank in Louisville, Kentucky, from a grocery store in Buffalo, or from everyday gun violence in communities across our nation. Let us all declare enough is enough. Enough is enough. And here's the thing, the solutions, because there's clearly a problem, the solutions are clear. We must have reasonable gun safety laws at the state and the federal level. And by the way, most gun owners agree. Even the majority of NRA members support background checks for all gun purchases. So let's reject the false choice that some are pushing to suggest that you're either in favor of upholding the Second Amendment or you're in favor of passing reasonable gun safety laws. Let us reject that false choice. We're not falling for the okey doke. And let us continue to demand that leaders step up and show some courage in state houses and in the United States Congress to make background checks universal, repeal the liability shield that protects gun manufacturers, and to renew the assault weapons ban. And I see there are a lot of cameras here, so I'll say this. For everyone watching, please be clear. The voices of students, parents, teachers, and preachers will not be silenced, and these voices must be heard. These voices must be heard. They will not be discouraged or deterred, even if using a bullhorn becomes necessary. These voices will not be silenced. So it's an issue of public safety. And we also know here at NAN and all over our country, I do believe, that the right to public safety is not only about the freedom to learn in a classroom without fear of an active shooter, but it is also freedom to drive to to one's mother's house without being killed by 5 lawless officers in a, quote, Scorpions unit. Rev, you and I were in Memphis together when you eulogized Tyree Nichols. And I will say today what I said that day. When we talk about public safety, was not Tyree a member of the public? Was not Tyree also entitled to the right to be safe? And so then, in the name of public safety, can't we all agree that when there is biased policing and excessive force, that it must be met with accountability? Can't we all agree that there is much we must do to increase public safety, and that includes the need for Congress to pass comprehensive police reform legislation? The kind of common sense reform that, by the way, many police officers themselves, including the Major Cities Chiefs Association, have called for. So, we're talking about members of Congress. We're talking about state house legislatures. There's a theme here. They're all elected by the people. By the people. And then change comes in many ways. And one of the most direct is through the ballot box. Because in 2020, let's reflect in 2020. And I'm looking with thanks at the leaders in this room. In 2020, because people stood in line for hours and voted, Joe Biden and I went to the White House. And in 2022, because people voted, women's reproductive freedom in every state ballot from Kentucky to California was protected. We won races for Secretary of State, Attorney General, and Governor. We flipped legislative chambers in 3 states and expanded our majority in the United States Senate. So I say, when we vote, we win. We win. And of course, then, for our right to vote to have meaning, the people we elect, the people who reflect our values and represent our voices, well, they too must be heard. That too is what democracy is about. However, that too has come under attack. And that was what Nashville was all about. An attempt to silence the voices of the people. Now, can you imagine? The voice of the people was too much for these extremists to handle. It was just too much. They couldn't bear it. But you see, the Tennessee Three clearly were not deterred. But those extremists couldn't handle it, so much so that they turned off the microphones. But the Tennessee Three said, all right, let's pull out that bullhorn, because we will be heard. And they channeled the cries and the pleas and the demands of the people. and required that those voices be heard. And then what happened? For only the fourth time in nearly 160 years, there was a vote there in Tennessee to expel elected legislators from their seats. 2 young black men. But 7,000 students and parents continued to march and organize and raise their voices. And now Justin Jones and Justin Pearson are back in their seats. That's right. The people spoke. The people spoke. And that, however, was just the most recent attack that we have seen in an attempt to silence the voice of the people. Which, by the way, let's all be clear and we know, is an attack on democracy itself. And just go back 2 years to see the pattern. We can go farther back than that, but let's just go back 2 years. In 2020, NAN helped turn out record numbers of voters during the height of a pandemic. A vote that you anticipated and did result in, for example, an historic $5.8 billion invested in our HBCUs. A vote that resulted in the first black woman to serve on the United States Supreme Court. Her name is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Resulted in a cap on insulin at $35 a month for our seniors. A vote that resulted in the lowest rate of black unemployment in the history of the United States of America. Well, the promise, the very promise of that progress from that vote scared a whole lot of people. And so what did they do almost immediately after the 2020 election? In states around our country, extremist so-called leaders started to ban drop boxes, reject mail-in ballots, and even make it a crime to give food and water to people standing in line to vote. Proposed and passed undemocratic laws, un-American laws. But in a democracy, there are still checks and balances. And so to respond to these threats to democracy, because you voted in 2020 and we now have a Department of Justice that actually believes in the pursuit of justice, we were able to double the size of the Department of Justice's team on voting rights enforcement. Checks and balances. Checks and balances also require that Congress do its job and pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. So while we are clear-eyed and see the moment we are in, and in particular, the attacks on our democracy and our foundational principles and values, while we fight off these attacks, I will also say, Nan, we must also keep our eye on the affirmative agenda. We've got to do both. Because remember Dr. King, when he was assassinated, was on the verge of the next phase in the rights that he was fighting for all Americans that are about civil rights. And he was combining that fight for civil rights and justice with the fight for economic justice. And as Dr. King said in Memphis, we must continue the fight for economic justice as part of our fight for civil rights. And economic justice, then, we know, is our collective commitment to equity and to make sure all people have access to opportunity. It is the fight for paid leave and affordable child care, to permanently expand the child tax credit, to cancel student loan debt, to provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs, to make sure all families can buy a home, and to protect Social Security and Medicare from attack. We got to keep our eye on our affirmative agenda while we are handling all those attacks. Because we will not fully, I believe, achieve the dream of freedom until it includes economic justice for all. A justice that protects the dignity of work and the basic rights of all people. So in conclusion, Nan, there's a lot I could say, but I'm just gonna go with this. I think there is one bottom line that is for sure. We all love our country. We do, we love our country. That's why we fight so hard. We love our country. And we stand in the long tradition of those who have faithfully believed in the founding principles of our nation. But at this moment, the founding principles are under attack. And I believe always, and especially today, that the strength of our nation depends on us each to fulfill our duty. Yes, I said our duty to stand and protect our democracy. And so specifically then, I will speak to the young leaders who are here. And Rev, you are always lifting up our young leaders. Remember, to the young leaders I say, remember, Reverend Sharpton was only 16 when he founded his first organization, the National Youth Movement. 16. Diane Nash was just 21 years old when she led the Nashville sit-ins. John Lewis was only 23 when he spoke during the March on Washington. And it is no coincidence that the two expelled members of the Tennessee Three are both in their 20s. So to our young leaders, I say, we hear you, we support you, and we need you. We need you. We are all in this together, and we need you. So to everyone here, I say thank you, and God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. The majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. You really do. You learn that culturally, the love of a mother, the love of a grandparent, it's crossing cultures and languages is so common in terms of the experience that so many of us have. And I think that's a real gift, especially in moments like this moment, where in our country in particular, we are seeing these powerful forces that are trying to sow hate and division among us. Those of us who have been raised with a lived experience then of understanding commonality, I think have a particular commitment and conviction to make sure that those that would try and separate actually don't win in terms of that approach. So there is that. You know, my mother came to the United States by herself at the age of 19. And she was part of one of the first waves of Indians to come to the U.S. She came in, I think, 59. And let's talk about my grandfather. My mother was the eldest, and so we all know culturally what it means to be the eldest, to the chagrin of our younger siblings. And she actually applied because she wanted to be a scientist, and she wanted to study in what was considered to be one of the best schools. And so she kind of secretly applied to UC Berkeley. Go Bears. And she got accepted, and she told my grandfather. And she said, I want to go. And my grandfather was a very progressive dude. He looked at his eldest child, who was also his daughter, and said, okay, you go. So at the age of 19, you know, this is transcontinental flight. She'd never been to the United States. She went. And in many ways, when I think of my mother's story, I think of culturally that she was so comfortable and clear about where she came from and who she was. And she had a unique ability to, I think, really infuse in us a sense of pride and a sense of understanding that we should not let anyone define our identity. My mother would often say, you don't let people tell you who you are, you tell them who you are. And, you know, I mean, this is an experience that I had growing up as the eldest child also, watching my mother, who, if you ever met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall, but she really wasn't exactly 5 feet tall. And, you know, she was this brown woman with an accent. And I also was acutely aware as the eldest child of how she would be treated. And at a very young age, understood also how people would make certain assumptions about the character and the intelligence of someone else based on those attributes. And so early in my life, I also understood how these disparities and these stereotypes could attempt to define and marginalize people, and what we must always do to fight against that. My grandfather was one of the favorite people in my life, and I was the eldest grandchild. So he convinced me I was the special favorite one, but I think he told all the grandchildren the same thing. And my grandfather would take, by the time we would go to India every other year. And my grandfather had a tradition of every morning taking a walk with his buddies, who are all retired. And this was, you know, they were part of, you know, the independence of India. And my grandfather would talk with his friends about the importance of fighting for democracy and independence, the importance of fighting against corruption, the importance of fighting for equality, regardless of where someone was born or what so-called, you know, status, because of course India has a very troubled history with that. And so my story is also a story of being raised in a family and in a community where there was a real fight to always uphold the importance of independence and identity. And in fact, I just recently got back from the continent of Africa, and it was a trip that I intentionally curated in a way that we would talk about the continent in a way that it was about recognizing the innovation and ingenuity that is happening on that continent. Again, fighting against stereotypes, right? And in fact, I'm sure everybody here knows, but the median age on the continent of Africa is 19. Oh, yes. And there is some incredible work happening among young leaders there. But so three countries I visited, started in Ghana, then Tanzania, and then I went to Zambia. Well, the Zambia trip was to highlight, as I did in the first two countries, what's happening in terms of democracy and innovation. But it was also because, you see, my grandfather and my grandparents and my grandmother lived in Lusaka, the capital of Zambia, my Indian grandfather, because when many of the African countries, and I'll speak about Zambia in particular, when they gained independence and fought against colonialism and gained independence, the Indian government, which had just fought for independence, would send support. So my grandfather moved to Lusaka with my grandmother, and we went to visit him there. And it was also nice to highlight something that we all know who have learned about the history of the world also, to highlight these relationships that are about, commonality based also on struggle, including the struggle and the fight for independence. And that was a special treat for me. And I actually went to the place where they had lived. It was since rebuilt. But my aunt who was there, who went on to head up she was at OBGYN, she went on to head up the OB section of PGI in Chandigarh, which is a teaching hospital in Chandigarh in India, in the north. She was a young postdoc there and worked with, had a friend who was a young African doctor down the street, and they would walk to hospital. This is not the hospital, they walk to hospital every day. And it turned out that that young man ended up being the Minister of Health years later for Zambia, and instituted what I'm told was similar to what we did here under President then Obama and Vice President Biden around the Affordable Care Act. And so it was just nice to also make these connections between all of these countries and commonality around a fight for independence, as an example.
Thank you for sharing that story. It's these stories that I think really help us connect. In addition to your illustrious title of Vice President, you also hold the title of being the most popular guest on Dear Aged Americans, which is obvious. But I think when we listen to the stories, and I think people make assumptions about you and without getting to know your story. And so when we say representation matters, yes, it does, but we also have to do the additional reaching out and learning and asking the right questions of, where are you from? Why are you doing this? And what do you want to do? In positions of power here in Washington and across the country, we're seeing more and more folks of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander descent choosing to run for office. And that's not really on the menu of things that were approved.
And then there was a bit of clarity when people thought about the fact that, oh, right, the movement for independence, for freedom, right? And so I think that there is also, as part of the origin story of a lot of immigrants, a really deep knowledge and understanding of the power of government, and the importance of democracy, and what happens when democracies don't exist or are not intact, when there are oppressive regimes, when there is corruption. And so it is not as though the immigrant story is that one comes here and has no knowledge and awareness of it, right? And I think that's a really important point to acknowledge. It is a matter of then whether one, decides that, do I want my son or daughter to become a doctor? Or, okay, law school is okay. But representation matters, right? And so what we are seeing with more recent generations of the kids who come from immigrant families is a recognition that if we are to be fully if we are to be fully actualized, we should not be excluded from any system, and we should not self-select to exclude. And I think that's part of it. I think also part of it, frankly, is, I saw a lot more activism in terms of social justice and civil rights activism after we've had awful incidents, like the hate crime that happened against people who appeared to be South Asian, or Muslim, or were profiled, right, because they were wearing a turban after 9/11. And what ended up happening around just understanding, you can't expect other people to fight for your rights. We build community and we'll build coalition, but one has to also step up and make sure that we are all in the room when these fights occur so that each person can offer their voice based on their lived experience. And I think we have seen that happen more and more. But we still have so much more work to do. And it is also about political activism in terms of just voter participation. But for example, I'm going to be in Georgia later this month, and the AAPI turnout for not only us, for Joe Biden and me, but for Warnock and Ossoff, really helped determine, if not was determinative, in terms of the outcome of those elections. So there's work that we have been doing also to get people more actively involved, and people are seeing themselves in the system because of the people on the stage and in this room, and I think that we are seeing more activism as a result of that, and it's sorely needed. It's sorely needed.
Okay. So an important topic on my mind, being a woman, a mother, a survivor of sexual assault, is reproductive health care.
Yeah.
And with the Roe versus Wade being overturned, we're seeing unprecedented attack on the reproductive health care system. I was delighted to know from your team that 74% of Asian Americans surveyed said abortion should be legal in all or most cases. And I would love to know, what is the administration doing to address those needs?
So, first of all, thank you for being so courageous to tell your story. And this is an issue that I think is something that demands and requires all leaders to speak up. And we all need to build on the movement that started before and led to Roe v. Wade being decided, and we must pick up to move forward and get a United States Congress who has the courage and the willingness to pass legislation that would put the protections of Roe v. Wade into law at a national level. And again, I come at this being raised by a mother who fought for women's health rights and fought for the dignity that women should have and deserve to have in the healthcare system, and fought against the inequities that were present there. And so this issue of fighting for women's reproductive care, for me, it's just something that is very personal in terms of just a lifelong acknowledgement and understanding about the disparities and the unfairness and the indignities that women can face in the healthcare system. And if you compound race, if you compound language barriers, profound impacts result. And so on this issue, let's look at where we are. The United States Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, just took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And what we then saw is, in states around our country, extremist so-called leaders started proposing and passing laws that would criminalize healthcare providers, literally laws that provide for jail time for doctors and nurses and healthcare providers, passing laws that make no exception for rape or incest. And many of you know, a majority of my career was as a prosecutor, and as a prosecutor, I specialized in crimes of violence against women and children. The idea that you would say to an individual who has survived an act of violence and violation to their body, to say to that person that after that, you will also be deprived, and we will take away your ability to make the next decision about what happens to your body. That's immoral. That's immoral. And that's what's happening in our country with these people who puff and huff, and they're so big and bad, and they beat their chest. They're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to just be in awe of their intelligence, and what they're doing is absolutely unconscionable. And on this point, let's also recognize that for women of color, women with immigrant background, women who may have language barriers, the impact on them is even more severe in terms of where can they go? Where will they have the ability to be in a safe place to address one of the most personal issues that a person can face? And the concern I have, and we have so many leaders here, that I would ask us to all be also thoughtful about on this issue is there is also underlying this a centuries-old issue of judging women based on their sexuality. And so an environment that on this issue is also intended and certainly has the effect of making these individuals feel embarrassed, ashamed, as though they've done something wrong. And what that means in terms of compounding their sense of isolation. And in that way, suggesting to them that they are alone and that they are not seen and that we don't care about supporting them and their voice and their autonomy and their independence. So there's a lot at play on this issue. And ultimately, I think that the way that this is going to be resolved is we have to keep voting, and we have to vote people in office who have the courage to stand up and agree that this is about foundational principles that are about freedom and liberty. And I want to say this point also. Let us also agree and speak loudly. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. But talk about going backwards, all right? So you look at this moment we're in, where a lot of the work that we've been doing as administration, I think today demonstrated that, has been to address what we must do in terms of empowerment of communities, but also to fight against injustice, right? And when we think about where we've been in the last few years in terms of everything from anti-Asian hate crime, to what we are looking at in terms of attacks on fundamental freedoms like those of a woman to make decisions and a person to make decisions about their body, to the attacks we're seeing on voting rights, to the attacks we're seeing on LGBTQ and trans folks, the attacks we're seeing where there are literally, can you imagine in this year of our Lord 2023, book bans? I mean, really, like what? Book bans. And what we are seeing in terms of in places like Florida, where literally teachers who are in a same-sex relationship and have a spouse and a family are afraid to have photographs of their family in their classroom for fear that it will then evoke a conversation with a student that is basically these so-called leaders are saying should not be happening in that classroom. Talk about these, there are attempts that are happening right before our eyes to roll back all of the hard-won freedoms that we have collectively fought for. And this is a time for everyone to stand and to speak out and be very active. You know, there's an old poem about they'll go for, and then they'll come for you. And who will be left? That's the moment we're at right now. And that's why it's so important that we renew always our commitment to the coalition and to standing together and saying no one should be made to fight alone.
Thank you so much. Speaking of coalitions and allyship, our community felt that very strongly over the last 3 or 4 years as attacks racist attacks, hate crimes, and even murder against people who look like us in this room have risen, and gun violence is something that we continue to deal with. And there are moments in that, or there's some positives in that many of us in this room have either become more active in the community or have recommitted to continuing to fight the work. And we find friends in different communities who share, and we finally realize that we are not so much different after all. Can you address what you and President Biden and the rest of the administration are doing to address the continued attacks on our community, particularly with gun violence?
So we are seeing a rise in hate crimes, period, right? I mean, my husband, the first second gentleman of the United States of America, has been doing a lot of work fighting against anti-Semitism. And so we are seeing a rise of that, a horrendous rise in Asian hate crime, where grandmothers are afraid to go to the store. And their families are afraid for them to go to the store, which is part of their routine and their social, right, traditions. We're seeing the marginalization, we're seeing the bullying, we're seeing a tenor where one should be praised for their so-called strength, but they evidence their strength, and it's measured based on who they beat down, when in fact I think we all agree you measure strength based on who you lift up, right? And so there's a lot of work that we have to do against this moment of this tone and this approach to what does strength look like, what does leadership look like. And in that regard, on the issue of gun violence then, there are a number of specific things that have to happen. In terms of, to your question, what our administration has done under President Joe Biden, we have passed smart gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years that moves the ball forward. But we've got more to do. We have more to do. We should have a national ban on assault weapons. These are designed, these are weapons of war. They're weapons of war that have no place in the streets of a civil society. We should have red flag laws. We should have background checks. Why should we have background checks? Well, because you might want to know if someone has been found to be a danger to themselves or others before you let them buy a gun. It's just reasonable. And we cannot be seduced into perpetuating this false choice that suggests that you're either in favor of the Second Amendment or you want reasonable gun safety laws. It's a false choice. I support the Second Amendment. I also want to see an assault weapons ban. I also want to see universal background checks. I want to see red flag laws. I want to see that our babies are not sitting in a classroom where they should be able to learn how to read and write and explore their ideas about what the future of the country can hold, but instead they're sitting there also being taught how to hide in the closet and be quiet if there's an active shooter in their classroom. That's what's happening. I grew up in California where, I'm going to date myself, but when I grew up, the only thing we had to learn was, duck and under a table if there's an earthquake, right? Now our children are literally afraid. I have talked to kids who say, I like this class and I like this, but I don't like going to fifth period. Why don't you like going to fifth period? Because in that classroom, there's no closet. So there is so much about this issue that is about saving lives on every level. And we need people to have the courage to act. And that is the one thing that is lacking in this United States Congress and in legislatures around the country. And again, we have to step up and we have to demand action. Lives are at stake.
Madam VP, it is Small Business Week.
Yes. Moving on to a different subject.
So well, we'd love to know what the administration is doing to support small business, especially Asian-owned small business.
Yeah.
And I just remember during the pandemic, places like Chinatown and Filipino Town were deserted. There was no foot traffic. And
J-Town, yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's just no bouncing back because there's such an erosion. And our Asian entrepreneurs are historically less likely to be funded.
Yeah.
So would love to know what's being done.
So I love small businesses.
Yes.
I really do. And we had growing up, my mother would work long days and weekends and from time to time, and there was a woman who lived 2 doors down from us, Mrs. Shelton, who, if our mother was working later on weekends, we would go and stay with Miss Shelton. And we lived in the apartment above her nursery school. She was a small business owner. And her role was to be almost a matriarch in the community. She was not only a business leader, she was a civic leader. She would mentor. I would see her from time to time counsel young parents. She was part of the fabric of the community. And that's who small business owners are, right? They're the ones who will sponsor the local softball league. They are the ones who, will recognize the people who come in and notice if you're having a good day or a bad day, and if it's a restaurant, maybe sit you down and know exactly what you like to eat. And not to mention that half of our workforce who works in the private sector, not in government, either runs or works in a small business. So there are many, many reasons to support our small businesses, and the point that you are making is a critical one. Not all of them have equal access to capital. So when we think about younger small business owners, it's interesting, I think they more self-identify as entrepreneurs, but they are actually small business owners. But with great ideas and with ambition, which we want to encourage, but don't necessarily have generational wealth and access to capital. So the work that I've been doing it actually started in the Senate, working with some of my colleagues in the Senate. We got $12 billion extra to put into community banks. And so our administration has been building on a lot of the work that is about bringing private equity investment and private investment together with what we are investing in community banks to increase the capacity then from people who are in the community to give capital and access to capital to these small businesses to start as startups, but also to grow and expand. And we're seeing great return on that. Under our administration, we've also seen an historic increase in the number of small businesses being started, and many of whom are in communities of color. And it's work that we have to continue to do. But to your point in particular, when we're thinking about Asian small businesses, and of course it ranges. It's everything from construction to a daycare center to a restaurant it ranges. The work is just literally about understanding the value of that small business to that community, culturally. Understanding, to your point, there are people in that community that want idli for breakfast. And so the South Asians here know what I'm talking about, right? And that's the only restaurant that will make idli for breakfast, right? But, the big bank won't necessarily know that. But community banks do. And they understand then the importance of a particular product or a service to a particular community. So yes, that's a good idea, and let's fund it. So that's the work that we're doing.
And to everybody here, obviously, and those watching, we need to support our businesses not just in Heritage Month, but all throughout the year. Because when you spend money at our businesses, we then go take that money and give it to a friend, a neighbor, another small Asian business, and that's how we're going to make our community stronger. Thank you so much for spending your time with us today. The theme of today is Visible Together, and whether it is talking about reproductive rights or gun violence or identity and leadership, we're all working very hard in our own ways to make this a safer place for our children and our next generation. For many of us to see you get elected was such a big deal because it was a first. And for my kids and for all of our kids, I don't want that to be a big deal anymore.
Yeah.
I just want it to be, oh, another one, you know, and you get to be the first, but I want you to share with us sort of your parting thoughts to the future leaders of our country. Maybe some of them aren't here in the audience, but certainly some are watching.
Yeah.
And a message of inspiration and hope from the Vice President.
I'll offer two. One, my mother would say often to me, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things. Make sure you're not the last. So that is part of the responsibility we each have. But the other piece of advice, in particular to maybe some of the younger leaders here, but actually it doesn't matter the age. You will often find that when you walk into that boardroom or that meeting room, that conference room, you will often find that you will be the only one there who looks like you or who has had your life experience. So here's what I've got to say. You walk in that room with your chin up and your shoulders back, knowing that when you walk in that room, you are representing the voice of so many people who are so darn, I was going to say it differently, proud that you are in that room. And that and just remember when the lights were on, they'll probably come on again, and that you remember this, we are all in that room with you. You are not walking in that room alone. And that is critically important to remember. You know, sometimes I know it is intended mostly to be a compliment, but you know when people say, oh, you're special. Oh, but my grandfather, it's different, okay? If Grandpa said it, it's a different thing altogether. But sometimes when you're told that, it can also be about saying, oh, you're the only one like you, which is another way of saying you're alone. You're not alone. Don't ever walk into those rooms being made to feel or think that you are alone. We are all in that room with you. And that is critically important because we have so much work to do. And we should do it always with pride and with a sense of knowledge that we come with people. You come with people.
Vice President, everybody.
Good afternoon. It's good to be home. Please have a seat, everyone. Please have a seat. Erica, thank you for that introduction and for your words. I was listening backstage, and for anyone and everyone here who is the first or one of the first to do what you are doing, my mother had many sayings, and she would say to me, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things. Make sure you're not the last. And I think that's part of what we all know is what we think about when we think about pursuing what is possible, even if it's not been done before. So to Mayor Larry Klein, thank you for welcoming us to Sunnyvale. And to all the leaders who are with us here today. Again, I'll tell you, it's so wonderful to be home. I was sharing with some of the leaders who are here, we met a little earlier, and I am a proud daughter of the Bay Area. As many of you may know, my mother arrived in California at the age of 19 from India by herself because she told my grandfather, I want to do what I can to cure cancer. And I want to go to one of the best universities in the world and study. And so my grandfather, now this is a long time ago, he was very progressive. This was his eldest child and his eldest daughter. He said, you go. And my mother then traveled to the United States. She'd never been before at the age of 19 and went to UC Berkeley. So I am I know there's many UC graduates here, but I will tell you So I grew up then the daughter of a scientist. And my mother had two goals in her life, to raise her two daughters and to end breast cancer. And I shared with some of the folks I met with earlier today, little known fact, my first job was cleaning pipettes. Only this valley would understand what that means. And I'm so, from the time of my earliest memory, always been so excited about what we can collectively do that is about improving the condition of people. Pursuit of innovation, not because we're bored with things the way they've been, but because we can imagine a world and see a time where we can be more effective, more efficient, more accurate. We can be better in uplifting the lives of people around the world. So I'm so happy to be with everyone today. And with that, I will say, as Vice President of the United States, I do believe and know America is a nation that is powered by the ambition and the aspiration of her people. The ambition and aspiration to create, to invent, and build a better future. The spirit of innovation, dare I say, is central to who we are. And again, as a proud daughter of California, I believe there are few places where that spirit burns brighter than right here in Silicon Valley. The birthplace of the hard drive, the personal computer, and the laser printer, and the birthplace of one of the most foundational technologies of the modern era, the semiconductor. So a quick memory and history memory. In the 1960s, here in Sunnyvale, in fact, in the building right over there, Fairchild Semiconductor produced some of the world's first commercially available semiconductors and laid the groundwork for generations of American leadership in semiconductor research and development. And as everyone here knows, semiconductors are the brain of modern technology. They're, for folks who aren't aware, they're small chips of silicon, usually no larger than a fingernail and no thicker than a piece of paper. And they are essential to every electronic device that we currently use, from computers to televisions to air conditioners and washing machines. Many of you who are watching and here, of course, many of us have a smartphone, and many of you right now have it in your pocket. And everything you do on your phone, to take photographs, send emails, stream movies, video chat with friends, is made possible by this technology. Without semiconductors, your smartphone would not be a smartphone. It would be a paperweight that occupies a big space in your pocket. And understand, as indispensable as semiconductors are today, they will become even more important in the future. Across America, scientists and entrepreneurs are working to develop technology that will transform our world. More efficient solar panels and wind turbines that will dramatically reduce the cost of electricity and help us fight the climate crisis. Satellite networks that will allow us to deliver high-speed internet to every corner of the globe. And while, of course, we must manage the potential risks to privacy and security and democracy, artificial intelligence will allow us to redesign cities, revolutionize agriculture, and create powerful new medicines to fight diseases like cancer. And these new technologies have more in common than one might think. They will all require a new generation of semiconductors. Semiconductors that are more compact, more efficient, more powerful, and more affordable. And that is why we're all here together today. Since the early days of Sunnyvale, America has led the world in semiconductor research and development. To build a better future, we must continue that leadership to make sure America's innovators have the support they need to design and build better semiconductors. Last year, our administration invested $13 billion in semiconductor R&D. And today, I am here and proud to announce that because of the incentives included in that investment, Applied Materials will invest up to an additional $4 billion to build a new semiconductor R&D facility right here. Right here. And when completed, it will be the largest such facility in the world. And yes. And of course, it will contain some of the most cutting-edge technology, including machines that can build semiconductor components as thin as a single atom. What's more, a significant portion of the laboratory space in this building will be open to researchers and scientists from across the country. That is very, very special when we think about the model that is being developed here. In that place, there will be entrepreneurs and startup founders, engineers from leading manufacturers, technical experts from companies around the world, and graduate students from our nation's universities, including many of our nation's public universities. Which have long served as laboratories of invention, innovation, and creativity. So this facility will essentially be a hub for collaboration. The brightest minds will gather here to share data and expertise, to cooperate to address the most difficult technical challenges, and to make discoveries that will improve the lives of millions of Americans. And to make sure that this work can move from the design phase to the production phase, from laboratory to factory, our administration has also invested $39 billion in semiconductor manufacturing. R&D and manufacturing. And we have secured billions more in private sector commitments. So I'll say this, as Vice President, I have traveled all around the globe, including Japan and Singapore, Thailand, to convene leaders from some of the largest semiconductor companies in the world, to strengthen our partnerships, and to drive foreign investment in the United States. Just this year, our administration has spurred more than $150 billion in private investment in the American semiconductor industry. $150 billion. And here's the result. Since we took office, America has broken ground on new semiconductor manufacturing facilities in Idaho, in Ohio, in Arizona, and of course right here in California. And all of this we applaud because in addition to the obvious, it also creates jobs, tens of thousands of good-paying jobs in manufacturing and construction, jobs for process engineers like Erica, jobs for chemical engineers, equipment technicians, and software developers, jobs for union plumbers and union laborers and union electrical workers who will all together do the work of creating a robust ecosystem and will also make this facility run. And these investments also strengthen our national security by making sure that we have the capacity to produce semiconductors here at home. All of this, then, is part of a larger story. Since taking office, we have delivered trillions of dollars to communities across our nation to create opportunity and prosperity. And today, millions of Americans are hard at work, repairing our roads and bridges and ports and airports to make sure folks can get where they need to go, laying thousands of miles of fiber optic lines to connect families with high-speed internet, removing every lead pipe in our nation so that our children can have clean water to drink. And in all, since we took office, we have created more than 12.5 million new jobs, including 800,000 manufacturing jobs. And as a matter of fact, in 2 years, our administration has created more jobs than any administration has created in 4. The work we are all doing together is historic in proportion. And I believe it all comes down to this. When we invest in America, we do so because we believe in America. We believe in the innovation of our nation. We believe in the greatness of who we are. And we know there is no limit to what our country can achieve. The discoveries being made here will have a profound impact. And I say this to all of the leaders who are here. The discoveries that are being made here will have a profound impact on people you may never meet, on people who may never know your name, but whose lives will forever be changed because of your work and the work you do here. So we're going to keep investing in you, and together we are going to keep working to build a better America. Thank you all. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
The Honorable Kamala Harris.
Good morning to the members of Congress, Senator Jack Reed, Congressman Steve Womack, and Congressman Pat Ryan, to the Secretary of the Army, Christine Wormuth, Chief of Staff of the Army, General James McConville, and Superintendent of the United States Military Academy, Lieutenant General Stephen Gilland, and to the soldiers and officers and faculty and staff and distinguished guests. It is an honor, truly an honor, to be with all of you this morning. And to the cadets of the class of 2023, congratulations. You made it. You made it. You made it through Beast and Buckner, through remote learning in SAMI. You celebrated together at holiday dinners and Ring Weekend, and you beat Navy, yes, twice. To make it to today, I am also aware that some of you had to sneak out after taps to spin Sedgwick's spurs. I will not ask for a show of hands, but for those who did, it clearly worked. Cadets, today you come to the end of what I am sure will prove to be 47 of the most challenging and rewarding months of your life. And there are so many people indeed who helped make it to this day. To the families and loved ones here, thank you for the incredible care and support you have given these leaders. I know you feel an immense sense of pride looking at our cadets, and it is a pride I share and that our country shares. On behalf of our Commander-in-Chief, President Joe Biden, and our entire nation, cadets, it is my honor to congratulate you on taking your place in the long gray line. Some of you are the first in your family to graduate from West Point. Others of you have long family legacies here. As just one example, in a few minutes, Cadet Mary Bell will walk across this stage. Cheering her on is her mother, Therese, class of 1986. Her father, Michael, class of 1983. And her grandfather, Peter, class of 1961. Also joining us are 2 of Mary's uncles and 3 of Mary's cousins, all graduates of West Point. So Mary, as it turns out, you have convened a family reunion here today. Also graduating today are cadets Aaron Hall and Claire Dworsky. With a popular cheering fan group right over there. 4 years ago, as a United States Senator, it was my great honor to nominate them for admission to this academy, and today, as a point of personal privilege, it is my proud honor to watch them complete this journey. So to the class of 2023, and to all the cadets here today, you stand on the broad shoulders of generations of Americans who have worn the uniform, including many barrier breakers and trailblazers. In fact, this year you celebrate the 75th anniversary of the integration of women in the military, as well as the desegregation of our military. These milestones are a reminder of a fundamental truth. Our military is strongest when it fully reflects the people of America. West Point, each and every day, America's service members demonstrate extraordinary skill, dedication, and discipline. They are willing to sacrifice everything to protect the lives and liberty of people they may never meet. And I believe there is no more noble work that a person can do than to serve our nation in uniform. And today, then, to the class of 2023, you join the greatest fighting force the world has ever seen. Cadets, since our day, your first day on campus, the world has drastically changed. A once-in-a-century global pandemic took millions of lives and disrupted life for billions more. America ended our longest war, and Russia launched the first major ground war in Europe since World War II. Looking forward to the future, it is clear you graduate into an increasingly unsettled world where long-standing principles are at risk. In Ukraine, Russia's aggression is an attack on the lives and freedom of the Ukrainian people, and an attack on international rules and norms that have served as the foundation of international security and prosperity for generations. In the Indo-Pacific, China is rapidly modernizing its military and threatening both the freedom of the seas and rules of international commerce. At the same time, autocrats have become bolder, the threat of terrorism persists, and an accelerating climate crisis continues to disrupt lives and livelihoods, all a threat to global stability and security. And here's how I see it. In the face of all these challenges, America plays a singular role of leadership. Cadets, global security and global prosperity depend on the leadership of the United States of America. And a strong America remains indispensable to the world. Our democratic ideals of freedom and liberty inspire billions. Our vibrant economy creates unmatched innovation and opportunity and drives global growth. Our unrivaled network of allies and partners allows us to build coalitions and catalyze global action in a way no other nation can. And our military is the strongest in the world. Our military is a force that underwrites global stability and our national security. And it is this pillar of our strength where you cadets have dedicated yourself to lead. Essential to our strength is the role then that you will play in defending our nation's highest ideals. Because today, of course, is not only a graduation, it is a commissioning. In just a few moments, you will take an oath, not to a person, not to a political party, but to the Constitution. You will take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. And by extension, to support and defend our most sacred ideals: freedom, democracy, and rule of law. All across the world, the soldiers of the United States Army defend these ideals. And as Vice President, I have seen it firsthand. In Poland, on NATO's eastern flank, I met with soldiers of the Army's 5th Corps who deter threats to the NATO alliance and stand for freedom across Europe. In South Korea, at the DMZ, I met with members of the 8th Army who are standing shoulder to shoulder with our South Korean allies, protecting their democracy and international rule of law. And soon, as officers in the United States Army, you will join the ranks of those brave warriors and make your own mark on the world. So wherever you go from here, remember your oath. Let it guide you in all that you do, including toward innovation. Because to protect our ideals in the 21st century, the United States military must remain the most innovative fighting force in the world. Now, this is where I'm talking to you all based on your generation at this moment in time. So think about it, from computers to the internet to satellite navigation. Our military historically has been on the forefront of research, development, and technological discovery. Advancements made by our military have not only strengthened our national security, they have helped to improve everyday life for people across the world. And so as I look out at you, I know that you will build on that leadership because, of course, your generation grew up online. Technology that might be intimidating or unfamiliar to other generations, to you is exciting and intuitive. You see what can be unburdened by what has been, and you have the agility and the ability to bring that potential to life. Here at West Point, you have reinforced then those skills. You have trained in cyber, in robotics, in artificial intelligence, and systems engineering. And now, you will take this experience and apply it as officers. You will enable rapid adoption of new technology into every aspect of war fighting, which might mean using AI to predict the movements of our adversaries, might mean autonomous vehicles to support and supply our forces, or virtual reality to train our soldiers on new weapon systems. And as I think about the future of our military, I am particularly optimistic because of you. Because I know you will make sure that as the character of warfare changes, no nation will match the power of America's military, on traditional battlefields or in future domains. And let us also be clear, the power of America's military not only rests on our technology, our weaponry, our hardware, it rests on the character and the resolve of our people. America has no greater resource, no greater strategic asset than the men and women who wear our uniform. Our soldiers are the best trained and most prepared in the world, the most effective, most cohesive, and most lethal warriors in the world. And as officers, you are about to be granted one of the greatest privileges and most sacred duties that our nation can bestow: to lead American service members. Cadets, in the not too distant future, after you are commissioned and after you complete your basic officer leadership course, many of you will meet your platoon for the first time. So here's what's going to happen. Those soldiers will look in your eyes. They will look into your eyes for resolve, for support, for guidance, and for leadership. And in that moment, I imagine you will feel some excitement and also, perhaps, some uncertainty. But know this, you are ready. You have graduated from the preeminent leader development institution in the world, and you have everything you need, the skills, the knowledge, and the character to serve our nation. And so know, we believe in you and we need you. For more than 2 centuries, America has relied on the conscience, the capability, and the courage of West Point officers. Today, our nation turns to each of you for the strength that you have built here at West Point. The physical strength, the mental strength, the emotional strength, and the strength of character. And in years to come, I promise you, you will be tried and you will be tested. And I am so very confident that you will rise to each occasion. Whatever comes your way, you are ready, and you are ready because you are true leaders of character. And so now, class of 2023, as your Vice President, it is my profound honor to congratulate you on this tremendous accomplishment and to address you for the first time as graduates of the United States Military Academy. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Madam Vice President, thank you for your words of wisdom today. On behalf of the class of 2023, I would like to present you with this gift of a cadet saber as a token of our appreciation for your words today.
Thank you very much. I'm honored. I am honored.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. So we're all here today for a simple reason. Every person and every child deserves the opportunity to fulfill their dreams and live up to their God-given potential. Every family in every community should have the freedom to live and to thrive. And we know none of that is possible. True freedom is not possible if people are not safe. In a civilized society, the people must know they can shop in a grocery store, walk down the street, or even sit in a classroom and know that they will be safe from fear and from violence. And so that is why we are all here today, to mark Gun Violence Awareness Day and to address the moment that we are in. Our nation is being torn apart by gun violence and torn apart by the very fear of gun violence. It is tragic that every day in the United States of America, that there are parents who offer a prayer after dropping their child off at school, that their child will make it home safe and alive, who fear the worst every time they see a text from their child's school. It is a shame that in our country today, teachers have to start off the school year introducing a child, instructing a child on how to barricade the classroom door. That kindergarten students practice lockdown drills and rehearse how to turn off the lights and hide quietly in a closet. And that just last year, students at this school and thousands of others across our nation had to walk out of class simply to demand action to save lives. All of this that leads to, as Jada has put it, and I quote, a permanent state of fear and outrage for our students. And everyone here, because this is a room full of leaders, everyone here knows that in this moment in our country, the #1 cause of death of the children in America is gun violence. The #1 cause of death for the children of America is gun violence. In this very moment in our country, 1 in 5 Americans has lost a family member to gun violence. 1 in 5. In the 153 days of this year, there have been more than 260 mass shootings. And because of everyday gun violence in communities across our nation, every single day, on average, 120 Americans are killed with guns. And as we all know, while this violence impacts all communities, it does not do so equally. Black Americans are 10 times more likely to be victims of gun violence. Latino Americans twice as likely. Folks, we cannot normalize any of this. These are not just statistics or another headline. These are the lives of our children, of loved ones, of parents and siblings, and our fellow Americans. Here in Virginia, it is a 6-year-old boy who has access to a gun and shoots and wounds his teacher just a few months ago in Newport News. It is the 3 student athletes who were shot and killed at UVA last fall. It is the 32 students and faculty who lost their lives at Virginia Tech. I will tell you, as a former courtroom prosecutor and former elected district attorney, I prosecuted homicide cases. I have seen with my own eyes what a bullet does to the human body. I have held hands with parents who have lost a child. I have tried to comfort children who were traumatized by the loss of a parent or a sibling. And as someone who has fought my entire career to try to end this violence, I know some of the answers are pretty straightforward. Solutions do exist. Solutions do exist. It just requires elected leaders in the United States Congress and in state legislatures to pass common sense reforms. To simply exercise courage. Common sense. So here's the thing. It is reasonable that you might want to know before someone can buy a gun whether they have been found by a court to be a danger to themselves or others. Common sense would suggest background checks and red flag laws might avoid that danger. Common sense. And by comparison, it makes no sense, as some would suggest, to require teachers to carry firearms. Because understand what that would mean. We're going to have a second grader look up at the front of her classroom and see her teacher strapped with a gun? Again, it's just common sense for us to believe teachers should focus on teaching. And children should focus on learning. Common sense. And consider weapons of war. Weapons that were designed to kill a lot of people quickly. It's just common sense to believe that they have no place on the streets of a civil society. And that it is time to renew the assault weapons ban. And on the subject of gun safety laws, it is a false choice. It is a false choice to suggest that we have to choose between either supporting the Second Amendment or passing reasonable gun safety laws. We can do both. We can do both. And the majority of NRA members support background checks for all gun purchases. We just need leaders to step up and show some courage. And thanks to so many here, in 2020, we saw that people in our nation stood in line to vote, and they elected President Joe Biden and me Vice President. And because of that work, because people voted, people stood in line, people registered folks to vote. Our young leader said, I might not be able to vote, but when you vote, think about me and who represents my interests. And because of all of that, we were then able to pass the first significant piece of federal gun safety legislation in 30 years, thanks to you all. And most noteworthy about that, bipartisan gun legislation. Bipartisan. Democrats and some Republicans came together, backed by a majority of Americans, and you You made that happen because of your voices. Extremist so-called leaders and the gun lobby could not stand in our way. Not even those just a few miles away from here at the headquarters of the NRA. But let's be clear, we have more to do. So let us continue to fight to make sure the voices of students and parents and teachers and preachers will not be silenced. Let us make sure. Let us make sure that the voice of the people will be heard, that the voice of the people will not be discouraged, will not be deterred, and that we will not tire. Because the bottom line is this: we love our country. We love our country. And I believe, especially in this moment, that the strength of our nation depends on each of us, especially our young leaders. Especially you. So specifically to the students of John Lewis High School, specifically to you, I don't need to tell you, Congressman John Lewis fought his whole life for the civil rights of all people. I was so honored to work with him. And I will tell you that I think we all do believe, I certainly do, that the right to be safe is also a civil right. So to the young leaders, I don't need to tell you, you know this, John Lewis was only 23 when he spoke during the March on Washington. And he was 76 when he led a sit-in at the U.S. House of Representatives to demand action to end gun violence. The great John Lewis taught us it is never too early or too late to join this fight. Recall the Parkland students were in high school when they marched for their lives and inspired a national movement. Maxwell Frost was 15 when he joined the movement to end gun violence, and now he is the first Gen Z member of the United States Congress. And two of the most recent national heroes in this movement, the two expelled members of the Tennessee Three, the Justins, are both in their 20s. So to our young leaders, I say, we hear you, we support you, and we need you. We are all in this together, and so together we must fight, and when we fight, we win. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all. And for using your platform in such an important way. Ambassador Herzog and Mrs. Herzog, it is so good to be with you again, and I thank you always for the extraordinary leadership that you provide and the friendship that is very heartfelt. And of course, I send best to your brother, who I've spent time with as well. It is wonderful to be with everyone tonight. To the members of Congress who are here, the leaders from our administration, including Small Business Administrator Isabel Guzman, to the distinguished guests from Israel and throughout the United States. And of course, with us tonight is my husband, the second gentleman of the United States. And the first Jewish spouse of a president or vice president in the history. And he's been such an incredible leader in so many ways. And this, of course, this historical fact, has led to a lot of other firsts, including the first mezuzah on the front door of the vice president's residence, the first menorah lit in the residence, and the first Passover Seder hosted at the residence. All of which are a great source of pride for Doug and me and our entire family, as I know it is for many who have celebrated with us over the years. So moving forward, I will say that I want to thank everyone who is here and to recognize that tonight we gather to, of course, celebrate the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel. Truly a remarkable milestone. For millennia, a homeland for the Jewish people was just a dream that lived in the hearts of generations of Jews, a dream that was sustained through displacement and discrimination, through struggle and sacrifice, and through one of the most horrific atrocities in the history of the world. Yet, as a famous quote from Theodore Herzl reminds us, if you will it, it is no dream. And the story of Israel over the past 75 years has proven this time and time again. I remember as a young girl growing up in the Bay Area in California, collecting donations on behalf of the Jewish National Fund. And for those of you who, I will date myself, who are old enough, you will remember those little blue boxes, which we would walk around asking people to please donate so we could plant trees in Israel. And yet, that act of us as children and young people was about so much more. It was about our sense of connection to the importance of building the state of Israel, helping the Jewish people thrive, dreaming together, and willing the dream into reality. Years later, as an adult, when I visited Israel for the first time, I saw the incredible results of these efforts, these collective efforts. An extraordinary country built, as the ambassador has mentioned, on ingenuity, creativity, and determination. As Israel developed over the decades, the United States has been a proud and steadfast partner, as has been noted from President Harry Truman's recognition of the State of Israel 11 minutes after Ben-Gurion declared independence, through Republican and Democratic administrations, and through today under the leadership of President Joe Biden. The United States has an unbreakable bond with the State of Israel. A bond that I have been so very proud to work to strengthen throughout my career in public service, whether it be as District Attorney of San Francisco, Attorney General of California, a United States Senator, and now as Vice President of the United States. At the core of the U.S.-Israel relationship is America's ironclad commitment to the security of Israel. This commitment endures, not only because it is in America's strategic interest, but because it is the right thing to do. And this is why I was proud to vote for unprecedented security assistance to Israel, almost $4 billion per year, every year that I served in the United States Senate. And this is why our administration continues to provide this assistance and added another $1 billion in the wake of the 2021 conflict with Hamas. And know this, whether replenishing Iron Dome, working together to develop a new laser defense system, or countering Iran and its proxies, the commitment of the United States and its commitment to Israel's security will remain unwavering. Our administration believes that in order to promote the security of Israel, the region, and the United States, we must continue to create a more integrated and interconnected Middle East. That is why we will continue to build on Israel's peace treaties with Egypt and Jordan, and on Israel's historic agreements with the UAE, Bahrain, and Morocco. Also, understanding this, all is to support Israel's normalization with countries in the region and beyond. As we do that, the Biden-Harris administration will continue to work toward a world where Israelis and Palestinians can live safely and securely and enjoy equal measures of freedom, prosperity, and democracy. And we believe that the best way to achieve this goal is through two states. We also believe that for Israel to be secure and for the Jewish people everywhere to be safe, we must stand up and fight back against anti-Semitism wherever and whenever we see it. As I frequently have said, and as our national strategy on anti-Semitism makes clear, when Jews are targeted because of their beliefs or identity, and when Israel is singled out because of anti-Jewish hatred, that is anti-Semitism, and that is unacceptable. And under President Joe Biden and our administration, America will continue to stand for the values that have been the bedrock of the U.S.-Israel relationship, which includes continuing to strengthen our democracies, which, as the ambassador has said, are both built on strong institutions, checks and balances, and I'll add, an independent judiciary. And I believe no discussion of the U.S.-Israel partnership would be complete without highlighting the collaboration between our nations in science, technology, and medicine. The ingenuity and creativity that made Israel strong has allowed Israel to be known as the startup nation. And as Israeli innovation has spread around the world, it has benefited all of humanity. As a daughter of California with a lifelong passion for water policy, I have long admired Israel for its innovation in agriculture, water management, and clean energy. The founders of Israel pioneered irrigation techniques that brought water to desert farms. Israel pioneered desalination technology, which I saw firsthand at the Sorek desalination plant. And now, Israeli startups are using AI and cutting-edge technology to pioneer solutions to address food insecurity around the world. Israel is a nation full of innovators, entrepreneurs, and visionaries, whether on autonomous vehicles, cybersecurity, or fintech. It is clear Israel helps point the world toward the future. So I will conclude by looking toward the future and quoting one of my favorite lines from the Talmud, a line that inspired an extended discussion during our first Seder at the Vice President's residence. It says, and I'll quote, "It is not your duty to finish the work, but neither are you at liberty to neglect it." I'm going to repeat. It is not your duty to finish the work, but neither are we at liberty to neglect it. While Israel and the United States have achieved so much together, there is still so much more work to do. Previous generations willed the dream of Israel into reality and established enduring bonds between our nations and our people. And now, for our generation, we have the baton in the long relay race of history, and it is then up to us to strengthen these bonds even further. President Biden and I look forward to the next 75 years of progress and partnership. And so congratulations on this momentous anniversary, and let us celebrate all that our nations have achieved together and all that is yet to come. Thank you all.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here today. But especially, thank you all for being part of this great collegiate treasure that we call college sports. You know, there's a very important seal here in the United States. It's Latin, e pluribus unum, but what it means is out of many, one. That is exactly who you are and what you represent here today. You are the national champions in your sports, and you're here today representing all those who played with you and against you time and time again, and then through the tournaments to land with what ultimately became. Does this? Nope, nope. Did that work? Does that work? How about that? All right. The point is, you all made it to what we might call the top of the pile. But you represent 500,000 collegiate athletes who are part of this wonderful, beautiful thing called sports. And for me, this chance to be here today, and thank you to the Biden administration and to their team for making this possible, to take a minute on this lawn in front of that building, which stands as well for Out of Many One, is a very special moment. Most of all, I want to talk about the 90 championships across literally hundreds of sites that are hosted and celebrated every year by the NCAA and all of these organizations that you're part of. Today's the culmination of that. It's a chance to say thank you to all of you for who you are, what you've done, and what you represent. But most of all, I want you to remember that you are, out of many, one. And there are folks here today who will probably be your teammates later on, and there are folks here today who are your classmates. College sports is special. Today is special. You are special. But again, you are part of a very important community to this country. The 520,000 athletes, 125,000 of which graduate every single year and go on to do great things, and all those schools and conferences that host all those events and those championship tournaments. I hope you enjoy your visit, and most of all, I hope you continue to be the winners in life, in sports, and school that you stand for and represent today. Thank you. I now have an opportunity to welcome several additional people who are very important to this to the stage. I'd like to welcome Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris. The Second Gentleman of the United States, Douglas Emhoff. And Logan Eggleston, the captain and one of the seniors who played for the national championship University of Texas Longhorn women's volleyball team.
It is good to be with everyone today, and I want to thank Governor Baker for your introduction, but most importantly for your leadership. You have served in so many capacities out of love of our country, and I want to thank you for what you have been doing here. It is great, as always, to work with you. Thank you also to President Biden, our nation's champion, for your leadership and dedication to America's young leaders. Thank you to my husband, the Second Gentleman of the United States, to the members of Congress who are here, and of course all of the state and local leaders. And above all, congratulations to the over 1,000 student athletes here for this first of its kind event at the White House. Welcome. Welcome. We have 47 teams representing 19 sports and all 3 NCAA divisions. Indeed, you are from all over our great country, and you are national champions. In America, tens of millions of children start playing a sport as a child. Only the best of the best become a national champion, and that is you all. And I know it wasn't easy. You made tremendous sacrifices, training through injuries, birthdays, vacations, and even a pandemic. You know, all of you, what it means to commit and to persevere. And we know that so often, during the course of a long season, sports teams also become a family. You develop lifelong relationships. You demonstrate teamwork and character. You make the people around you better in every way. You are leaders. You are role models. And of course, you are champions. And college sports in particular have a special way, a very special way, of bringing people together, connecting us to our home states and our colleges, connecting us to family traditions, friends, and fellow fans, connecting us to something bigger. When you take the court, you inspire so many across our country, people you may never meet, not only because of how you play, but because of who each of you is every day. You remind all of us of what we can achieve when we work hard and strive with ambition. Some of you may end up playing professionally. Some of you may end up representing our country in the Olympics, in world championships, and in World Cups. But all of you represent the best of our country and our communities, no matter what you do next. And that is why President Biden and I are so optimistic about the future of our country and our world, because of you, because of each of you. You remind us that we are truly stronger together, that our nation is strong when we stand together, understanding what we have in common. You are the ones that people who come from every corner of our nation, representing every background, look at, because we know when we see you, we are at our best when we work together as one team. So again, congratulations to you all, and to all of the people here who made your journey possible. To your family, who supported you, to your coaches, who taught and trained you, and to your friends, who always have your back. Thank you all. And now it is my honor to turn things over to one of our incredible student athletes, Logan. Logan, you are a star on the court, Division I National Volleyball Player of the Year. You are a star in the classroom as an academic All-American. You are a leader on issues like racial justice, and you are a community leader. And now you are a national champion with your Texas Longhorn teammates. We are so proud of you. Thank you. Logan.
Awesome. The dramatics of the reigns, perfect timing. Hello, everybody. My name is Logan Eggleston, and I am a member of the 2022 National Championship Volleyball team from the University of Texas at Austin. Hook 'em. Beautiful. It is such an honor to be here today with all of you amazing athletes in recognition of the accomplishments that we had this year. This season was one like no other. We as a team built our culture around an African term that means I am because we are. Every day, we emphasize the importance of the people around us as our main motivators. We knew that we could not accomplish our goals alone and could only exceed when we put our trust in each other. I want to thank President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, and Vice President Harris for their investment in supporting women in sports. The progress we have seen has been significant and makes me so proud for what the future holds. It is truly so amazing to see so many female athletes supported and recognized here today. Yes. I am so proud to be here today with all of you. This is what I love about sports. It can bring people together from all backgrounds and identities. In athletics, those things don't matter. Rather, athletics unites us, people with so many differences who want to accomplish a common goal. The diversity we see here today reflects American society, and the qualities that we have portrayed as student athletes this year are important values that we as a country must continue to exhibit every single day, such as commitment, communication, trust, and acceptance. Athletes are leaders, and let's continue to pave the way for a better future. Good people love people, so let's exhibit that every single day. I am so proud of everyone here today. Winning is not easy, which we all know, and I applaud all of you for the sacrifices and hard work that you put into this year. I again want to give a huge thank you to Vice President Harris for joining us and inviting us here today to celebrate each other and to build community. I am honored to now present the National Championship Trophy to Vice President Harris. Hook 'em.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Oh, it's good to be back in North Carolina, I can tell you that. It certainly is. Well, let me start by thanking Dr. Amy Bryant. You have heard from her, you know her. She's extraordinary. Like so many of our medical health professionals, these are very trying times. And I was talking with some folks backstage about the fact that in times like this, in times of struggle, in times of hardship, these moments also reveal the heroes among us, the people who have the courage to stand strong in service of others, and truly, Dr. Bryant is one of those people. So thank you for your introduction and all that you do for your patients here in North Carolina. I also want to thank my husband, the second gentleman of the United States. I want to thank my longstanding and dear friend, the Governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper. I think many of you may know, Roy and I actually served together when I was Attorney General of California. He was Attorney General of North Carolina. I have known him for a long time. He is an extraordinary leader who always stands up for the rights and the freedoms of the people of North Carolina. Roy, thank you. I also want to thank the other champions for reproductive freedom who are here. Secretary Javier Becerra, who is here. Congresswoman Alma Adams. Congressman Jeff Jackson, who tells a real good story. North Carolina Attorney General Josh Stein. And Ethel Isaacs Williams, the national president of the Links Incorporated. This is a room full of leaders, a room full of leaders. So we gather here with knowledge and a deep and profound belief that America is a promise of freedom and freedom for all, a promise that each person can determine their own future, dream with ambition, and live with dignity, a promise that every person truly has the ability to thrive. Since the founding of our country, we all know generations of Americans have struggled, sacrificed, and bled to make that promise real. They spoke out at Seneca Falls. They sat in at a lunch counter in Greensboro. They organized farm workers in California. They fought for equality at the Stonewall Inn. And in the relay race of history, the baton they carried is now in our hands. We, all of us, are now called upon to advance the promise of freedom, including the freedom of every woman to make decisions about her own body, not the government telling her what to do. We are here today because 1 year ago today, the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, General Stein, the court of Thurgood, the court of RBG, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America, a fundamental right, a basic freedom. And I know most of us here remember where we were on that day a year ago when the court decided Dobbs, June 24th, 2022. I was actually on my way, traveling from Washington, D.C., to a maternal health event in Illinois when I heard the news. Outraged, I called my husband, Doug, because there were a collection of words that were coming to mind that would not have been proper for me to speak with some other people. And together, he and I talked. We talked about our daughter. We talked about my goddaughters, about my niece and her daughters. And I couldn't help but think that their generation would have fewer rights than my generation or my mother's generation. And so the three words that came to me that I publicly spoke were, how dare they? How dare they? How dare they? How dare they attack basic health care? How dare they attack our fundamental rights? How dare they attack our freedom? And sadly, 1 year ago, we accurately predicted what would happen in a world without Roe. We knew this decision would create a health care crisis in America. We knew that old abortion bans would immediately go back into effect, one which was written in 1849. Now check this out, 1849? 1849. Before women had the right to vote. 1849, before the elevator, the telephone, and even the light bulb had been invented. And now we know, in the midst of this healthcare crisis, extremists, so-called leaders in states across our nation have proposed or passed more than 350 new laws to restrict these freedoms and the right to have access to reproductive health care. Right now in our country, 23 million women of reproductive age live in a state with an extreme abortion ban in effect. 23 million women, which means right now in our country, 1 in 3 women of reproductive age live in a state with a ban. States like Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Texas, and Wisconsin, some with no exceptions, even for survivors of the crimes of rape and incest. Now, many of you know I started my career as a prosecutor intent on protecting, in particular, women and children who were the subject and survivors of violence. It's immoral that so-called leaders would not understand and have some compassion for what those exceptions should be. Some of the laws are banning at or before 6 weeks the right to have and access to have an abortion. Now, what most of us here know is that many women don't even know they are pregnant at 6 weeks. Which, by the way, tells us most of these politicians don't even understand how a woman's body actually works. They don't get it. They don't get it. And next week, overruling the will of the people, North Carolina will be the latest state with an extreme ban, in spite of the best efforts of Governor Roy Cooper. And so, over the past 365 days, the women of our nation have suffered under the consequences of these laws. Laws that in design and effect have created chaos, confusion, and fear. Laws that have denied the women of our country care even when their life and health were at risk. Women like Kristen from Texas, who during her miscarriage, was rushed to the emergency room, who was turned away after the hospital consulted with their lawyers about criminal liability under her state's extreme ban. Kristen, who only received care after she developed sepsis, an infection that could have killed her. Women like Anya from Florida, who after her water broke prematurely was also rushed to the emergency room, who was then told, sadly, for she and her husband, that she would lose her pregnancy and she could die, who was also turned away and refused treatment because of that state's extreme law, and who hours later nearly bled to death in a public bathroom after a miscarriage. I know these stories are so hard to hear, so difficult to tell, but we cannot in our nation allow people to silently suffer without telling their stories in a way that hopefully understands the importance of uplifting their voices in support and in love and with a sense of empathy and agreement that they shouldn't have to have those kinds of experiences. And Anya is here today with her husband, Derek. I want to thank you for telling your story. I talked with Anya and Derek, my husband and I talked with them before we all came out. And I'll say to you in front of all the friends what we talked about backstage, if you don't mind, which is you are a loving couple, and you have the great blessing of having that support in your family. And in spite of the pain that you have personally experienced, the kind of courage you have shown to be a voice for so many people who can't be here or feel alone is so important. And we thank you for your courage, and we thank you for your leadership. And I guess the point of this is that, you know, this should not be the subject of some political discourse. We're talking about real people every day in our country. Real people every day who are being subjected to judgment, being made to feel as though they should be silent. We can't stand for that. We can't tolerate that. It's just not right. Over these past 365 days, doctors and nurses have also experienced this chaos and confusion and fear. They are not only afraid to lose their medical license, which they might. These medical professionals, people who have dedicated themselves to the care of perfect strangers, have told me that they fear being prosecuted and going to jail. And be clear, in Texas and Alabama, doctors and nurses could go to prison for life. Can you imagine someone passing a law saying life imprisonment for a health care provider? Doing what in their medical judgment is the right thing to do? In these past 365 days, extreme laws creating chaos and confusion and fear. Laws that have also impaired access to other basic women's health care issues. Because you understand, everybody here knows reproductive care clinics have been forced to close, those clinics that offer routine checkups for so many people in the community, trusted by the community. They offer referrals for mammograms and other cancer screenings. The impact to women's health issues broadly is very real. So 1 year after the Dobbs decision, we have also seen many women question whether they can even move to any of these states that are passing these extreme laws. They're asking their friends, their families, should I consider going to that state when deciding where to go to school, where to take a job, where to raise a family? And North Carolina, please let us do note the hypocrisy at play with these extremist so-called leaders. The hypocrisy. Because the very people who claim to care about the health of women and babies are the same people who do not treat the maternal mortality crisis as the crisis it is. The hypocrisy. In the top 10 states in our country with the highest rates of maternal mortality, you see these bans in effect. The hypocrisy. Just consider, over half of the counties in Georgia, Oklahoma, and Texas have no OBGYN. I did not say a few. I said none, not one. So as we clearly see the moment we are in, and we are united in this movement, we must also understand the larger context. This fight is not only about the people of one particular state. These extremists plan to take their agenda national. An agenda that, by the way, goes beyond reproductive rights. It's a lot of these same folks that attack the right to vote, that prevent the teaching of America's full history with book bans, in this year of our Lord 2023. They tried to condemn Americans for being who they are, for loving who they are, and loving who they love openly and with pride. So let's see the big picture at play here. And of course, a year after Dobbs, it is clear where this is headed. Extremist Republicans in Congress have proposed to ban abortion nationwide. Nationwide. But I have news for them. We're not having that. We're not having that. We're not standing for that. We won't let that happen. And by the way, the majority of Americans are with us. The majority of Americans, I do believe, agree that one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. If she chooses, she will talk with her pastor, her priest, her rabbi. But it should not be the government telling her what to do. And I do believe that the majority of Americans agree that an important attribute of a true leader is the ability to have empathy. To truly have some curiosity and concern and care for the struggles of other people. This having been the approach, by the way, of the people from Kentucky to California, voters of every party who just last year protected reproductive rights. And so while Americans make their voices heard across our nation, President Biden and I will continue to do our part. Our administration has taken action to protect access to emergency medical care, to support women forced to travel out of state for care, and to protect women's privacy. But we know this fight will not truly be won until we secure this right for every American, which means ultimately the United States Congress must put back in place what the Supreme Court took away. And have the courage to stand for freedom in every way. The United States Congress must pass legislation to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade. And when they do, President Joe Biden will sign it. So North Carolina, all that to say also that elections matter and organizing works. So together, let us continue to build this movement. A movement, tis I love you. Let's build our movement, a movement to secure the rights of every American. Today, 365 days after the Dobbs decision, people in states across our nation are making their voices heard. For example, in Florida and Ohio, folks are collecting signatures and registering people to vote to secure reproductive freedom on their ballot. Across our nation, people are speaking out. They're raising money to support reproductive freedom. And just look around. Just look around. Together, here, people of every background. I wish you could see what I'm looking at. People of every background, every age, from everywhere, together are standing in defense of fundamental, foundational principles for our country, standing in defense for freedom and democracy, for civil rights and human rights and women's rights. And I do believe that when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. So North Carolina, let's stand, because we believe medical decisions should be made by a woman and her doctor, not politicians. Stand if you want to end the crisis of maternal mortality, to institute national family and paid leave. Stand to pass the Affordable Child Care and to uphold the rights of all people to own their future. Stand if you love our country. Because we are fueled by our love of country, and we stand knowing what we must fight for and what's at stake. And again, I will say, when we fight, we win. Thank you.
Indian community waiting to welcome our Vice President, Kamala Harris. So what about Miss Gila River giving that beautiful national anthem in our Autumn York? And what about Miss Seneca Jackson? Wow, how did she do? Skugtash. Vustich Amwi, Anyanap Chukat, Governor Stephen Rowe Lewis of the Gila River Indian Community. Shape Masma. Zapo. Okay, we're doing good here at Gila Crossing Community School. I know you are all excited and proud, as I am, that we're hosting Vice President Kamala Harris today for her first visit to Indian country. What a great day for our community and for all of Indian country. Now, on behalf of myself, Lieutenant Governor Monica Antone, our Community Council, let's give them a round of applause. And all of Indian country. Now, on behalf, I would like to also welcome all of our community members, the elected leaders of all of the 22 tribes here in Arizona, and tribal members across from this great state. Let's give them a round of applause as well. And a special welcome and thanks to our elders, our veterans, and youth who are such a critical part of today's program. Let's give them a round of applause as well. Now, I'm especially proud to be hosting the Vice President because it gives us an opportunity to express our deep appreciation to the Biden-Harris administration for their true partnership and investment in the community and tribes across the country. The community has a tradition of working successfully with our administration partners based on our sovereign status and the nation-to-nation relationship. But this administration, the Biden-Harris administration, has taken partnership to a whole new level, bringing tribes genuinely to the table and working with us on important investments and solutions for each tribe's unique needs. Here on the community, I can easily point to our successful partnership with the Biden-Harris administration on so many items, from federal funding for the widening project on I-10 to new investments in tribal government buildings, this school, our police department, and our public safety buildings, which have been built using our innovative 105L leasing program, with more to come, I want to add. Also, to our unique partnership with the administration in crafting innovative and important solutions to the mega drought that we're all facing here in this region. And Vice President Harris has truly been at the center of these efforts, as I know firsthand. Now, earlier this year, we spoke briefly during a visit she made to our state to visit a solar project here in Arizona. And during that brief meeting, I happened to mention one of the community's more innovative projects to address drought and to rapidly introduce solar power to the community, our solar-covered canal project. But while brief, the Vice President immediately had her staff follow up, and I met with the Vice President's office shortly thereafter to have more of an in-depth discussion on this project. It could have ended there, but the Vice President then invited me to join her at her residence for the Earth Day celebration this past year, purposefully bringing me together with philanthropic funders who are interested in the community's ideas for solar-covered canals, which has since led to a very productive dialogue that I'm hopeful will lead to investment and expansion of this groundbreaking way to save water and tackle the root cause of the drought we are facing, climate change. This is the kind of partner Vice President Harris is to Indian country. And she has been with Indian country throughout her career. And now we have a full partner in the White House, a partner who shares and respects the values we all hold dear as O'odham and Peeposh, as Gila River Indian community across Indian country, protecting our children, our mothers, our families, protecting our country. These shared values are what bind us together in a common cause for the good of our community and for all of Indian country. It is truly my honor, my privilege, to welcome the Gila River Indian community, our partner and friend, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Please have a seat. And to the governor's mom and the aunties, hi. Well, it is so wonderful to be here, and I just want to thank everyone for just the very warm welcome that my husband, Doug, the second gentleman of the United States, and I have received. It means so much to us, and it means so much to the President that we are able to be here with you to thank you for the partnership and the work that we have done and will continue to do together. Governor, I want to thank you in particular because we have seen each other now a number of times. We were proud, my husband and I, to receive you at our home. But importantly, your leadership and your work and your partnership has been tremendous. And so I thank you for all of that and, of course, for the introduction you gave me this afternoon. I also want to thank all the tribal leaders who are here, the young Native leaders who are here. They are truly an inspiration. I was able to meet with some of the younger leaders before I came out here, and when I look at them, I know the future of our world is so bright. I'm also grateful for the veterans who are here with us. many of whom just met with the second gentleman of the United States, my husband, Doug Emhoff. And he's the first second gentleman of the United States. But on the point of the meeting that you had, the veterans who are here, those who have served, it's an extraordinary aspect of the history of the military. Native Americans have served this country in every major conflict in the past 200 years. And today, Native Americans serve in uniform at the highest rates of any population. So as Vice President, I thank you for your bravery and for your service. And I thank everyone for joining us today. So President Joe Biden and I believe that the bonds between our nations are sacred. And we believe we have a duty to safeguard and strengthen those bonds, to uphold our trust and treaty obligations, to honor tribal sovereignty, and to ensure tribal self-determination. On that point, it is a special honor to be at this beautiful school today. Gila River was the first tribe to partner with the federal government through an innovative leasing program to build a school that is fully Native-built, Native-owned, and Native-run. And as the governor said, I have worked with Native communities my entire career. I know projects like this are a representation of self-determination and a symbol of sovereignty. President Biden and I also believe that we have a duty to address the deep disparities that persist across Indian country. Disparities that are the result, and truth must be spoken, disparities that are the result of centuries of broken treaties, harmful assimilation policies, displacement, dispossession, and violence. And we have a duty to make sure that all Native people have the opportunity to thrive. To do so, we are committed to make sure all Native communities are places of economic opportunity. In this community, in every Native community across the country. There are people with big dreams for the future, people with the ambition and the aspiration to start a business, own a home, get an education, start a family. But turning a dream into reality requires, when we're talking about economic opportunity, requires access to capital and financial services. Home loans, small business loans, lines of credit. And as we know, many Native communities are cut off from these essential resources. In fact, Native households are more than 3 times as likely to lack access to traditional financial institutions. So to address this inequity, our administration, President Biden and I, have invested more than $500 million in Native entrepreneurs and small businesses. And we are investing millions more in community banks. Now, community banks, it almost speaks for itself, community banks. It's about the community. Community banks predominantly operate in overlooked and underserved communities. And they are run by people who live and work in the community that they serve. People who know firsthand the incredible potential in the community, people who understand the culture of the community, the language of the community, and people who then work every day to realize the potential of the community. So since taking office, the President and I and our administration have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in community banks that serve Native communities. institutions in Arizona like the Hoppy Credit Association, which recently provided funds to a Native-owned coffee shop so they could invest in better kitchen equipment, new furniture, and more storage space. In partnership with communities, and in particular with Native communities, we are also addressing the climate crisis. This is something I spoke with the young leaders about before I walked in. Every year, the land your tribes have long called home have increasingly been threatened by wildfire, drought, and floods. Native peoples have served as responsible stewards of our environment for millennia. For millennia. And in order to create enduring solutions to the climate crisis, we must then rely on the knowledge and the experience of Native communities. And that is why we are investing billions of dollars to help fund Native-led, not Native-consulted, Native-led climate-resilient infrastructure projects. Like the projects you are leading here at Gila River. Projects to replenish groundwater, to build a new water pipeline to ensure reliable access to clean water, and to reduce dependence on the Colorado River. Together with Native communities, we are also working to protect the freedom to vote. In our democracy, the freedom to vote should be sacred. Every eligible voter has a fundamental right to cast a ballot and make their voice heard. But we know for Native Americans, that right has been hard fought and hard won. Native Americans were not universally granted U.S. citizenship until 1924. Even then, in many states, Jim Crow-style laws and policies denied many Native Americans access to the polls. And today we know that barriers to the ballot box still persist. Soon after taking office as Vice President, I convened a meeting on voting rights with Secretary Deb Haaland and Native American leaders, including Allie Young, a member of the Navajo Nation. Those leaders told us in no uncertain terms that the Native vote is under threat. Polling sites are too often hours away from where Native voters live. Ballots and voter information are too often not available in languages they speak. Postal service is irregular, and the use of tribal IDs has been denied. President Biden and I will continue to call on Congress to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and the Native American Voting Rights Act. Together, these bills would set national standards for voting, such as 2 weeks of early voting, drop boxes in convenient locations, same-day automatic voter registration. For example, we have heard from many Native leaders, it was part of the conversation we had in my office, that it is so difficult to even register to vote because there is not an in-person registration site in the area, or because they do not have access to high-speed internet to register online. So to help more folks get registered to vote, we are also working to put voter registration sites in Indian Health Service locations. Yes. In addition, we are well on our way to connect every household with high-speed internet, which has been a high priority for us. And for so many, the point was highlighted during the height of the pandemic. Since taking office, President Biden and I are proud of the progress we have made in partnership with the leaders who are here. And we know we have much more to do. We must continue to fight to address the urgent crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people. I feel very strongly about that. We must continue to fight to make sure all Native people, in particular all Native young people, have the mental health resources they need. Including uplifting their voices and encouraging them to talk about it, knowing that it is a sign of strength to seek help. And we must continue to defend the Indian Child Welfare Act. So I'll share with you a personal story. So last month, I hosted, at the home governor where you visited, I hosted a dinner for the newest members of Congress, including Congresswoman Mary Patola. She is the first Alaska Native member of Congress. And she is a champion for all Native communities. And so that particular day, by coincidence, that same morning that I was hosting the dinner that evening, that same morning was the morning that the United States Supreme Court rejected that attempt to gut ICWA. And that night, then, as she arrived at the house, she and I just shared a special moment because we both understood what these attacks have meant, the failure to enforce the rules have meant, the failure to prioritize this, what it means. And so she and I basically shared, we hugged and we talked about it, a moment of profound relief and celebration, knowing the significance of this victory for tribal communities and tribal sovereignty, knowing for centuries Native children were taken from their families and community in violation of basic human rights, and it was an attack on the very existence of tribal nations. So I celebrate, as we all do, what happened at the court. But when you read closely the attacks and how the court ruled, let's be fully aware of not only the essential protection that ICWA provides, but also understand that whatever gains we make will not be permanent if we're not vigilant. You know, years ago, I was the head of the San Francisco City Attorney's Division on Families and Children, and I worked on many ICWA cases. And as Attorney General of California, I partnered with tribal leaders and child welfare agencies and others to enforce ICWA. So while we applaud the Supreme Court's decision, I am very clear-eyed. We know this will not be the last threat to this very important law, and we must continue to work together, and we will work with Native leaders to safeguard the protections of ICWA. And with that being said, together we will continue to work together in partnership toward a future where all of our children can realize their God-given potential, a better future for this generation and 7 generations to come. In that fight, together we will work to continue to strengthen this partnership, to count on your leadership, and to work together. Good afternoon, everyone. I am so honored and pleased and joyful to be with you this afternoon. Please have a seat. Oh, what a wonderful, wonderful day. I want to thank President Elsie Cook Holmes, the National Board of Directors of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and my Divine Nine sisters, the ladies of Delta Sigma Theta. Good afternoon to you all. Madam President, I want to thank you for your kind words. You have been a phenomenal leader of this organization. You and I and our other Divine Nine leaders have spent a lot of time together in Washington, D.C. and around the country. I've seen firsthand your leadership. It is an honor to be here with you this afternoon. Thank you. So I will say also that President Joe Biden and I have many extraordinary leaders in our cabinet, but as many here know, there is only one Marcia Fudge. And I'm going to talk about her for a minute. Her entire career, whether as a mayor, a member of the United States Congress, a national president of Delta Sigma Theta, and now as the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia Fudge has been a champion for the people of our nation, and she is a dear friend to me. Thank you, Marcia Fudge. So it is so wonderful to be here this afternoon with all of the leaders who are present, including, of course, the great Cheryl Johnson, who you will honor today. So as a proud member of the Divine Nine through Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, when I look out at all of you, I see family. Like my sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated was founded to build networks of support for young Black college women, to fortify the bonds of sisterhood, to serve our nation and the world, and to create desperately needed social and legal change. And let us think back to what was happening the year this storied organization was founded. In 1913, women were not guaranteed the right to vote. There was not a single Black person in the United States Congress. And in that year, more than 50 Black Americans had been lynched, and that's only the number that was documented. And yet, despite all of this, and perhaps because of it, the founders of this sorority believed in the power of sisterhood, scholarship, and service, and that they could help make real the promise of America, a promise of equality, freedom, and justice, not for some, but for all. And so, history tells us just 2 months after its founding, the members of Delta Sigma Theta marched with thousands through the streets of Washington, D.C. to demand the right for women to vote. And 60 years ago this summer, in 1963, Deltas from across our country were part of the March on Washington, side by side with Roy Wilkins and John Lewis and Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Were 2 members of Delta Sigma Theta on that stage, Miss Dorothy Height, indeed, and one of the few women to speak that day, Mrs. Daisy Bates. And history, of course, will not let us forget. That day, the famous Delta Days was inaugurated in 1989. When every year since, Deltas from across America convene in Washington, D.C. to uplift the issues of the moment. In fact, I remember walking through the halls of Congress when I served as the United States Senator to see that powerful sea of red, and then to joyfully host the California delegation in my Senate office. So that short summary of history that led us then to 2020, when during the height of a pandemic, with a fierce commitment to our future. The leaders here registered thousands of people to vote, led efforts to combat voter suppression, and with our Divine Nine brothers and sisters strolled to the polls. You showed up and you helped elect Joe Biden President of the United States and me, the first Black woman to ever serve as Vice President of the United States. And so I thank you, all the leaders here, for all you do. We all share a vision and a stake in the future of our nation. A stake and a vision in a nation where we believe all people, no matter who they are or where they start, should have the freedom to dream with ambition, and where all people should have access to opportunity. The great Congresswoman Barbara Jordan, a Delta and an American icon, she once said of leadership, and I quote, "The imperative is to define what is right and to do it." What is right? Having the courage and conviction to confront the challenges we face, confront them head on, and deal with them. So let's consider then the moment that we are presently in. Well, before President Biden and I took office, for years, too many of our seniors could not afford the medication they needed to survive. Together, we all here declared what we know to be right, that in the United States of America, seniors should not have to choose between putting food on the table and filling their prescription. And so President Biden and I capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. For years, parents and grandparents across our nation have cried out about the harm of lead pipes, that half of the children in our country under the age of 6 are at risk of lead exposure. So we all declared what we know to be right. Every child and every person in our nation should have clean water to drink, and today we are finally on track to remove every lead pipe in America. For years, our HBCUs have been underfunded. Even though our HBCUs are centers of outstanding academic excellence. So when we took office, we did what we all know to be right. President Biden and I invested nearly $7 billion in our HBCUs, which is an investment in the future leaders of our nation. For years, our nation has ignored the crisis of maternal mortality. Madam President, you spoke of that. That before, during, and after childbirth, women in America die at a higher rate than in any other wealthy nation in the world, and that Black women are 3 times as likely to die. And so, when President Biden and I took office, we did what was right and made maternal health a national priority and expanded postpartum care through Medicaid from 2 months to 12 months, expanded it from 3 states to 35 states, to the benefit of 500,000 more women in America. For far too long, our justice system has been in urgent need of reform. Too often, bad actors have not been held accountable, including those who are sworn to protect and serve. So when we took office, we did what we know to be right. President Biden and I banned chokeholds and restricted no-knock warrants by federal law enforcement. And because we know much more must be done, we continue to work with civil rights leaders, law enforcement officials, and the leaders in this room to advance reforms that will build public trust and true public safety for all communities. For far too long, our justice system has not fully reflected the diversity of our nation. So when we took office, President Biden and I have appointed more Black women to the federal appellate courts than any other administration in history combined, including, of course, the first Black woman to ever sit on the highest court of our land, and your newest member, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. It's a good day. So all of this to say, the leaders in this room helped to make all of this progress possible. And by creating a new era of impact for this historic organization, you will continue to help lead our nation forward. And for all of that, I thank you. And I am also here to declare we have more work to do. Being clear-eyed about the moment we are in and the challenges we face. We can see right now in our country, so many of our hard-won freedoms are under full-on attack. Just consider last year. The highest court in our land, the historic court of Thurgood, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And since then, in extremist measures, extremist leaders in states across our nation, states like Indiana, have passed laws that criminalize doctors and punish women. And on this issue, I know we are all clear. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. And yet today on this subject, extremists pass laws with no exception, even for rape or incest. Now, as many of you know, I started my career as a prosecutor, and I specialized in violent crimes against women and children. It is simply immoral that after someone has survived an act of incredible violence and violation to their body, that they do not get to decide what happens to their body next. That is immoral. Hard-won freedoms are under attack. Just consider, today in states across our nation, extremists attack the freedom to vote. They pass laws that ban drop boxes and limit early voting, laws that make it illegal to simply give somebody food and water while they stand in line for hours to cast their ballot. Extremists pass laws that target our friends and neighbors because of who they are and who they love. And at this moment in our country, we just witnessed the United States Supreme Court strike down affirmative action, give businesses the right to discriminate, and deny debt relief to millions of Americans with student loans. All the while, these same extremists, in most cases, refuse to pass reasonable gun safety laws to keep our children safe. And speaking of our children, extremists pass book bans to prevent them from learning our true history. Book bans in this year of our Lord 2023. And while they do this, check it out. They push forward revisionist history. Just yesterday in the state of Florida, they decided middle school students will be taught that enslaved people benefited from slavery. They insult us in an attempt to gaslight us, and we will not stand for it. We who share a collective experience in knowing we must honor history and our duty in the context of legacy. There is so much at stake in this moment. Our most basic rights and freedoms, fact versus fiction, foundational principles about what it means to be a democracy. And so in this moment, our nation again counts on the leaders in this room. Those who stand on the great shoulders of the great American leaders like Ida B. Wells, Dorothy Height, and Shirley Chisholm, who with courage and determination and fortitude continue to organize, build coalitions, and activate our communities. Let us continue to stand together and fight for what is right, because we do know it is right to fight for the freedom of every woman to control her own body, not her government. It is right to fight for a future in which every person can live free from discrimination and hate. It is right to fight for safe communities. It is right to fight for paid leave and clean water and affordable child care. It is right to fight to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. It is right to fight against book bans and the truth. So Delta Sigma Theta, let us fight. Fueled by the love of our children, let us fight. Fueled by the love of our country, and let us fight with the knowledge and the faith that when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. To all of you, thank you. Have a seat. Have a seat. Let me first of all thank Jennifer. She and I and the Congresswoman Sherfilis McCormick, Ben Crump, Tracy Davis, Representative Angie Nixon, Derek Johnson from the NAACP. We had some time before I came out to talk with each other, and I just want to say that there is extraordinary leadership, Jennifer and everyone else, in this state, and you are not alone. You are not alone. You are not alone. I'll tell you, yesterday I was traveling to meet with some folks when I heard the news about what happened here. And our team and the president, is completely on board with this. We said, we got to remind the folks of Florida that you're not fighting out here by yourselves. We believe in you. We believe in the people of Florida. And so I decided to come and visit with you today. And, well, let me start by saying this. I am a product of a public school education. I was sharing with some of the teachers earlier, my first grade teacher, Mrs. Frances Wilson, God rest her soul, attended my law school graduation. I am a product of teachers and an educational system that believed in providing the children with the full expanse of information that allowed them to then, and encouraged them to then reach their own conclusions and exercise critical thought in a way that was directly intended to nurture their leadership. I am fully aware that it is because of that approach that I stand before you as Vice President of the United States of America. So when I think about where we are today and who we are as a community of people, within the beauty of the diversity that I see in front of me, I know that there are many things we share in common. And first and foremost, we share in common a deep love of our country and the responsibility we each have then to fight for its ideals. That is so critically important on the subject then that gathers us here today. Because you see, when we think about it, part of true patriotism means fighting for a nation that will be better for each generation to come. Right? Believing that our nation is worth the investment in fighting for the children of America, that we will provide them with the information they need to go into the world and lead. I will tell you, as Vice President of the United States, I have now met with over 100 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. One of the things about who we are as Americans is we can walk in those rooms with the authority earned, for the most part, except recently sometimes, earned authority to walk in those rooms talking about what it means to uphold democracies, the importance of rule of law, human rights. And when we walk in those rooms, we do it proud of the fact that we have been held up and held out as a role model. Well, the thing about being a role model is this. When you're a role model, people watch what you do to see if it matches what you say. So understand the impact that this is having not only for the children of Florida and our nation, but potentially people around the world. Because on a more specific point in that regard, we want to know that we are sending our children out as role models of a democracy who therefore know the importance of speaking and telling truth, the importance of understanding when you are a leader, you must know history. And by the way, be really clear. Be really clear. All the folks that we would go out and send our children to go and meet around the world are clear about our history. And we're going to send our own children out to not know what it is? Building in a handicap for our children that they're going to be the ones in the room who don't know their own history when the rest of the world does? Think about this for a moment. The levels of proportion. So when I think about where we are, I do believe that our strength as a nation has always been because we are continuously and always invested in fighting to reach our ideals. And let's remember the preamble to the Constitution of the United States. Bancroft. We the people in order to form a more perfect union. It's part of the spirit behind our founding as a democracy. Implicit in those words is we understood we must strive to form a more perfect union. Implicit in those words was an understanding we are imperfect. And we must be honest about that to understand then our history, where we've been, and then have a North Star in terms of where we must go. So when I think about what is happening then here in Florida, I am deeply concerned. Because let's be clear, I do believe this is not only about the state of Florida. There is a national agenda afoot. And what is happening here in Florida? Extremists, so-called leaders, for months have dared to ban books. Book bans in this year of our Lord, 2023. Extremists here in Florida pass a law, don't say gay, trying to instill fear in our teachers that they should not live their full life and love who they love. And now, on top of all of that, they want to replace history with lies. Middle school students in Florida to be told that enslaved people benefited from slavery. High schoolers may be taught that victims of violence, of massacres, were also perpetrators. I said it yesterday. They insult us in an attempt to gaslight us, and we will not have it. And we will not have it. And you know, as parents, we teach our children to tell the truth. It's one of the first things we teach our children. Love and honor their parents, their God, and tell the truth. We teach our children not only to tell the truth, but to seek knowledge and truth. It's part of what we know is about putting them on the road for them to grow and develop for the sake of our mutual well-being and prosperity. These are the things we tell them. Well, I think we should model what we say. These extremist so-called leaders should model what we know to be the correct and right approach if we really are invested in the well-being of our children. Instead, they dare to push propaganda to our children. This is the United States of America. We're not supposed to do that. And here's the other piece about this. Now, when adults know what slavery really involved, come on. Adults know what slavery really involved. It involved rape. It involved torture. It involved taking a baby from their mother. It involved some of the worst examples of depriving people of humanity in our world. It involves subjecting to people the requirement that they would think of themselves and be thought of as less than human. So in the context of that, how is it that anyone could suggest that in the midst of these atrocities, that there was any benefit to being subjected to this level of dehumanization. In the midst of these atrocities, that there was some benefit. So it is not only misleading, it is false, and it is pushing propaganda. People who walk around and want to be praised as leaders, who want to be talked about as American leaders, pushing propaganda on our children. Pushing propaganda on our children. And when we think about it, you know, when we send our children to school as parents, we want to know that they are being taught the truth. It is a reasonable expectation. It is a reasonable expectation that our children will not be misled. And that's what's so outrageous about what is happening right now. An abject and purposeful and intentional policy to mislead our children. And so, let us be clear, teachers want to teach the truth. Teachers want to teach facts. And teachers dedicate themselves to some of the most noble work any human being could take on, to teach other people's children for the sake of the future of our nation. And so they should not then be told by politicians that they should be teaching revisionist history in order to keep their jobs. What is going on? Are teachers who fear that if they teach the truth, they may lose their job? As it is, we don't pay them enough. I know. And these are the people, these extremist so-called leaders, who all the while are also the ones suggesting that teachers strap on a gun in the classroom instead of what real leaders should be doing and be engaged in reasonable gun safety laws. These are the same extremist leaders, so-called leaders, who make teachers fear losing their job for having a photograph of their spouse on their desk. But let's be clear. On this issue, this is not the first time in history that we've come across this kind of approach. This is not the first time that there are powerful forces that have attempted to distort history for the sake of political ends. Think about in the past how we have seen attempts to minimize and even deny the Holocaust. Think about those who tried to rewrite the history of the Japanese internment camps, erase our nation's dark and sordid history and how we have treated the Native people, and in particular through educational systems. Those who have tried, and there are states where they have, to ban teaching Latino and Hispanic history. This is not the first time. But when we think about it then in the context in which we should, understanding there is a national agenda afoot, understanding that there are many aspects of our history that some would like to overlook, erase, or at least deny, let us think about then what this creates as a moment for us to also then rededicate ourselves to the coalition. Our responsibility at moments like this to understand nobody should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And take a look, because there are a lot of teachers here. I think so. I'm going to tell you, one of the things I love is Venn diagrams. Any math teachers in the room? I love Venn diagrams. And I have done an exercise of looking to see from where are we seeing the attacks on things like voting rights, LGBTQ rights, a woman's right to make decisions about her own body, book bans. And you will not be surprised to know a lot of them revert to the same source. So let's think about this then as an opportunity to build back up the coalition of all people who believe in our foundational and fundamental truths. The truth that we are and will be a more perfect union when we fight for justice, when we fight for equality, when we fight for fairness, guided by a belief in who we are as a nation and telling our truths. And I'll close with this. History has shown us that in our darkest moments, we have the ability to unite and to come out stronger. We know e pluribus unum, out of many one. That is who we are in this room, out of many one. Americans who came here through Ellis Island, Americans who were kidnapped and brought over on slave ships, Americans who are native to this land. Our history as a nation is born out of tragedy and triumph. That's who we are. Part of that is what gives us our grit. Knowing from where we came, knowing the struggles that we have come through, and being stronger in our dedication to saying no more and not again. It is part of what makes up the character of who we are as America. So let's reject the notion that we would deny all of this in terms of our history. Let us not be seduced into believing that somehow we will be better if we forget. We will be better if we remember. We will be stronger if we remember. We fought a war to end the sin of slavery. A civil war. People died by the untold numbers in that war, many of whom fought and died because of their belief that slavery was a sin against man, that it was inhumane, that it was not reflective of who we believe ourselves to be as a country, and certainly not reflective of who we aspire to be. So who then would dare deny this history? Who would dare then deny that these lives were lost and why they were lost and what was the cause that they were fighting for and what were they fighting against? They weren't fighting and dying because they thought people were going to be okay with this thing. It's because they knew that it had to end because it was so criminal So we know the history. And let us not let these politicians who are trying to divide our country win. Because you see, what they are doing is they are creating these unnecessary debates. This is unnecessary to debate whether enslaved people benefited from slavery. Are you kidding me? Are we supposed to debate that? Let us not be distracted by what they're trying to do, which is to create unnecessary debates to divide our country. Let's not fall in that trap. We will stand united as a country. We know our collective history. It is our shared history. We are all in this together. We know that we rise or fall together as a nation. And we will not allow them to suggest anything other than what we know. The vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us. And so let us stand always for what we know is right. Let us fight for what is right. And when we fight, we win. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. President Janet Murguía, I thank you for that introduction and for the years of our friendship and work together. It really means more than I can express. You and I also share so many things in common, including our love of our family, our love of our community, and our love of our country. I thank you so very much, Janet. Thank you. And I must also say that Janet Murguía has been an extraordinary partner to President Biden and to our administration, and to the members of our administration, including the most honorable Javier Becerra, who is here, and Miguel Cardona, who is here. And so I want to thank them all. And I also ran into Illinois Attorney General Kwame Raoul, and I want to recognize your leadership on so many important issues. So it is good to be with all the friends this afternoon. And I don't need to tell you, the power of Unidos is the power of the coalition. Recognizing that diversity in our nation is not a weakness or an afterthought, but instead our greatest strength. That we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And that when we as a society come together, work together, fight in common cause for fundamental values, it is our patriotism that fuels us. Written on this seal, on the front of this podium, is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. That is who we are, and it is a founding principle of our nation. So when we together fight in coalition for the freedom, rights, and justice of all people, that is an act of patriotism. When we celebrate our diversity and recognize that unity is our strength, we then build a stronger nation, a stronger democracy, and a stronger world. This organization was founded, I don't need to tell most of the people here, in Arizona in 1968, at the height of the civil rights movement. The founders of this organization had a mission to empower Latinos economically, politically, and socially, and to do so by uniting communities and seeking common ground, a vision shared by many at that time. In fact, it was 2 years before the organization was founded that Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. sent a telegram to Cesar Chavez. In it, he wrote of the farm workers movement, quote, indeed, UFW, he wrote, Dr. King wrote, "Our separate struggles are really one. One. A struggle for freedom, for dignity, and for humanity." Dr. King and Cesar Chavez understood the power of the coalition. And I will tell you, as part of my personal story, that that approach to the common struggle influenced me at a young age. As many of you know, I grew up in neighborhoods of hardworking people in Oakland and Berkeley, California. And I was raised, my sister Maya and I were raised by parents who met while they were protesting for civil rights. They would take me with them to the marches. I was in a stroller at the time. But from the beginning of my life, I saw the power of standing in solidarity, be it a protest or a picket line. And so it was natural that from the earliest stages of my elected career that I would work closely, as Janet mentioned, with what was then called NCLR, and was by then the largest Latino civil rights organization in the United States. And so, in partnership with many here, back when I was District Attorney of San Francisco, I prosecuted contractors who stole wages and denied benefits to the workers, many of whom were monolingual immigrants. As Attorney General of California during the foreclosure crisis, as Janet mentioned, Latino homeowners were being victimized by predatory lending practices, and I fought the big banks to keep people in their homes, and as a result of our work together, we secured $20 billion from those banks for California's homeowners. And then we, together with your support, wrote the nation's first homeowner Bill of Rights to protect the rights of working families. As the United States Senator, I was proud to stand with Unidos as we held private lenders accountable, those lenders accountable for charging Latino students higher interest rates on their student loans. And of course, at the height of the pandemic, side by side, we fought for the safety and the dignity of frontline workers. And then, in 2020, of course, Unidos organized, mobilized, knocked on doors, sent postcards and text messages, posted on social media, and made millions of phone calls in states like Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, and helped register more than 120,000 new voters. And in large part because of that work, in that election, we saw record turnout, including record turnout by younger voters, which of course elected Joe Biden President of the United States and me Vice President of the United States. And think about what our work together and our progress together has meant to so many people in just the past 2.5 years. Before we took office, many will remember small businesses were struggling, factories were closing, and across our nation, millions of people were out of work. Since President Biden and I took office, we have created 13 million new jobs, including 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Latino unemployment reached the lowest level on record. And we invested billions in community banks, a passion of mine, to make sure that we provide access to capital for our small businesses. And as a result of that work, we have seen more small businesses created in the last 2 years than any other 2-year period in history. Growth, by the way, that is being led by Latinas, who are the fastest growing group of small business owners in America. Before the president and I took office, our seniors had to make the impossible decision between either putting food on the table or filling their prescription. And as we know, Latinos are 70% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. So President Biden and I capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for our seniors. And we finally gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices. Many said it couldn't be done. We did it. And made sure that seniors won't pay more than $2,000 a year for their medicine. All of this is part of our blueprint together for what America can be. This is Bidenomics, a plan to invest in America and build a future in which all people can truly thrive. And so all of this to then say, the leaders in this room helped to make this progress possible. And so I am here first and foremost to say thank you. And I am here to say we have more work to do. For example, on our first day in office, the first bill President Biden introduced was for immigration reform. And while we will fight to support immigrants and to protect DACA recipients, there is no substitute for action by Congress. Congress must create a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, individuals with temporary protected status, and for farm workers. And we must also look ahead to understand the other challenges of the moment we are in. A moment where extremists, so-called leaders, have a blueprint to attack hard-won freedoms and rights, and to do it state by state as part of their national agenda. Across our nation, extremist, so-called leaders demonize, target, and attack immigrants. In Florida, they just passed SB 1718, a law designed to make people live in fear, a law that makes people afraid to even receive care at a hospital because they fear they will be asked about their immigration status and worry they could be separated from their families and be deported. In Texas, we see reports that authorities have pushed children and pregnant women who crossed the Rio Grande back into the river. People who refuse to provide water to other human beings who are in deadly 100-degree heat. Inhumane, outrageous, and un-American. And their blueprint goes beyond attacks on immigrants, because of course last year we know the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And on this issue, let us be clear. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree that the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Today, in states across our nation, extremists also attack the freedom to vote. They pass laws to ban drop boxes, to limit early voting, and to make it illegal to offer food and water to people who are standing in line for hours simply to exercise their civic duty and cast their ballot. In this moment, we see our friends and neighbors being targeted because of who they are and who they love. And we witness the United States Supreme Court strike down affirmative action, give businesses the right to discriminate, and deny student debt relief to millions of Americans. All of this, by the way, when a heartbreaking 1 in 5 Americans has lost a family member to gun violence, and when the #1 cause of death for our children is gun violence, and they simply refuse to pass reasonable gun safety laws to keep our children safe. And while this violence, of course, impacts all communities, we also know it does not do so equally when Latino Americans are twice as likely to be victims of gun homicides. But again, instead of passing reasonable gun safety laws, these extremists suggest teachers should just strap on a gun in their classroom. This on top of an agenda to ban books and to prevent students from learning our true and full history. Can you imagine book bans in this year of our Lord 2023? And for these extremists, that was not enough. They now push forward revisionist history. They push propaganda. They suggest that enslaved people benefited from slavery as they insult us in an attempt to gaslight us. Well, we will not have it. We will not have it. Unidos, history helps teach us where we come from, to guide us to move forward. So in this moment, let us recall the history of this very organization. Let us remember 2010 in Arizona, when extremists passed SB 1070, the Show Me Your Papers bill. And extremists, so-called leaders like Sheriff Joe Arpaio, rushed to target immigrants and families, to sow fear and spread hate. Well, this organization, with so many others, joined to organize, advocate, and go to court. Together, this organization helped overturn the most discriminatory sections of that law. And I raise that example because I do believe that in the face of dark moments, the history of this organization has helped to shine a light on our path. Like Unidos did in Arizona, I know going forward that this group of leaders will always lead the people of our country to come together, will always stand in refusal to those who would try and divide us, that we will never be distracted by those attempts to divide us, and that we will stay focused on a commitment to stand united. And I do believe then you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. So Unidos, let us stand together in the fight to institute national paid family and medical leave, to pass pay equity, affordable child care, stand in the fight to renew the assault weapons ban, to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade, to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act, and to finally pass immigration reform. Let us stand together, knowing when we fight, we win. May God bless you and God bless America.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Bishops, Episcopal survivors, connectional officers, and members of Congress. It is an honor to be with you here today. Dr. Deborah Taylor King, thank you for your words and for that introduction and for your leadership of this historic organization. To the members of the Women's Missionary Society, including the 1,300 life members here with us today, thank you all for welcoming me so warmly. And thank you for the work you do every day for our nation. So my pastor, Reverend Dr. Amos C. Brown, said to me recently, as people of faith, we are called to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God. Every day, the leaders of the Women's Missionary Society live the truth of these words. You care for the sick and feed the hungry. You organize to stop the horror of gun violence. You help Americans register to vote so they can make their voices heard. And like my dear, dear friend Val Demings, you have led our nation in elected office as well. There's Val. So I thank you all for your service to our country. Standing with you today, I tell you, I feel at home. As many of you know, I was born in Oakland, California, and growing up, I attended 23rd Avenue Church of God. My sister Maya and I, we sang in the choir. Of course, went to Sunday school and gathered with family and friends in the basement of our church to eat food prepared by loving hands. So that to quickly say that for so many of us, church is a place of belonging, of community, and fellowship. Church is a place where together we find and share our faith. As it says in Luke chapter 1, verse 79, faith has the power to shine a light on those living in darkness, to guide our feet in the path of peace. In moments of uncertainty and confusion, when the way is not clear, it is faith that guides us forward. Faith in what we often cannot see, yet know to be true. Such faith has always guided this church. The United States and the AME Church were born in the same moment in time, and both were founded on a set of fundamental principles: liberty, equality, and freedom. Now, as we all know, when our nation was established, these principles did not apply equally to all Americans. But significantly, the members of this church saw what could be, unburdened by what had been, and guided by the light of their faith, fought to build a better nation. In the darkness of slavery, it was the faith of people like Sarah Allen that lit the way north for the Underground Railroad. In the darkness of the Civil War, it was faith that led members of Mother Bethel to address Frederick Douglass's call and join the 55th Massachusetts All-Black Infantry Regiment in the fight for liberation. In the darkness of segregation, it was faith that led the foot soldiers for freedom to Brown Chapel to prepare for their march from Selma to Montgomery. Generation after generation, members of this church, great Americans like Roy Wilkins, Rosa Parks, and assistant leader Jim Clyburn, have shined a light on the path toward freedom. Sons and daughters of Richard and Sarah Allen, your history, and I say this as Vice President of the United States, your history is American history. And through your faith, you have helped to make real the promise of our founding principles, not just for some, but for all. And I am here then to say, our nation needs your leadership once again. In this moment across our country, hard-fought, hard-won freedoms are under full-on attack. Just consider, in states across our nation, extremists attack the freedom to vote. They pass laws to ban drop boxes, to limit early voting, to make it illegal to offer food and water to people who are standing in line for hours to simply cast their ballot. Bishops, whatever happened to love thy neighbor? In states across our nation, extremists pass laws that criminalize doctors and take away the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body. And we are all clear. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government should not be telling her what to do with her body. Let her make that decision with her pastor or her priest or her rabbi, but not her government telling her what to do. In this moment, we see extremists attack our friends and neighbors because of who they are and who they love. And all the while, these same extremists refuse to pass reasonable gun safety laws to keep our children and places of worship safe. Reasonable gun safety laws, like the type Mother Emanuel has fought too long for. And on top of all of this, in this moment, we even see extremists ban books and attempt to erase and even rewrite the ugly parts of our history. Right here in Florida, they plan to teach students that enslaved people benefited from slavery. They insult us in an attempt to gaslight us, in an attempt to divide and distract our nation with unnecessary debates. And now they attempt to legitimize these unnecessary debates with a proposal that most recently came in of a politically motivated roundtable. Well, I'm here in Florida, and I will tell you, there is no roundtable, no lecture, no invitation we will accept to debate an undeniable fact. There were no redeeming qualities of slavery. And as I said last week when I was again here in Florida, we will not stop calling out and fighting back against extremist so-called leaders who try to prevent our children from learning our true and full history. And so in this moment, let us remember, it is in the darkness that the candle shines most brightly. So let us not be distracted. Let us not be deterred. And let us have faith in who we are as a nation. Let us agree that the true measure of strength is not based on who you beat down, but who you lift up. Let us agree that it is a sign of strength, not of weakness, for leaders to have empathy, to be concerned about the suffering of others. And let us also agree that our faith requires action. It requires that we fight for what we know to be true, for what we know to be good, and for what we know to be right. And that is certainly what President Biden and I have been doing with the support of so many of the leaders here. Consider that for years, so many of our seniors had to choose between either putting food on the table or filling their prescription. And so President Biden and I did what is right, and we capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for our seniors, and made sure no senior would pay more than $2,000 a year for their medicine. Consider, for years, parents and grandparents around our country have cried out about the harm of lead pipes, about what lead pipes do to the health and learning ability of their children. And so when we took office, President Biden and I did what is right. And today we are on track to remove every lead pipe in America. For years, our HBCUs have been underfunded, even though, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here, even though our HBCUs are centers of academic excellence, and so when we took office, and I say this as a proud HBCU graduate, you know, I made sure we did what is right, and President Biden and I invested over $7 billion in our HBCUs, which of course is an investment in the future leaders of our nation. For years, our nation has ignored the crisis of maternal mortality. That before, during, and after childbirth, women in America die at a higher rate than any other wealthy nation in the world, and that Black women are 3 times more likely to die. So when President Biden and I took office, we did what is right and made maternal health a national priority and expanded postpartum coverage through Medicaid from 2 months to 12 months. and increased coverage from 3 states to now 35 states, to the benefit of 500,000 more women. For far too long, far too many people in far too many communities have lived in fear of violence. And I believe the right to be safe in school, at work, in a place of worship should be thought of as a civil right. So when we took office, President Biden and I did what is right. We strengthened background checks to prevent gun violence, and we invested billions of dollars in job training, mental health resources, and our communities, because we know when we invest in our communities, that is what helps make them safe. And because no one should have to live in fear of those sworn to protect and serve, we restricted the use of chokeholds and no-knock warrants by federal law enforcement. And we will continue to work with civil rights leaders, law enforcement officials, and the leaders in this room to make sure our justice system lives up to its name. And since coming into office, President Joe Biden and I, very proud to report this, have appointed more Black women to be federal judges than any administration in history, including the first Black woman ever to sit on the highest court in our land, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. So all of this work is guided by our faith in America. We here today, I know, we here today, we love our country. And we believe, we truly believe in the principles upon which our country was founded. And I believe the fight to preserve and protect these principles is one of the truest forms of patriotism. The great Coretta Scott King, a woman of deep faith, once said, and I will paraphrase, "Freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it in every generation." So at this moment in history, I say, we were born for a time such as this. So let us shine a light on the path forward. Let us fight toward a future where every woman has the freedom to make decisions about her own body, where every voter has the freedom to make their voice heard, where every child can learn our true and full history, and where every family can live free from violence and hate, and every person, no matter where they are, where they come from, has the opportunity to thrive. And as we do so, let us fight with optimism, with faith, and with hope. Because as the history of our nation and the history of this church tells us, when we fight, we win. Thank you. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
You did it, Renee. We were talking backstage with Ashley, her daughter, and what job does your mom not have? She's wearing a lot of hats, but the voice that she has provided, that your family provides about the importance of this, is really critical, because it's an American story. And the work we are doing is to meet the needs of families around the country, families just like yours. So it is good to be back in Wisconsin. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And to be with so many incredible leaders, including, of course, our Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo. She's doing a great job, and she has been a champion, a true champion of working people. in our country. And of course, it is great to be with my dear friend, the Senator Tammy Baldwin. So Senator Baldwin and I served together in the United States Senate, and it was one of my joys to serve with her. I have seen your senator in rooms when the cameras were on and when the cameras are off, and she is the same person every time. She is always a voice of reason, a determined voice, talking about the importance of uplifting, in particular, working people in our country and the working people of Wisconsin. She's always fighting for the needs and the dignity and the resources that folks deserve to have. So I thank you, Senator Baldwin, for your work. Thank you. Thank you. And it is indeed with her help all across Wisconsin that President Joe Biden and I have been able to create jobs, expand opportunity, and strengthen American manufacturing. And so we are here to discuss our continuation of that work. For years, manufacturing was the foundation of the economy here in Kenosha. Manufacturing jobs created opportunity and prosperity and helped generations of working families thrive. Then, in the 1990s, as a result of global economic trends and, frankly, short-sighted national economic policy, American manufacturing began to falter, and thousands of good, steady jobs right here in Kenosha were shipped overseas. And this is one of many stories of its kind across our country. All across America, countless communities saw the anchor of their economy packed up and sent offshore. In fact, between 1990 and 2010, America lost more than 6 million manufacturing jobs. And for years, politicians have promised to bring those jobs back, but not delivered. So President Joe Biden and I decided to run for office because we believed it was time to fix this and to bring manufacturing jobs back to places like Kenosha, and to take our work, in particular, across the country and deliver for what the American family actually needs. So take, for example, our work on high-speed internet. As Renee explained so well, in America in the 21st century, high-speed internet is not a luxury. It is a basic necessity. And yet, when President Biden and I took office, 800,000 people in Wisconsin and 30 million people across our country did not have access to high-speed internet. And so we decided to do something about it. We invested $65 billion to lower the cost of high-speed internet plans and to build thousands of miles of fiber optic cable so that every family in America can afford to have access to high-speed internet. And when we made this investment, we knew that there would then be an increased demand for fiber optic cable and for other products that connect people to the internet. We knew that the demand would skyrocket. We knew companies would increase production and hire more workers. And whereas in the past, many of those jobs would have been created overseas, President Biden and I required that the materials and products used in these projects, from steel to electronics to fiber optic cable, must be made in America by workers in America. And we are determined to create jobs in America and keep jobs in America, all of which leads us to today. So today I am proud to announce that Nokia, a company based in Finland, will expand this factory here in Kenosha and hire up to 200 new employees. Yes. They will build the parts that are needed to connect people with high-speed internet. And let me just tell you, so much of this project is due to the advocacy of Senator Baldwin. Truly, truly. These Made in America requirements were a priority for her. And for any of you who know her personally, when she's got a priority in mind, you will hear about it until you do something about it. And she was focused on creating jobs in communities like this one. And understand, all of this is part of a larger strategy. President Biden and I came into office with a plan to strengthen America's economy. We knew that for far too long, our economy has not worked for working people. Entire communities have been left out and left behind. Trickle-down economics, well, it benefited big corporations and the wealthiest Americans, but not regular folks. So when President Biden and I took office, we decided to invest in the working people of America, to create millions of jobs, to rebuild American manufacturing, to repair our roads and bridges, to expand clean energy production, to replace every lead pipe in our nation, to connect every home to high-speed internet, and to make sure that every person in America, no matter where they start, has access to opportunity and the tools that they need to thrive. All that is called Bidenomics. It's a term we're very proud of, I must tell you, because Bidenomics is working. It's working. Since we took office, we have created more than 13 million jobs. That's more jobs created in 2.5 years than any administration has created in 4. Today, unemployment remains near record lows. Inflation has fallen 12 months in a row. Wages are up, and small businesses are thriving. In fact, in just our first 2 years, entrepreneurs applied to start more new small businesses than in any other 2-year period in history. And here's an interesting connection between the growth of small businesses and manufacturing. Many of you may know over 70% of the manufacturing operations, firms, companies in the United States, over 70% of them employ 20 or fewer people. A lot of the manufacturing work that we do in America is done by our small businesses. And of course, our small business leaders are leaders in business, and they are also civic leaders and community leaders, and they hire locally, and they mentor, and they are part of not only the economic strength of our nation, but part of the fabric of what makes us who we are. And so it is no coincidence that in that same time, American manufacturing has grown faster than it has in decades. And as a result, here in Wisconsin, we have created 140,000 new jobs, including many good-paying union jobs. Jobs for the workers of IBEW who will install EV chargers along I-94. Jobs for the laborers who will upgrade 6 bridges along John Nolan Drive in Madison, where I once lived, by the way. I did. I've got some Wisconsin cred. Jobs for plumbers and pipe fitters who will replace lead pipes all across this state. So Wisconsin, together we are rebuilding America. Through Bidenomics, we are showing that when we invest in workers and families, when we create jobs and opportunity, when we roll up our sleeves and get to work, there is no limit to what we can achieve for Kenosha, for Wisconsin, and for our nation. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I was just saying to Monica, I love what she said, the power of possibilities. Isn't that right? And really, the power behind the power of possibilities is that we as a community, as a society, see it and then invest in it. I had the great joy and honor and privilege of meeting with some of the small business owners who occupy this space, and I have to tell you, their innovation, their enthusiasm, their love of this community, and by extension, the country, is really so inspiring. I love our small business owners. I really do. You know, but I just have to say, because many of you may know this, but, you know, my sister Maya and I were raised by our mother, and she worked long days, and we had a second mother who lived 2 doors down, Miss Shelton. And we lived in the apartment above the nursery school that Miss Shelton ran. She was a small business owner. And she was a matriarch of the community. She was not only a business leader, she was a civic leader. She was part of the cultural fabric of the community, as well as someone who hired locally, who mentored, and who role modeled what it means to be invested and be successful. And so this is very personal for me, to be here with all of you and to applaud the work that is being done here. And I want to thank Monica again for her introduction and for your leadership. And of course, it is good to be here today with so many incredible leaders. I see so many. I could spend all afternoon mentioning who you are, but I will not do that in case I overlook anybody in particular. But I will say that, in particular, I do want to thank the leaders of our Commerce Department and Deputy Secretary Don Graves and Undersecretary Don Cravens. We've been working a lot together over these last couple of years, and they really are extraordinary. They've been traveling the country and really inspiring so much of the work we have done as an administration. So I thank the 2 Dons for all that you do. Thank you. Good. And to the small business owners and entrepreneurs of America, including those here today, you are the backbone of our communities and of our economy, and you are part of the pride of our nation. President Biden and I came into office with a plan to grow and strengthen America's economy. We knew that for far too long, our economy has not been working for working people. Entire communities have been left out and left behind. Trickle-down economics, well, it benefited big corporations and the wealthiest of Americans, but not a lot of regular folks. So when President Biden and I took office, we decided to invest in the working people of America, to create millions of jobs, to rebuild American manufacturing, to repair our roads and bridges, to replace every lead pipe in our nation, to connect every home with high-speed internet, to expand clean energy production, and to make sure that every person in America, not just the wealthy or well-connected, have the opportunity to thrive. All that, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, that is called Bidenomics. That is called Bidenomics, and we are very proud of Bidenomics. And as today's jobs numbers make clear, Bidenomics is working. Last month, we created 187,000 new jobs. That means today, yeah, go ahead and clap. I don't want to step on the applause. That means today 187,000 more Americans are able to go to work, to provide for their family and invest in their future. Today's numbers reflect the point that President Biden has made many times. America's economy is strong and experiencing stable and steady growth. In fact, since we took office, we have created more than 13 million new jobs. In 2.5 years, we have created more jobs, more new jobs, than any other administration has created in 4. Today, the unemployment rate is near its lowest level in over half a century. Wages are up, inflation has fallen 12 months in a row, and recently, some of the nation's largest financial institutions have begun to recognize the significant impact of our economic approach. Morgan Stanley increased their expectations for economic growth, as did Bank of America. And unlike economic recoveries in the past, this growth is not only being felt on Wall Street, but more importantly, it is being felt on Main Street, especially by people who start and own small businesses. So just consider, in just our first 2 years in office, entrepreneurs have applied to start more new small businesses than in any other 2-year period in history. In addition, President Biden and I have invested billions in American manufacturing. Now, put this in context. Since most manufacturing companies are small businesses with fewer than 20 employees, our investment in America's manufacturing is also an investment in America's small businesses. All of this to say, America's economic future looks bright, and President Biden and I will keep fighting to move our nation forward. And that includes expanding support and access to capital for small business owners. So many of you may know, as Vice President, I have traveled our nation from rural Louisiana to small towns in New Hampshire to Indian country to meet with small business owners and entrepreneurs. And when I sit down and talk with folks, I often will ask them, of all the challenges you as a small business owner, as an entrepreneur, of all the challenges you face, what is your biggest concern? And almost to a one, the answer they will give me is access to capital. They either want to start a business or they want to grow a business, but don't have the relationships with the big banks. And so for years, we have worked to expand investment in community banks. Because you see, community banks specialize in providing loans and financial assistance to small business owners, in particular, those in overlooked and underserved communities, including rural communities. And as the name suggests, community banks are in the community. They understand the needs of the people they serve. They understand the capacity and the opportunity, such as the capacity and the opportunity of this community, that big banks often overlook or just don't get. And so building on the work that, as you heard, I led as a United States Senator, and since taking office, President Biden and I have invested nearly $12 billion in our community banks. And last year, I was so proud to convene consumer banks, investment firms, technology companies, and philanthropies to launch a first-of-its-kind public-private partnership in support of our small businesses. And what we did is we combined the expertise and the experience of the private sector with the reach and the capacity that only government can provide. And as a result, we have secured billions of dollars in private sector investment for small businesses. In order to expand access to capital, we have to think outside the box, all of us. And in particular, we feel a sense of responsibility to find innovative ways to support our entrepreneurs and our small business owners, including to fund community banks, to build public-private partnerships, and to do what we are doing today, which is to invest in small business accelerators. So small business accelerators are organizations that, in addition to capital, provide advice and support to entrepreneurs. Because most of us, in fact, didn't grow up necessarily having parents or others in our direct community that understood all of these business principles and understood high finance. But it's not that folks don't have a good idea or the ambition and the aspiration to do things, but just don't have access to the information. So basically, a small business accelerator is a one-stop shop for small businesses to succeed. And they provide everything from mentorship to management courses to assistance filling out business taxes. And so today I am proud to announce that we will invest $125 million in 43 small business accelerators. And they have been chosen because they are the ones that are and have a track record of supporting entrepreneurs in underserved communities and helping them to innovate and to hire and to grow. And nearly all of these accelerators that we have funded are represented here today. And because of these additional resources, these accelerators will be able to extend capital and support to thousands more entrepreneurs and startups to take full advantage of the investments we have made in our nation over the past 2 years. And so consider, since taking office, President Biden and I have invested about $1 trillion to build a clean energy economy. $1 trillion to build and grow a new economy, a clean energy economy. Think what this means if folks who have the great ideas have access to the information to participate in that and to be in the pipeline of the innovators who are doing this work every day to build back up our country. Today's investment in small business accelerators will help connect entrepreneurs and small business owners with the support and the guidance they need to break into the clean energy economy. For example, this investment could allow, let's say, a college student from Thomasville, Georgia, to connect with a mentor to help launch her clean energy startup and apply for clean energy tax credits. It could allow, let's say, a mother of 2 in Tempe, Arizona, who has a business plan to install solar panels, but she needs the technical support to learn how to turn that plan into a reality and meet the increasing demand for solar energy. That's where these accelerators come into play, to help connect that desire, that ambition, that great idea with the resources that are available to actually do that important, innovative work. This investment, for example, could allow a veteran who owns an auto repair shop in Milwaukee to access the capital he needs to buy equipment to repair electric vehicles. I've visited with some of these innovative small businesses. And it was interesting. I met with one young innovator who was talking about how he was setting up this company to actually work on electric vehicles and electric batteries. And I said, well, tell me about the people who are working with you. And he said, well, we refer to them as technicians. I said, you mean mechanics? That's what we're talking about. We're talking about skills that exist, but what we're doing to upgrade those skills to meet the demands of new economies. And so through this investment and our whole Invest in America strategy, President Biden and I are working to make sure that small business owners and entrepreneurs have every type of support they need to grow. Because as Bidenomics continues to demonstrate, when we invest in the dreams, the ambitions of small business owners and entrepreneurs, it creates opportunity and prosperity for us all. Thank you all. May God bless you. May God bless America. Thank you. You're standing tall. You're standing tall. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be back. Good afternoon. Governor Inslee, thank you for all that you are and all you have done. You and I have had so many conversations over the year, and I will say that among those who are leaders in our country and by extension in the world on the issue of what we must do with a sense of urgency to protect, preserve, and love our planet, you are one of the greatest leaders. So it is good to be with you. And Trudy, thank you both. Thank you. And thank you for the warm welcome to Washington. I want to thank our Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. She is extraordinary. She has been traveling the country, and she's a true partner to the President and me. And my dear friend, Senator Maria Cantwell, where are you? There you are. Hi. So Senator Cantwell and I served together in the United States Senate, and so I have seen her work close up. I have seen her in rooms where there are cameras. I have seen her in rooms where there are no cameras. She's the same person everywhere. She is always fighting for the people, and she is truly one of our nation's greatest climate leaders. And I want to thank you for that. And on the most recent work that has happened and on the detail of her leadership, she helped pass the CHIPS and Science Act. And that, of course, is historic in terms of its investment in climate innovation. And these are investments which will, and she always emphasizes this, it will create jobs and opportunity, not only here in Washington, but around the country. So thank you, Senator Cantwell, for your leadership always. Thank you. Thank you. And Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland, I thank you. Mayor Bruce Harrell, thank you for meeting me on the tarmac and for your leadership and friendship always. And to all the activists, organizers, and young leaders here today, it is because of you and your partnership and the enthusiasm and the passion that you bring to this work that President Biden and I are taking on one of the most urgent issues of our time. And of course, that is the climate crisis. Every day around the world, the impact of the climate crisis is stark, and it is vivid. We are seeing it in real time. Here, of course, in Washington state, you have endured deadly heat waves and devastating wildfires. And across our nation, we see communities choked by drought, washed out by flood, and decimated by hurricanes. And of course, we are all praying for the people of Maui. Far too many lives lost. Far too many lives lost. Homes lost, businesses lost, livelihoods lost. And of course, we have to recognize and pay special attention to the Native Hawaiian community, which has seen some of their most sacred cultural sites destroyed. And so I will say that President Biden and I will continue to do all that we can to help the people of Hawaii, and both in terms of what they need now, but what they need in terms of recovery and what they will need to rebuild. So all of that to say, it is clear the clock is not just ticking, it is banging. And that is why 1 year ago, President Biden and I made the largest climate investment in America's history. And this work was designed to dramatically expand solar and wind energy production, to lower energy costs for working families, and to put millions of electric vehicles on the road, including thousands of electric school buses, so that, of course, our children can have clean air to breathe. And it is with these investments that we are clear. We are creating millions of good-paying, clean energy jobs. We are rebuilding America's manufacturing, and we are driving American innovation, something this state knows so well. In total, President Biden and I have committed nearly $1 trillion to build a thriving, clean energy economy for America. And I have seen, and Cameron mentioned this, I have seen our progress firsthand. I've been traveling our country, and for example, in April, I was in Dalton, Georgia. And so Dalton, Georgia is a factory town about 2 hours north of Atlanta, where for generations, good, stable manufacturing jobs supported thousands of working families. But then about a decade ago, those jobs started getting shipped overseas. And for years, of course, politicians have promised to reinvest in communities like Dalton, to rebuild American manufacturing, but they never delivered. So President Biden and I decided that it is time to fix that, and we decided to dramatically expand clean energy production and to do it here in America. And so on the story of Dalton, on this year alone, already we have created 2,500 new solar panel manufacturing jobs that have opened up in Dalton. And across the country, we have created more than 175,000 new clean energy jobs. Just so far, more to go. And this is all to do what we know we must do to meet the challenges of this moment. But of the challenges in terms of building a clean energy economy, we also know that the places where we create clean energy, like a solar farm in the desert or a wind farm off the coast, those places are often far away from where people actually live. And so, thinking about it, to get the energy where it is most needed, President Biden and I are also building thousands of miles of new high-voltage transmission lines, which is making a significant difference. For example, I was recently in rural Arizona to break ground on a project where 125 miles of high-voltage line will deliver clean electricity. Electricity from wind and solar farms in the Arizona desert, delivered to people millions of miles away, potentially, well, certainly thousands of miles away. Bit of a typo there. But delivered to millions of people in faraway places like Phoenix and Los Angeles and San Diego. And that electricity will not only be cleaner, it will also be cheaper. And so think about that. That means more money for working families, to buy groceries, to invest in home repairs, to be able to afford a vacation from time to time. And just think, every year working families pay thousands of dollars just to keep the fridge and lights on. So think about what this means. And for the president and me, one of our highest priorities then has been to lower energy costs, which is why we designed our climate policy and plan to give working families tax credits and rebates so they can afford to install new insulation and new windows, which of course increase energy efficiency and lower energy bills. And so they can better afford to replace their gas-burning furnace with an electric heat pump to heat and cool their home, which costs less money to run. And we're doing the same thing for businesses. We have made billions of dollars in tax credits available so clean energy upgrades can happen to businesses in terms of their buildings. And we have made sure these credits are not just available this year, not only this year, but for years to come. Because we know that for companies like this one, what we know is that when we increase the demand for solar panels and clean energy technology, we want to make sure that there is a consistent demand and it is predictable so that businesses have the confidence to invest in this new approach to doing work and building our economy. Consistency is something businesses need and want, and that is part of the intention of the design of our policy to give them that. In addition, all these investments create jobs, good paying union jobs. Yep. Jobs for workers like many of those who are here with us today, including plumbers and pipe fitters and members of IBEW and sheet metal workers, and the kind of folk who are just some of the most skilled and experienced workers in our nation, going to work every day to build our clean energy economy. For example, today, Ambrose Bradley is with us. Ambrose, where are you? Ambrose is with us, okay. Ambrose grew up in Oklahoma, and after high school, he joined the Air Force and worked as a mechanic on an F-16 fighter jet. When he left the Air Force, Ambrose joined Sheet Metal Workers Local 66. And today, Ambrose is a foreman fabricating metal for energy-efficient lighting, heating systems, and solar panels. So think about that. He went from F-16s to solar panels. Talk about highly skilled. Thank you, Ambrose. So all of this is to say, together we are building a clean energy economy, and through all our work, President Biden and I are building an economy that works for working people. And that, my friends, is called Bidenomics. And Bidenomics is working. Since we took office, President Biden and I have created more than 13 million new jobs, including nearly 400,000 jobs right here in Washington State. Today, the unemployment rate is near the lowest it has been in over half a century. Inflation is down and wages are up. And just last week, President Biden and I announced that we are giving more than 1 million workers on federal contracts a raise. Long overdue. Davis-Bacon, long overdue. Because the workers building our clean energy economy, and all workers, deserve to be paid fairly and for the value and the dignity of their work. So I'm going to close with this. So in my travels as Vice President, I have met with hundreds of young climate leaders among the many leaders I have met. I've met with college students in Michigan, climate justice activists in Miami, Native leaders in Arizona, and high school students in Denver. And I will tell you, these young leaders are guiding our nation in our climate fight. And as they have told me, their work is driven by their hope and their determination. Hope because they know we still have time to make a difference. And their determination is the determination to correct the course. So let us all share in their conviction, in their hope, in their determination. And let us continue to work to build a cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous future for everyone. And let us do so with optimism, because while we have more to do, with your partnership, the President and I have shown just how much we can accomplish together. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, let me just thank everyone here for all that you do to support this extraordinary team and all the leaders who are here. President Biden and Dr. Biden could not join us today, but I will tell you they always make sure that we keep the People's House open to our nation's athletes and champions. And so I send you their best regards and congratulations to this team for all that you have accomplished. I want to thank my husband, the first second gentleman of the United States. And a real champion for women's equality and empowerment, and a big fan and supporter of women athletes. In fact, he previously hosted the first ever all-girls junior NBA basketball clinic in Ghana, and most recently led the U.S. delegation to the Women's World Cup in New Zealand. So thank you, Doug. Thank you also to Congressman Steve Horsford, my friend and the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford, former Governor Sisolak, and members of the Nevada State Legislature, which has the highest representation of women legislators of any state legislature in our nation. So today we celebrate a group of leaders that define excellence in every way. ACE's owner, Mark Davis, team president, Nikki Fargas, the coaches, and especially, of course, the players. The winners of the 2022 WNBA championship, the Las Vegas Aces. So it was only 5 years ago that this franchise moved to Las Vegas from San Antonio. And now they are the first major professional sports team in Nevada history, to win a championship. Think about that. And that's because this team defines grit and determination, starting with a coach who is also now a Hall of Famer, Becky Hammond. And so this group knows Coach Hammond is, just simply put, a winner. She's just a winner. As a player in the WNBA, she was a 6-time All-Star. Later, she joined the San Antonio Spurs as the first full-time female assistant coach in NBA history. And now, as a head coach in the WNBA, she became the first rookie head coach to win a WNBA championship. Think about that. She's a winner. And speaking of winners, let us take pride also in the pride of Columbia, South Carolina, Aisha Wilson. My soror. Couldn't help it. Who helped that state win its first NCAA women's basketball championship, who 2 years ago brought home the gold from the 2022 Olympics in Beijing, who last year won her second WNBA MVP award, and who just this week tied the WNBA record for points in a game yes, that was 53 points in a game. Yeah. And of course, in 33 minutes. And in 33 minutes. Thank you, Coach. That's different. And of course, she doesn't do it alone, because the Aces win when they play as a true team. These players lift up their teammates and step up when their team needs them, like guard Chelsea Gray. Who won Finals MVP with her hustle, her passing, and her defense. Yes, and Kelsey Plum. Who sealed the championship with a clutch shot with only 25 seconds left in Game 4. The Aces brought home that trophy because you are not only a team, you are a family. You support each other on and off the court, and you represent your fans, your teammates, your city with poise and with heart. And we know you are not done. Just last night, the Aces set the WNBA record for wins in a season. All while they remind everyone that Las Vegas is so much more than just 4 miles on the Strip. Because in addition to being champions on the court, these leaders are role models and leaders off the court. You each have a commitment to excellence that includes a commitment to serving your community through the Las Vegas Aces Foundation. You support student mental health and wellness, and you fight for equal pay. And on the issue of equal pay, let us discuss that for a moment. You have made clear it is an issue of basic fairness and an issue of economic justice. You know that in our country, women still make only about 84 cents for every dollar that a man makes, and that the gap is wider in professional sports. But you are fighting quite successfully to close that gap. And as I have long said, when we lift up the economic status of women, we lift up the economic status of families, and all of society benefits. So, to the Aces, thank you for your advocacy on the issue of pay equity for women athletes and for all women and their families and for our entire economy. Thank you for that work. And over the years, I've seen how together we can make progress. As a United States Senator, a few years ago, I co-sponsored the Paycheck Fairness Act to make it easier for employees to bring equal pay claims. And as President Biden and I have done this work, we have limited the use of salary history for federal contractors to help prevent pay inequities and strengthen pay audits to identify these inequities. So all of this is to say, your advocacy has made a difference. In addition to pay equity, members of this team are also leaders in the fight for broader rights and freedoms. Not only is Asia a leader on the WNBA Social Justice Council, she, along with her teammates and players across the league, advocate to protect the right to vote. They advocate in defense of LGBTQ+ rights and families. And they fight to expand access to education. And all of this leadership, of course, is part of a larger story, and it is the story of the WNBA. The WNBA is more than a basketball league. You inspire our young people and people across our nation to dream with ambition. You are living the truth that women belong in every room and on every court. And all of that is to say, our nation is stronger because of your leadership. For example, when an American citizen was wrongfully detained abroad, you organized and advocated in a ferocious, extraordinary way. You organized folks, you lifted up the issue, you helped educate folks about what was at stake, all in support of Brittany Griner. And you did this work so admirably. And in fact, in May, it was a joy for Doug and me to join Brittany and her wife Cheryl to attend her first game back. And it was sports at its best. I'm sure all of us watched that game. There were thousands of people at the game that night, and millions more watching on TV as Doug's team, the Sparks, let him live, beat the Mercury 94-71. You're welcome. We saw people of all ages and all backgrounds united in common cause that night. And that is the power of sports. And that's the power of your leadership. So I'll conclude with this, and I spoke with the members earlier. You've all heard me talk about my mother many times, and she had many sayings. And one of them she would often say to me is, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things. Make sure you're not the last. In this incredible room, full of winners and many, many firsts, I know you will continue to keep that path open and make sure it is bigger and wider for all of those who will follow. You are truly champions in every way. And for all of this, I congratulate the Las Vegas Aces and thank you for all you do. And now it is my great honor to invite Team President Nikki Fargas to the microphone.
Madam Vice President and Mr. Imhoff, and all the members of the White House staff who assisted with this celebration, thank you so much for making this an incredibly special day for our team, our franchise, and the city of Las Vegas. It is truly an honor to be invited to celebrate Nevada's first major professional sports championship in our nation's capital. The timing of today's event, of course, couldn't be more appropriate as tomorrow is Women's Equity Day. Although the WNBA is first and foremost a professional basketball league, it has become much more than that in recent years. With increasing frequency, our players and our teams have embraced their roles as leaders in the community and used their growing platforms to act as a force for change, fighting for social justice and equality for all. 3 years ago, in your victory speech, Madam Vice President, you implored the children of this nation, regardless of gender, to dream with ambition, to lead with conviction, and to see yourselves in a way that others may not, simply because they've never seen it before. That is what the WNBA does. That is who the Las Vegas Aces are. Women who dream with ambition, women who lead with conviction, trailblazers who continuously breathe new life into the idea that if you can see her, you can be her. Championship teams are a product of not just championship caliber play on the court, but of a championship organization. And for us, that begins at the top with our owner, Mark Davis. Mark is a lifelong women's basketball fan who, in his short time as an owner in our league, has transformed what it means to invest in women and invest in the WNBA. His vision is what led directly to our hiring of Becky Hammond, our head coach, our general manager, Natalie Williams, and the result speaks for themselves. A WNBA championship in 2022, a WNBA record 30 wins and counting in 2023, as well as the highest attendance totals in the league. Former First Lady Michelle Obama once said that the future of our world is only as bright as the future of our girls. As I look back at the group assembled on this stage, I know that the future is incredibly bright for our franchise for the WNBA and for all those little girls out there watching who aspire for greatness. Again, Madam Vice President, thank you so much for graciously welcoming us to the White House and for the role you play in inspiring those same little girls. Now I'd like to invite two-time WNBA MVP Asia Wilson and 2022 WNBA Finals Chelsea Gray to present you with a token of our appreciation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. It's a room full of leaders. Well, thank you, everyone, for being here and for all the work that you have done leading up to today. I want to thank, of course, our nation's champion, President Biden, for your leadership and commitment to lowering costs for working families in every way. And thank you to all of the members of Congress for the work that you have done and continue to do to help us achieve this type of progress. So we are here today with the firm belief that in the United States of America, no senior should ever have to choose between whether they are able to fill a prescription or fill their refrigerator with food. But for you, yes. Yeah. Because we know for years, far too many of our seniors, millions of our seniors across the country have struggled to afford their prescriptions. And too many of our seniors risked their health as they may have delayed to refill their prescription, or they cut their pills in half to try and stretch out the length of time that they could take their medication. So since we took office, President Biden and I and our administration has taken historic action to cut the cost of prescription medication for our seniors. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Yeah. We will cap the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year. And we have made vaccines free of charge, which will save seniors hundreds of dollars every year. Yes. And we've finally allowed Medicare to negotiate the price of medications with big pharma companies to the benefit of 65 million Americans at least. And as many of you know, we've worked together. Over the course of my career, I've seen the stakes of this fight firsthand. When I was Attorney General of California, I met with countless families who are often quietly suffering because they or a loved one could not afford the medication they needed and were prescribed. I investigated drug makers that tried to stop production of cheaper, generic versions of their drugs, and we held them accountable. And we intervened in the merger of hospitals that could have resulted in less competition or increased cost for their patients. All that to say, there are many factors that drive up healthcare costs and make medications more expensive. And President Biden and I will continue to use every tool at our disposal to bring these costs down. And we will hold accountable those who try to put profits ahead of the health and well-being of the American people. And together, we will continue to build a nation where every person, not just the wealthy or well-connected, has the opportunity to thrive and can live a life of dignity after they retire. So that includes, of course, our next speaker. Please welcome Stephen Hatfield. Thank you very much.
My name is Stephen Hatfield, and I'm from Matthews, North Carolina. I am 71 years old, a husband, a grandfather of 3, and a football fanatic. I also live with a rare blood cancer and type 2 diabetes, 2 health conditions that require very expensive drugs. Every month, the treatment I need to stay alive costs $16,000. I have been a hard worker all my life, and I always had to work multiple jobs simultaneously so I can afford my medications. My doctors have constantly warned me over the years the strain for all these jobs could seriously impact my health. But I'm afraid if I retire, I won't be able to afford what I need to survive. At times, I've had to forego or ration some of my drugs because they are just so expensive. No one in America should have to live this way. That's why I am so grateful to President Biden for passing the Inflation Reduction Act. It already made a huge difference in my life. Instead of having to pay $400 per month for my insulin prescription, I now get it for $35. And soon Medicare will be able to negotiate lower prices for cancer drugs too. It's given me an entirely new lease on life. For too long, drug makers have made a fortune while patients like me live in constant fear, wondering how we pay for our medicine. Thanks to President Biden, that's changing. He's finally ending big pharma's one-sided pricing power and giving seniors like me a break. But it's not just me. His actions are literally saving the lives of so many other patients and families across the country who are struggling to pay their medical bills. He gets it. And that's why it is my greatest honor to introduce the man responsible for all these incredible changes, President Joe Biden. Thank you very much.
Please. Sit down. I look around the room and this is a long time in coming. Bill, we started doing this 25, 30 years ago, seeing we could do something about these outrageous prices, give people a fighting chance. Unless you needed the drugs yourself or knew someone who did, it wasn't as real, but boy, we've been fighting Big Pharma for a long time, a long, long time. And Stephen, as my mother would say, God love you, son. You've been through one hell of an ordeal. Your story is a familiar one from too many Americans. Instead of using all your energy to fight the disease, you're fighting insurance or drug companies for medicines that literally keep you alive. Without them, you're not going to be here. On too many nights, too many Americans lay in bed staring at the ceiling, worrying what will happen if their spouse gets sick, if their child gets sick, or something else happens to them. And I should have said at the outset, as I look out in the audience, there's a lot of people who are in this fight, some even before me, that it just is amazing. I want to thank you, the people sitting in front of me, the members of Congress, the organizations you've belonged to, for making this happen. It wouldn't happen without you. And that's not hyperbole. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm serious. I'm deadly earnest about it. I really am, so thank you. You know, questions you lie in bed and wonder about. I remember we lived in a 3-bedroom split-level home with 4, we weren't poor, just a normal middle class, I guess technically lower middle class family, but in the development of homes in the bulk of my childhood, that had a 3-bedroom split-level home that had 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And you could hear everything in the house. I remember one night, this is God's truth, I remember one night, I guess I was a sophomore or junior in high school, and here the headboard of my dad's bed, I could tell my dad was restless in the next room. Next morning I get up and ask my mom, I said, what's the matter with Dad? He said, her company just said they're not going to pay insurance anymore, health insurance. Well, you know, that's tough enough. But imagine when you have life-saving drugs you need to keep you alive. Do you have enough insurance? Can you afford your medical bills? Do you have to sell the house in order to pay for everything? For all of you out there, I get it, and millions of Americans get it. And I promise you, I'm going to have your back, and I'll never stop fighting for you on this issue, nor will Kamala. Nor will Kamala. But again, I'm not being solicitous when I say, for all of you sitting in the audience, this would never happen without you. Never would have happened without you. I'm not going to start naming names because I'm going to get in real trouble if I do that. But thank you. 2 weeks ago, we celebrated the first anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act, which in a sense is misnamed. We did lower inflation, but there are many other things in that legislation. One of the most significant laws ever enacted, especially when it comes to reducing the cost of prescription drugs. We pay more for prescription drugs than any other major economy in the world. Than any other major economy in the world. You can walk into a local drugstore across the country, you're paying 2 to 3 times more for the exact same prescription manufactured by the exact same company that it would cost you in Canada or France or anywhere else around the world. Think about that. A drug company that makes a drug here in America, if it's sold in Chicago, you can buy the same drug in Toronto or Paris cheaper than you can buy it in Toronto. In Chicago. And unlike other parts of the healthcare system, Big Pharma got a special carve-out that stopped Medicare from negotiating prices of drugs through Medicare. For years, advocates like many of you in this room have worked tirelessly to change that and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices, just like the Department of Veterans Affairs does right now. It matters. VA pays 50% less than Medicare can and negotiating the same lower prices. For years, Big Pharma blocked this. They kept prescription drug prices high to increase their profits, to extend patents on existing drugs to suppress fair competition instead of innovating. Playing games with pricing so they could charge whatever they can. But this is finally, we had enough votes by a matter of 1 to beat Big Pharma. Well, we did it. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act with no help from the other team. Every single person on the other team in the Congress voted against it. Every single one. And we're in a situation here where the law finally gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prescription drug prices. And by the way, negotiating drug prices alongside other provisions of this law isn't just going to put more money back in the pockets of millions of Americans across the country. It's also going to lower the federal deficit. According to the Congressional Budget Office, it will save the federal government $160 billion over the next 10 years because Medicare won't be paying less for the prescription drugs they're making available to seniors. The Inflation Reduction Act is already making a huge difference. Take insulin, as referenced by Stephen. That drug cost $10 to make. The guy who invented the drug, who came up with it, didn't patent it because he wanted it available for everybody. But drug companies are charging 30 times that $10, or more than that. Now, because of the Inflation Reduction Act, seniors on Medicare like Steve are paying $35 a month instead of $400 a month. And it matters. 3 months after the Inflation Reduction Act went into effect, all 3 of the major insulin manufacturers lowered their prices for insulin for everyone, not just seniors, everyone. That's originally what I had proposed, everyone. We lost on getting everyone, but we kept seniors. When we act, change happens. You know, and today I'm proud to announce that Medicare has selected the first 10 additional drugs for negotiation under the Inflation Reduction Act, 10 additional. Drugs that treat everything from heart failure, blood clots, diabetes, kidney disease, arthritis, blood cancers, Crohn's disease, and so much more. Medicare spends $50 billion a year on these 10 drugs, and American seniors are spending $3.4 billion on out-of-pocket costs. Look, if you compare the total drug price globally, the United States is clearly an outlier. For example, one of the selected drugs that treats blood clots costs about $80 for a monthly prescription in Canada. The same exact drug in the United States, made by the same exact company, costs over $270 a month, made by the same company here in the sold in the United States of America. Triple the cost, just crossing the border. Think about that. Big Pharma is charging Americans more than 3 times what they charge other countries, simply because they could. And I think it's outrageous. That's why these negotiations matter. Reducing the cost of these 10 additional drugs alone will help more than 9 million Americans. And by September 2024, HHS, Health and Human Services, was going to publish the prices it negotiated. In January of 2026, the new prices will go into effect. But we're not stopping there. Next year, Medicare will select more drugs for negotiations so more Americans get more savings on life-saving medications they need and deserve. But guess what? Big Pharma doesn't want this to happen, as you might expect. Last year, the industry spent $400 million in lobbying fees to try to stop the Inflation Reduction Act and block the ability of the federal government to lower drug prices. And when they failed, they went to federal court to sue the government in an attempt to maintain their exorbitant prices. They're hoping the courts will do what Democrats in Congress wouldn't do, protect the exorbitant profits and keep negotiations from happening. But we're going to see this through. We're going to keep standing up to Big Pharma, and we're not going to back down. Folks, there's a lot of really great Republicans out there, and I mean that sincerely. But we'll stand up to the MAGA Republicans who voted against the Inflation Reduction Act and now are attempting to still repeal it. In the name of the MAGA Republicans who have been trying for years to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, deny tens of millions of Americans access to quality, affordable health care. Today is the start of a new deal for patients where Big Pharma doesn't just get a blank check at your expense and the expense of the American people. On my watch, health care should be a right, not a privilege in this country. There are other ways the Inflation Reduction Act is lowering health care costs as well. As mentioned, beginning in 2025, the Inflation Reduction Act caps total out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year total, even if their expenses even for expensive cancer drugs that could cost $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year, max, cumulative, $2,000. The law already requiring that drug companies that raise prices faster than inflation have to pay the difference to the government between what they charge and the rate of inflation. This quarter, seniors are paying up to $449 less per dose for drugs that hike their prices faster than inflation. In addition to the law, my administration is cracking down on junk health insurance plans that look like they're inexpensive but too often stick consumers with big hidden fees. No one likes to be taken advantage of. We're also cracking down on surprise medical bills. You've all heard of the stories of people who choose a hospital that's in their insurance network, then get a surprise bill of thousands of dollars because the hospital assigned an anesthesiologist, for example, who wasn't in their network. Well, not anymore. Preventing 1 million surprise medical bills every single month when we have changed this law. Low prescription drug costs is part of a much broader vision for the country. Growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, everyone does well. I'm a capitalist. If you make $1 billion, fine. Just pay a little bit in taxes. Everyone does well when we do it this way. The Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal, I don't think they meant it as a compliment originally, started referring to my economic policy as Bidenomics. Well, guess what? It's working. Since we were sworn in January 2021, the economy has created more than 13 million new jobs since I took office on that day. We've created more jobs in 2 years than any president has in a single 4-year term. Unemployment has been below 40%, 4% for the longest stretch in 50 years. And now we have more jobs than we did before the pandemic. Workers aren't just finding more jobs, they're finding better jobs, higher paid jobs, and job satisfaction. The rate of Americans without health insurance is at an all-time low. Premiums for coverage for millions of Americans under the Affordable Care Act are $800 lower per person than before I took office. While we have more to do, inflation is down by 2/3. Inflation is now down close to 3%, the lowest among the world's leading economies, with wages growing faster than inflation. This matters to ordinary people. The way I think about inflation is the way my dad talked about it around the kitchen table. He'd say, the real issue is how much do you have after you pay all your monthly bills? What's left? What's left? How much do you have left over to pay for the necessities? Will there be enough room at the end of the month just to have a little bit of breathing room? Just a little bit of breathing room. Well, the Inflation Reduction Act is giving more breathing room, especially when it comes to health care costs. The way I look at it, and Bidenomics is just another way of saying restoring the American dream. I believe every American willing to work hard should be able to get a job no matter where they live, raise their kids on a good paycheck, take care of their health care for their families. My dad used to have another expression, for real. And the kids I grew up, the guys I grew up with remember it. He said, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. That's part of the American dream. Let me conclude with this. I'm proud of the historic laws my administration has passed. They're the right steps not only to get our economy moving again, but to build a future better than the past. I'm not trying to return to the past. I'm trying to build a better future than we had. And it's not about me. It's about you, the American people. We're facing pretty tough times in recent years. But the American people didn't give up. They never give up. You're the ones getting up every single day doing the work. You're the real heroes in this story. We all hear from our friends on the other side of the aisle about what they claim is wrong with America. They tell you we're failing, that America's failing. Well, they're wrong. America isn't failing. America's winning. As I said 1,000 times, there is no quit in America. None. I've said more than 1,000 times. It's never been a good bet to bet against America. This is still a country that believes in honesty, decency, and integrity. And we're still a country that believes in hard work. We're still a country that believes in each and every one of us is created equal and deserves an equal chance. And we're still the beacon for the entire world. Everyday ordinary people do extraordinary things. That's who we are. So let me tell you, America's best days are ahead of us. They're ahead of us. They're not in the past. They're ahead of us. And this is all about the future. This is about each of us writing the next chapter in American history. That's why I've never been, I mean this, I've been saying this for a long time, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing. I'm not joking. Think about it. No goal we've ever set have we failed to meet when we've worked together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Better days are coming. Thank you.
She is really an international idol for youth and young women in particular, and has advocated for the Latino community throughout her lifetime in public service and continues to do so today. In fact, she recently embarked in a college tour throughout America to mobilize young people in the ongoing fight for fundamental freedom and human rights. Just yesterday, she visited a Hispanic serving institution in Reading, Pennsylvania, the Reading Area Community College. For those of you that may not know Reading, Latinos represent 67% of that population there. And I am sure they appreciate not only her presence, but her message. So please, she's been a champion of Latino and small business owners, including entrepreneurs from food, clothing, and environmental science. Please help me welcome, with a great round of applause, the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Look at all these great faces out there. This diversity is so heartwarming. You didn't see this 4 years ago, 5 years ago. To see these leaders, future leaders, my Latin diaspora out there, it's so heartwarming. Now, you see my Mets hats. I'm also a Jets fan, so you know I always have resting asshole face, because we're always on the losing end. But it's made me strong. And I've been in over 100 movies, not all of them good. But I got Sid the Sloth there, you know, that's a little moneymaker. And Encanto was great, but it's more exciting, my work, not doing my work, but being here with Madam Vice President. This means more to be in the room where things really happen. So I want to start with you spend a lot of time engaging with the Latino community, both in D.C. and on the road. Over the last few months alone, you visited Chicago for Unidos US convention. Thank you for that, all three of you. And went to Miami to engage with young climate leaders, made multiple stops at Latino-owned small businesses, hosted Latino leaders from across the country at your residence. And last week, you launched the Fight for Your Freedoms tour, where you are traveling to college campuses across the country to speak with young leaders about the most urgent issues at this moment. In particular, the fight for our most fundamental freedoms. And then just yesterday, you were speaking with students at Reading Area Community College, a Hispanic serving institution, HSI, in Pennsylvania. It's incredible what you're doing and helping us to feel seen, because this is an important moment. I mean, Latinos, we're 20% of the population, 54% of registered voters. We're going to decide the next presidential election, and you're giving us the self-worth that we deserve by being here. Thank you. What are you seeing and hearing from the American people?
Well, first, let me say it's an honor to be with you, John. Yeah, we were talking backstage, but I know everyone has applauded him. But what you have been doing, in particular with your most recent project around traveling the country to remind people of the history of Latinos in the United States, the present, understanding how we all stand on the shoulders of great Latino leaders and how it is so much a part of who we are as a nation. So I just want to congratulate you
Thank
for
you.
the way you use your artistry and your voice. So I've embarked on this college tour, and I know that everyone here knows in CHCI with what you're doing with the interns here, with the fellowship program, which you've been doing for years, bringing up and lifting up our young leaders. And I just decided I wanted to get out of DC and get on the road and be with our young leaders where they are. And so I decided to do a college tour, which I started about 2 weeks now, and then yesterday, the most recent one in Reading, Pennsylvania. And I just want to say there are a lot of leaders who are in this room, many of whom have been here working in Washington, D.C., toiling in Washington, D.C., to make sure that we propose and pass public policies that are relevant to all people, that give dignity to all people, that understand who the people of our country are, and celebrate our diversity in a way that hopefully is a step toward understanding what we should celebrate in terms of unity. That being said, there are lots of challenges that we're facing right now as a country. And when I meet with our young leaders, and they're all over, and I'm going to give a particular shout out to the Gen Z. I knew I'd get that response. They are brilliant. They are practical. They are engaged. They care deeply, but they also aren't going to let us waste any time with what needs to happen in our country. And so I decided to travel the country meeting with our young leaders, among many. We have youngish leaders. We have leaders who consider themselves young. We have leaders of all types, right? But in particular, most recently on the college tour, I'm meeting with our young leaders. And, you know, it's important for us to realize that for so many of them, in their lifetime, they've only known the climate crisis. In their lifetime, I've been asking actually on the college tour for a raise of hands. How many of them, from kindergarten through high school, ever had to have, at school on the first day of school, participated in an active shooter drill? First day of school, where they learned the name of their teacher, they learned where their bathroom is, and they learned how to hide quietly if there's an active shooter. You would be shocked at the number of hands that go up, the majority of the students. In their lifetime, they have witnessed the highest court in our land, the United States Supreme Court, take a constitutional right from the people of America, from the women of America, such that they will know fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers. When I look at who our young leaders are, they are so clear about what is at stake, and they are prepared to demand change in a way that always has been a guiding force and an inspiration for the rest of us. So that's what I'm seeing in our country. And, you know, as I travel, I think everyone here knows we are also witnessing what I believe to be an intentional, full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. And the counterweight then to that, the counterweight to what I would and sometimes do describe as a venom that is coursing through our country, the antidote will be among those young leaders and all the leaders in this room to fight back against it, but not fight because we're fighting against something purely, but because we're fighting for something. And so in spite of what we might see on the evening news that causes us to have great concern about what's happening, I hope I can share with everyone through this bit of my conversation that there's a lot of good stuff happening in our country and a lot of reason to have hope and optimism about where we are heading.
Agreed, agreed. I feel like this moment, this inflection point that we're at has galvanized us, has lit a fire under our butts that maybe we were asleep at the helm a little bit, but now we know we have to be alert and we have to be proactive. So in a way, it's kind of good. Now the next question. Now, you know, business is huge for us Latinos. That's our number one focus. We contribute $2.8 trillion to the GDP annually. Yep. Yeah, applaud yourselves, applaud yourselves. Yep. We have $2 trillion of buying power. 87% of small businesses are started by Latinos, and that's the driving force of American industry. 69% of housing is Latinos purchasing. If we were our own country, we'd be the 7th largest economy in the world, bigger than France, equal to France, bigger than Britain, bigger than Italy, bigger than Brazil, and yet we're not getting the bang for our buck. Like my grandfather used to say, you know, you as a Latino man, you have to work 3 times as hard to get half as far. And that's the truth, because even though Latinos start all these small businesses, venture capitalists don't come to them. They can't get the bank loans to grow their businesses. So, Madam Vice President, expanding on economic opportunity is a critical issue for the Latino community. And you have been focused on this, especially through your work to support small businesses. You secured over $12 billion for community banks that help entrepreneurs access that capital that they need to be successful. And you are leading the administration's work to partner with the private sector to support minority-owned businesses. Can you tell us more about that a little bit more?
Well, you outlined it exactly right. And I'll add to the statistics that you shared. Small businesses employ at least half of the private sector workforce. Small business owners and the people they employ are almost a majority population when we're looking at the private sector. And what we have been seeing in the last couple of years is that 1 out of every 4 new small businesses is led by and owned by a Latino small business owner. We are seeing exponential growth within the Latino small business community, led in large part by Latinas, who are doing extraordinarily creative work, everyone, in a range of activities that are small businesses. You know, it's cliched and it's a little stereotypical to talk about, you know, when we think about minority small business owners, and let's be more specific about Latino small business owners. Yes, it is restaurants, but it is so much more. It is about, I'm meeting young and youngish small business owners who are entering the clean energy economy, those who are starting tech firms, those who are engaged in extraordinary innovation, those who are doing contracting in a number of ways. So when we think about small businesses, especially when we're talking about minority communities, especially when we're talking about the Latino community, let's never get trapped into some stereotype about what kinds of small businesses we are talking about, because we are talking about a variety. What I'm also saying is exactly your point, that by my calculation, only about 2% of venture capital investments are in Latino small businesses. 2%. And we know that there are a variety of challenges to access to capital, and one of them is access to the decision makers and so the relationship issue. But there are also the stereotypes about who can do what and what they look like. And so what I love are community banks, because they are based in the community, they are of the community, they understand the skills, the capacity, the mores of the community, and it's one of the most effective ways to then invest in small businesses. And by small businesses, I mean a couple of people up to over 100 people. The other piece that I feel very strongly about in terms of access to capital, it's not only to help somebody start up a small business, but to grow that business, which includes what we must do to create access to financial literacy. you know, there are very few of us who grew up in a household where people were engaged in business. It's not something we naturally necessarily learned, but it is absolutely something we can acquire as knowledge and a skill, but we should teach it. And what I'm seeing as an extension of all this work is a thriving community of business leaders who are not only leaders in business, but civic leaders, community leaders, mentors, hiring locally. And so when you think about the residual impact, it impacts our entire economy. But I want to make one critical point, again, and it's about how we think about access to capital, especially when it comes to minority communities, and specifically here about Latino communities. It's not only about making sure people have a job. It's about creating opportunity to acquire and grow wealth. And that's very important. That's very important. It's about understanding the ambitions and aspirations of a community. And yeah, everyone wants to be able to have a job that allows them to pay the bills and get through the month, feed their children. But doing that is not enough to meet the needs and the aspirations and the ambitions of the people. And so that's how I think about it when I think about the work that we are doing and need to still do to create opportunities for people to grow their wealth and to create then a stronger economy for the benefit of all of us. So that's how I think about the work, and I'm very excited about it because we are seeing progress. One of the things that President Biden and I have done intentionally and very early on, we made clear that we were going to increase by 50% federal contracts for minority-owned businesses. Very important. Woo!
Yeah.
Because think about federal contracts and then combine that. There are a lot of folks who are here in D.C. and you're familiar with the titles of all these bills. I'm always reluctant to talk about these titles, but anyway, IRA, bipartisan inflation, or Infrastructure Act, right? So on clean energy economy and climate alone, by my calculation, we are investing $1 trillion over probably the next 10 years that will hit the streets of America. Manufacturing jobs, clean energy jobs, tech jobs, federal contracts that are going to be associated with that. And when somebody gets and qualifies for a federal contract, talk about the opportunity to not only contribute to the strength and the building of our country and our economy, but their personal ability and for their family to create wealth and intergenerational wealth. So we are absolutely focused on a number of things, including by 50%, federal contracts to minority-owned businesses, understanding that because of the other accomplishments we've achieved through things like the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure bill, those are going to be about all of the new jobs that are about construction and manufacturing. And I'll just add as a specific point to reinforce that. Over 70% of manufacturing companies in the United States employ 20 or fewer people. They're small businesses. So when we talked about the fact that we've now created, which we have as our administration, over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. When we're out there showing about shovel in the ground and these construction jobs and these infrastructure projects starting, see the math on that. This can be a very critical moment. And part of what I would ask all of the leaders here to do is help us get the word out to all of these businesses, to help them know that they have the right to apply for and qualify for federal contracts to do this work.
Well, thank you for the work you're doing, because my grandfather would thank you, because that was the difficulty for Latinos is, though we're greatly entrepreneurial, we're not getting to that next level and creating that generational wealth that we deserve, being that we give so much to the country and we're not getting it back. Now, Madam Vice President, you often talk about how attacks on our fundamental rights and freedoms are connected. This makes me think about recent attacks on teaching our full true history. Not a fiction, the attacks on critical race theory, book banning, And Plato said, he who controls the storytelling controls the state. And only 5% of children's books have Latino faces. You're more likely to see an animal, a dog or a cat, than a Latin boy or girl's face on a children's book, yet with 30% of the United States public schools, the students of. Arizona has banned Latin history for the last 10 years, and it's 30% Latino. Texas is 40% Latino, and teachers are only allowed to teach Latin history 1 day a year. Now, talk to us about how you see...
Don't forget Florida.
Oh, yeah. I try to forget it, but nobody lets me. I just like the 305, that's it. Talk to us about how you see this issue in the moment we're in.
Attacks on fundamental freedoms, including the right of our children and our nation to learn America's full history. And look, the reality of it is that some of it may be difficult for some people to hear, but to gloss over it and to deny it is to deny fact and to then forever be guided by falsehood, which is never productive, right? So that is about teaching America's full history in terms of legal discrimination against populations of people, including Latinos, especially when they were recent immigrants. It means teaching America's full history about who were the leaders, who were the icons, who were the ones who led movements. You know, my Aunt Mary was actually, so I grew up in the Bay Area and in California. Bay Area.
Represent.
And she was one of the founders of, at San Francisco State, the Black Studies Department, and then worked with her colleagues the year later to create one of the first in the country. It was then called Chicano Studies Department. And the Chicano Studies Department at San Francisco State, you should actually see the history on that, because it was, and they've since renamed it Latino Studies, but early on, that, you know, and I'm a Californian, so this was, how, you know, early on how we... But we grew up, I grew up with a full accounting of the contributions. And to your point, I look now at what's happening, where there's supposed to be progress, and instead these extremist so-called leaders are trying to take us back. They're trying to erase America's history, both the good and the bad parts. They're trying to suggest to our children that diversity is somehow not laudable, when we know diversity is our strength. Our unity is our power. Look what they're doing, extremist so-called leaders who are daring to suggest that studying and prioritizing diversity, equity, and inclusion is somehow a bad thing. They're literally trying to change the characterization of an effort to pay attention to who's not in the room and understand that when we have a full representation of who the people are, the decisions, the discourse, the dialogue that occurs in that room will be so much richer for the betterment of everyone. They're saying that we should not teach equity and prioritize equity. So that would overlook and deny the fact that, hey, yeah, we want everyone to have an equal amount or access to equal, but not everyone starts out on the same base. And we got to pay attention to that, because otherwise you're just perpetuating inequities to say everyone gets an equal amount if everyone doesn't start out on the same base. They're denying inclusion, which again is about paying attention to, hey, did you notice everybody in this room looks exactly like everybody else and all the people who are on the wall who have been around here for the last 100 years? And maybe we should pay attention to who's not in the room, and it might be a good thing to open the door and let people in and invite them in. So John, when I look at what's happening in our country, and back to your point about we cannot be passive observers right now. got to see the writing on the wall. Got to see what's happening. You know that old story about the two frogs in the pots of water? Okay, so here, you're a good storyteller. I'm going to tell you a quick story. So 2 frogs and 2 pots of water. So in one pot of water, you drop the frog in, and you slowly turn up the heat. And that frog will be like, oh, it's getting a little warm in here. And then that water starts to boil, and that frog perishes. In the other pot of water, you turn up the heat to the point it's boiling. You drop the frog in it. It'll jump right out. Let's not be that first frog. Let's not be that first frog.
I don't want to be that first frog. I'm jumping out. Yeah.
I mean, you look at just most recently what happened with the DACA decision.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we're gonna keep fighting against it, but good policies, morally correct and right policies, and how they're being attacked, and there are attempts, unapologetic attempts to undo progress. We have to see what is happening in front of us, and we have to step up and speak out.
You have to get loud. Absolutely. I believe that.
And be alert.
You have to be proactive. We can't just be, it's not, democracy is not a spectator sport. Earlier you mentioned how our fundamental rights and freedoms are under attack, right? One of those is a woman's freedom to make decisions about her own body. From the Dobbs ruling to state abortion bans, what's the administration doing to protect women's health and reproductive rights?
So let's start with this. The highest court in our land, the United States Supreme Court, the court of Thurgood Marshall and RBG, just took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And very shortly thereafter, laws have been proposed and passed in states around our country that would criminalize health care providers, that would punish women, that would make no exception even for rape or incest. And on that last point, you know, we're a bunch of grown-ups, and this is real in terms of what's happening in our country, and so I want to emphasize a point. As many of you know, I spent a large part of my career as a prosecutor, and one of the reasons I became a prosecutor is because I learned in high school that my best friend was being abused by her stepfather. And I told her, you have to come live with us. I called my mother. My mother said, yes, she has to come live with us, and she did. So the majority of my career as a prosecutor was focused on crimes against women and children. The idea that in some of these states, they would propose no exception even for rape or incest. So they're basically saying, after an individual has survived a crime of violence to their body, a violation to their body, that the government would tell her, and you have no choice about what happens to your body next. That is immoral. And this is what's happening around our country. And on this subject, I think it is really important that we all agree. One does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do with her body. If she chooses, she will consult her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, but the government is not in a better position to tell her what is in her best interest than she is to know. And so when I think about this issue, John, you know, this is not just some intellectual academic issue, because right now in our country, there are countless people, many of whom I have met, who are silently suffering. And what we also know, by the way, the majority of Latinos agree that the government should not be making this decision, right? And so, look, elections matter. Local elections matter, because if you're in a jurisdiction where that is criminalized, healthcare providers, who is your local prosecutor matters. If you are in a state that is proposing and passing some of these outrageous laws, obviously who your state legislators matter, your AG, your governor, and then of course it matters who is president of the United States, because Joe Biden has been very clear that when the United States Congress puts back in law the protections of Roe v. Wade, he will sign that bill. Elections matter.
Absolutely. It's so true. We Democrats have been a little bit asleep on the legislative fights and the small elections. We've let that pass, but I think we're woke now, and we're understanding the importance of winning these smaller elections that have huge effects in states. Now, Madam Vice President, thank you so much. We're facing so many challenges and have a lot of work to do. Now, what gives you optimism for the work ahead?
I'll go back to where I started, our young leaders. They really do, and all of us. We wouldn't, all of us, be here in this room together if we weren't invested in the present and the future of our country. You know, there's so much that is about about the fight for freedom and liberty and justice and equality that is just about our true faith and belief in the principles upon which our country was founded. These are foundational principles, that we will be a nation that values freedom and liberty. And when I say freedom, that includes the freedom to just be. Free of hate, free of fear, free to thrive, to be, to have ambition. And what gives me optimism is that I think most people agree that it's worth fighting for these things because we love our country. We love our country, and it's worth fighting for. And I think most people do believe that. And although we might be seeing some full-on and loud attacks on these freedoms and by extension on our democracy, I do believe the people are prepared and will always be prepared to stand up in defense of what is right and what is good and what we believe ourselves to be as the United States of America.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
What a pleasure. Awesome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. Good afternoon. So I will start by thanking our President, Joe Biden, for his long-standing leadership in the fight to save lives from gun violence. I also want to thank my husband, the second gentleman of the United States, and the extraordinary members of our administration, the members of Congress, survivors, advocates, and our incredible young leaders who raise their voice and demand change. So we are all gathered here today for a simple reason. We agree that in a civil society, the people must be able to shop in a grocery store, walk down the street, or sit peacefully in a classroom and be safe from gun violence. But instead, our nation is being torn apart by the tragedy of it all, and torn apart by the fear and trauma that results from gun violence. Recently, I have met with students on college campuses across our country, and when I'm there, every time I turn to the students and I make a request of them. And what I ask is, please raise your hand if you have had an active shooter drill while you were in elementary or middle school. Every time every time a sea of hands goes up. Because in today's world, on the first day of school, students, yes, learn the name of their teacher. Yes, they learn the location of their cubby. And they learn how to quietly hide from an active shooter. In fact, when having this conversation, a student once told me, "I don't like going to fifth period." "Why, honey?" I asked. "Because in fifth period, there's no closet." In our country today, 1 in 5 people has lost a family member to gun violence. Across our nation, every day, about 120 Americans are killed by a gun. And while this violence impacts all communities, it does not do so equally. Black Americans are 10 times more likely to be victims of gun violence and homicide. Latino Americans, twice as likely. And as a former courtroom prosecutor, I will tell you I have personally prosecuted homicide cases. I have seen with my own eyes what a bullet does to the human body. We cannot normalize any of this. These are not simply statistics. These are our children, our brothers and sisters, our mothers and fathers. As a former district attorney, attorney general, and U.S. senator, and now as vice president of the United States, I have grieved with parents who have lost a child. I have comforted children who have been traumatized by losing a parent or a sibling. We owe it to them and to those living in fear to act without delay. And on this issue, we do not have a moment to spare, nor a life to spare. And here's the thing, solutions do exist. It's a false choice to suggest you either have to choose between supporting the Second Amendment or passing reasonable gun safety laws. That's a false choice. President Biden and I believe in the Second Amendment, but we also know common sense solutions are at hand. So I'll close with just a couple points. First, President Biden and I continue to be deeply inspired by the students who are leading this movement. So many of whom are here. And second, in so many ways, we are then propelled by their work, by your work. And being propelled by what you are doing, we are expanding our work. With this new office, we will use the full power of the federal government to strengthen the coalition of survivors and advocates and students and teachers and elected leaders to save lives and fight for the right of all people to be safe from fear and to be able to live a life where they understand that they are supported in that desire and that right. And with that, I will now introduce a national leader on this issue. He was only 15 years old when he joined this movement. He is an organizer, he is an advocate, he is a coalition builder, and he is the first Gen Z member of the United States Congress. Representative Maxwell Ross.
It feels good to be a part of a winning movement. Good afternoon, and thank you, Vice President Harris, for the amazing introduction. It's the honor of a lifetime to be here today as President Biden cements his legacy as one of the fiercest champions of gun violence prevention. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. I'm Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost, proudly representing Central Florida in the House of Representatives. As the youngest member of the United States Congress and first member of Gen Z, I'm often asked what got me involved in this work, and the answer is quite simple. I didn't want to get shot in school. I was 15 years old when a shooter walked into Sandy Hook Elementary School and murdered 20 children and 6 teachers. And like millions of kids, I went to school the next day with anxiety and fear that my life would be taken, my friends' lives would be taken, and my family's life would be taken by senseless gun violence. Right before I was elected to Congress, I served as the National Organizing Director for March for Our Lives, a movement that inspired young people across the nation to demand safe communities. And we came together, Everytown, Brady, Newtown Action Alliance, Gifford, Sandy Hook Promise, Moms Demand Action, Change the Rep, the Community Justice Action Fund, and so many on-the-ground organizations that have been doing this work for decades. Woo! It's because of that steadfast, passionate organizing that we are a winning movement. But we're a winning movement doing very difficult work, because the brutal truth is usually when the most people are paying attention to our movement, it's usually coupled with carnage and death. But not today. Today, the country sees us here at the White House with a president who is taking action. My very first bill as a member of Congress was to introduce the Office of Gun Violence Prevention Act of 2023. To bring together a federal coordinated response on this issue. And today, that bill and our ask as a movement will become a reality due to the executive action and leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris. See, the president understands that this issue, especially for young people, especially for marginalized communities, is a matter of survival. He's a president who's been fearless enough to reject the gun lobby and sign into law the first major federal gun legislation passed in nearly 30 years, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And look, this action, that legislation come from love. From Pulse to Parkland, we fight because we love. From Breonna Taylor to Trayvon Martin, we fight because we love. From Tiana Major, Joaquin Oliver, Jamie Guttenberg, we fight because we love. Because when you love somebody, you want them to live free of gun violence. That is what true freedom is. And President Biden wants that safety and freedom for every American. And if this week has shown us anything, because the White House has been very busy this week, it's that Joe Biden wants to be and is a president that understands the power of young people. A president fighting for the world that we deserve. Today, as this administration announces yet another piece of groundbreaking action in the fight to save lives, I am proud to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Joe Biden. Yeah!
Except Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad, stand up. I want everybody to see the parents of this proud young man. Did a heck of a job. Congressman Frost, thank you for the introduction, and you've helped power movement that's turning a cause into reality. You know, you're the big reason why I'm so optimistic about America's future. So many engaged young people. So many engaged, I remember when I was young. We have something in common. I got elected to the Senate when I was 29 years old. The only difference was he was eligible when he got elected to take office. I had to wait 17 days to be eligible. That was 827 years ago, but it was a while. Folks, Vice President Harris, members of the Cabinet, so many members of Congress who are here, and relentless leaders on this critical issue. You know, one of the members who couldn't be here today is a really important member, Senator Chris Murphy. With Chris, who together with Congressman Frost introduced the bill, created a dedicated gun violence prevention office, he couldn't be here today. Since the tragedy in Sandy Hook, and I remember being there, I remember that how I met with every one of the parents with it. I met with every member, every family member. What I do also remember is that I remember as we were leaving, the state police doing the investigation asked Senator to meet with me, if I could meet with him. And I said, of course I would. And I think there were about 12 to 14 of them. And I walked in the room, and two of them started crying. And they said, we need help. We need help. And I looked at them, I said, what can I do? They said, we need psychiatric help. We need help. We need help. Anyone who doesn't think that these kinds of engagements have a permanent effect on young children, in many cases older their entire lives if they never had a bullet touch them, misunderstands. These were hard and tough cops asking me, could I get them psychiatric help? To all the state and local leaders and advocates from all across the country, and to the survivors and families who are with us today, many of whom Jill and I have gotten to know. And by the way, our losses may be different circumstances, but I know events like this are really hard to attend. We want to be here to promote the change, but it brings back all the memories as it happened a day ago. I thank you, those of you who are parents, for being here, brothers and sisters, for being here. It matters. You have absolute courage. You found purpose in your pain. Because of all of you here today, all across the country, survivors, families, advocates, especially young people who demand our nation do better to protect all, who protested, organized, voted, and ran for office, and yes, marched for their lives. I'm proud to announce the creation of the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. First office created by executive order, I determined to send a clear message about how important this issue is to me and to the country. It matters. And here's why. After every mass shooting, we hear a simple message. The same message heard all over the country. I've been to every mass shooting. Do something. Please do something. Do something to prevent the tragedies that leave behind survivors who will always carry the physical and emotional scars. Families will never quite be the same. Communities overwhelmed by grief and trauma. Do something. Do something. My administration has been working relentlessly to do something. To date, my administration has announced dozens of executive actions to reduce gun violence, more than any of my predecessors at this point in their presidencies, and they include everything from cracking down on ghost guns, breaking up gun trafficking, and so much more. And last year, with your help, I signed into law the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most significant gun safety law in almost 30 years. It strengthens background checks, expands the use of red flag laws, improves access to mental health services, and so much more. This historic law will save lives. It's a really important first step. And by the way, I was the guy, along with a woman in California, who once banned assault weapons and mobile magazines. We're going to do it again. We're going to do it again. Call to action, the reason to hope, because for so long the conventional wisdom was we'd never get any Republicans to support gun safety legislation. But we did. For the first time in 3 decades, we came together to overcome the relentless opposition from the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, and so many politicians opposing common sense gun legislation. And we beat them. And we did it through a bipartisan effort that included a majority of responsible gun owners. We're not stopping here. Again, I'll say it again. I'm not going to be quiet until we get it done. It's time again to ban assault weapons high-capacity magazines. If you need 80 shots in a magazine, you shouldn't own a gun. Because look, last time we did it, it worked. We also, last time we established universal background checks require safe storage of firearms. It's time. Yeah. It's time. Look, while we push for Congress to do more, we're going to centralize, accelerate, and intensify our work to save more lives more quickly. That's why this new White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention is what's designed to do. It will drive and coordinate a government and a nationwide effort to reduce gun violence in America, and will be overseen by an incredible Vice President who understands this. No, really. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. She's been on the front lines of this her entire career as a prosecutor, as an attorney general, and as a United States Senator. Her deep experience will be invaluable for this office. And Steph, where's Steph Feldman? Steph, I want you to stand up, please. Steph Feldman has been working on this issue with me since Sandy Hook in 2012. Now, she was 13 years old when she joined me, but in 2012 will serve as director of the office. The office will have 4 primary responsibilities. First, to expedite the implementation of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and the executive actions already announced. And I mean it. We're going to fully implement it. Second, coordinate more support for survivors, families, and communities affected by gun violence, including mental health care, financial assistance, the same way FEMA responds to natural disasters. Just like same way. We help folks recover and rebuild and all of it. Look, folks, shootings are the ultimate superstory, ripping through communities. Third, identify new executive actions we can take within our legal authority to reduce gun violence. And fourth, expand our coalition of partners in states and cities across America, because we do have partners to get more. We need more state and local help to get these laws passed locally as well. And to strengthen our laws and give us more hope. Folks, to be clear, none of these steps alone is going to solve the entirety of the gun violence epidemic. None of them. But together, they will save lives. And it's going to help. It will help rally the nation with a sense of urgency and seriousness of purpose. Today, guns, I never thought I'd even remotely say this in my whole career. Guns are the #1 killer of children in America. Guns are the #1 killer of children in America, the United States of America. More than car accidents, more than cancer, more than other diseases. In 2023 so far, our country has experienced more than 500 mass shootings and well over 30,000 deaths due to gun violence. This is totally unacceptable. It's not who we are. And we have to act, and we have to act now. And let me be very clear. If members of the Congress refuse to act, then we'll need to elect new members of Congress that will act. Democrat or Republican. Look, folks, there comes a point where our voices are so loud, our determination so clear, that our effort can no longer be stopped. We're reaching that point. We've reached that point today, in my view, where the safety of our kids from gun violence is on the ballot. At the end of the day, whether the Democrats or Republicans, we all want our families to be safe. We all want to go to school, houses of worship, grocery stores, gyms, malls, movies, without constant anxiety. We all want our kids to have the freedom to learn how to read and write in school instead of ducking cover, for God's sake. And it matters. So let me close with this. Earlier this summer, I was in Connecticut at a summit on gun safety hosted by Senator Murphy. 4 students impacted by gun violence who are here with us today summoned extraordinary courage and stood and shared their stories on stage. 4 of them. They each came from different backgrounds, different parts of the country, different shootings. But they shared a common singular message. And one of them summed up in just a few words, and I quote, "The deadly and traumatic price for inaction." That's what he talked about, the deadly and traumatic price for inaction. They made clear what all of you know too well. That price can no longer be the lives of our children and the people of our country. They spoke for an entire generation of Americans who will not be ignored, will not be shunned, and will not be silenced. And I know progress is hard. I've been at this a long time, and we've done it before. We can do it again. As we're here, I'm here to tell you, to you and Vice President Harris hears you as well. You're right. You're right. We're by your side, and we're never going to give up. You can give up dealing with this problem. We're never going to forget your loved ones. We're never going to get there unless we remember. You know, I know we'll do this because I know you. Heroes. Heroes proving that even with heavy hearts, you have unbreakable spirits. In memory of your loved ones, you're building a movement that endures. Above all, you'll never give up on the one thing we must never lose: hope. 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 Jill and I, Kamala and Doug, our entire administration, more determined than ever to carry forward that hope, that inspiration, that light that you continue to give us all. For the lives we have lost, or for the lives we can save, we can do this. We just have to keep going. We just have to keep the faith. We just have to remember who we are. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Strand, he'd yell, "For real. Joey, keep the faith." My grandmother would, "No, Joey, spread it. Spread it." That's what we have to do. Spread the faith. And remember, I mean sincerely, we're the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. Nothing we've ever tried to solve when we've done it together, we haven't succeeded. God bless you all, and God protect our troops, and may God protect our children. Thank you so much.
Distinguished guests, please remain in the Rose Garden as the President and the Vice President depart. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome, everyone, to the White House. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. We were just listening to the Mariachi Hoyas. Weren't they amazing? And they're students from the Las Vegas High School. So the President wanted to be here with all of you today, but at this critical time, I'm sure you all know that he went to Israel. And even though he is an ocean away, his heart is also here with all of you, because he will always stand with this community. And Kamala, you've been such an incredible partner to Joe in supporting this community. He and I, yes, he and I are grateful for your tireless work for the American people and for your friendship. So thank you for joining us here today. So it's always an honor to share a stage with Kamala. Hold on. The teleprompter keeps going out, so that's why I'm like, fuck, teleprompter. So anyway, I'll do the book. I'm safe. In 1914, in the doorway of a Laredo newspaper called El Progreso, Jovita Idar stared down a group of Texas Rangers who had come to destroy the newspaper's building and everything in it. Jovita was a Mexican-American journalist, suffragist, and outspoken champion for civil rights. Her writing boldly challenged injustice, and it had come to the attention of the governor, who sent Rangers to silence her printing presses. But Jovita stood in the way. Earlier this year, she was honored by a new quarter celebrating her remarkable contributions to our society. But her whole story, the people she helps, the right she fought to protect, the school she opened, and the legacy she left cannot be told on a coin alone. And the many stories of Latinos cannot be told without telling the courage and conviction. They showcase the strength, the ingenuity, and optimism of our country and of our people. And that is why we need the National Museum of the American Latino on the National Mall. And as we celebrate and lift up these stories of power, of perseverance, of pride, as we recognize the Latino voices that helped build our country, those who led movements to change, who wrote our laws, and who penned our poetry, we also recognize that our American history is incomplete without the stories that will never make it into the history books. The teachers, any teachers out here? Yes. The teachers who helped educate our students, the doctors and nurses who helped heal our families, the faith leaders who comfort us, the farm workers who put food on our tables. It must be over here. The mothers and fathers and grandparents, the mentors and friends, the communities who lift each other up, who help each other find their way. So thank you for joining us here tonight. This is the People's House, and centuries of history run through the walls. But that history is a living, beating one, molded every 4 years by the people who walk through its halls. Each of you, your backgrounds, your experiences, your perspectives, breathes life and color and texture into this house. Thank you for elevating the stories of this community. Thank you for shaping this house and our country in a significant and meaningful way. And thank you for weaving our American story together into this tapestry of exquisite beauty and richness. And now I'd like to introduce someone weaving joy into that tapestry, Leo Gonzalez. Leo?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's nice here. It is nice, huh? It's nice. Thank you, Dr. Biden. Disregard that part. Thank you, Dr. Biden. It is really such a big honor to be here. I've been feeling a lot of full circle moments lately. I've seen how you can go from living in Hanford, California, and just imagining yourself taking a picture on the other side of that fence over there with the iconic White House in the background. I can see how you can go from that to one day being invited inside and talking on a microphone. That's the power of America. Yeah. That's the power of dreaming. Something my Mexican parents taught me. Something that growing up I would often hear my friend Alejandra's Salvadoran mom talk to her about. I see it every day from all of my fellow kids of our Latino parents. How we can look into the world and wonder in which way we can insert ourselves to tell our stories and bring joy and effortless laughter with the goal of more togetherness. I thank President Biden, Vice President Harris, and the administration for having us here today to represent our communities and to further confirm that if we dare to dream, we can make it so far in this land of opportunity, the beautiful United States of America. I've seen how you could go from being in Fresno, California just a few days ago at the Feria de Educación, the education fair, to, yeah, that part. Yeah. To 5 days later introducing the Vice President of the United States. I kind of got more claps. I don't know if you saw that part. No, it is my honor to introduce someone who is a champion for Latino communities across the country, who understands our dreams and aspirations and has worked side by side with us her entire career, from her days as district attorney to United States Senator, and now here at the White House, Yay Area's very own, the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Leo. Hanford, we used to have our church retreats in Hanford, so we probably ran into each other back in the day.
Right.
Thank you so very much, and to our First Lady, who is really extraordinary. I know many of the leaders here have worked with her in this current capacity and over the years, but she is such a fighter for all people, and in particular for the Latino community in the way that she thinks about the future of our country. And as we all know, she is an educator. She is always focused on an investment in the future of our country through education. And so in front of all of our friends, Dr. Jill Biden, I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing us together this afternoon. So before I address why we are here today, I do want to say a word about the conflict that has ensued as a result of the brutal Hamas terrorist attacks in Israel. What we are witnessing in the region today is devastating. It has also deeply affected so many in our country, in Israel, in Gaza, and around the world. As you know, President Joe Biden was in Israel today and is now on his way home. Today, he continued the critical work to stand with the people of Israel, to ensure Israel has what it needs to defend itself, to prevent escalation throughout the region, to get American hostages out so they can return to their families, and urgently address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza to aid innocent civilians who are suffering. The Biden-Harris administration is doing everything we can to get food and water and medicine to civilians in need. Just today, President Biden announced $100 million in assistance to the Palestinian people. And an agreement to get humanitarian supplies in Gaza. In this moment of heartbreak and tragedy, I, like so many of you, am deeply grateful for the leadership of President Joe Biden. Throughout, he has, as he always does, demonstrated strength, compassion, and moral clarity. And that is exactly what our country and our world needs in this moment. As we have constantly made clear, our support for Israel's security is unwavering, and Israel has a right to defend itself from Hamas terrorists. And let us be clear, terrorism is never justified. And as I said yesterday, Israelis and Palestinians must have equal measures of security and prosperity. And I support the right of the Palestinian people to dignity, freedom, and self-determination. Hamas does not represent these aspirations. And I will emphasize the Biden-Harris administration stands with the Jewish, Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim communities in our country, all of whom deserve safety and security, and we will continue to work forcefully to protect our fellow countrymen and women and people.
and do exactly what we know is important at this moment in terms of standing with people and fighting for unity and dignity for all people. With that, I will now address the topic at hand. It is my honor to be here today with so many extraordinary leaders. And again, I want to thank our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. I want to thank the members of our cabinet who are here, including Administrator Isabel Guzman, members of the Hispanic Congressional Caucus, including Chairwoman Nanette Barragan. I want to thank you, Democratic Caucus Chairman Pete Aguilar, Senator Alex Padilla, Senator Ben Ray Lujan, and Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, our nation's first Latina senator. And to all of you, to everyone here, I say thank you for all you do, including, of course, the members of our administration who work every day to make sure the voices and the experience of millions of Latinos are reflected in all that we do. So we are here today to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. But let us be clear, we celebrate Hispanic heritage and Hispanic history all year round. And we celebrate the heroes on whose shoulders we stand, the generations of Hispanic leaders who believed, like Leo said, in the promise of our nation. Some of the most patriotic among us, who believe in who we are as a nation and our founding principles and all that we can achieve. And who, through their courage and creativity and dedication and determination and resilience and resistance, helped make the promise of America real for millions of people. We also celebrate the incredible vibrancy of the Hispanic community, the creativity and the ingenuity and the optimism, and in particular of our young Hispanic leaders. So as some of you know, this fall I have been on a national college tour, including at many of our great Hispanic serving institutions. And I have to tell you, doing this, I am just infused with greater optimism about the future of our country. In this process, I've been able to convene our best and brightest on the importance of course, defending our hard-fought, hard-won freedoms. Just yesterday, in fact, I visited Northern Arizona University with Secretary Miguel Cardona. And let me tell you, their energy and enthusiasm, their ambition and their aspiration, their ability to see what can be unburdened by what has been, and their determination to build a brighter future, it truly gives me so much hope for the future of our nation. And I will tell you also what we all know. These young leaders are also very clear-eyed. They know what we here all see, that in the midst of our hopes and our optimism about the future, that we are currently also faced with those who attempt to distract and divide us as a nation. The extremists who are launching a full-on attack on some of our most hard-fought, hard-won freedoms, including the freedom to vote, the freedom to love who you love, the freedom to live safe from violence and hate, the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body, and the freedom, as I like to say, to just be. To just be. In this moment, extremists attempt to demonize and target immigrants with some of the most vile and hateful language. But we here know that in America, our diversity is our strength. And in unity, there is power. And the story of America, the story of our nation, has always included the story of immigrants. So let us today
celebrate America's diversity and our collective commitment to inclusion and the importance of equity. Yes, I just did do DEI. And let us recognize that that is part of the spirit of who we have always been as a nation, and I am proud to say that is the spirit that guides the work of President Biden and me. We are proud that since we took office, we have seen record Latino small business growth, led in large part by Latinas, who are creating jobs and opportunity across our nation. We are also clear-eyed that despite Latino businesses making up 25% of new business owners, Latino entrepreneurs receive less than 2% of venture capital investment and are rejected at higher rates when applying for loans. So to address these disparities, President Biden and I have invested more than $12 billion in community banks so entrepreneurs can start and expand their businesses, including, of course, many in the Latino community. We are also proud that we have capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. For far too long, so many of our seniors had to choose between either putting food on their table or filling their prescription. And I'm going to do an informal poll right now. Who here has a family member who has been diagnosed with diabetes? And we know Latinos, and lots of folks, but Latinos I'm going to speak of right now, are 70% more likely to have diabetes. So think about the correlation in terms of what this means, in terms of improving the quality of life and the right to just be for so many people who have been fighting for this for so long. The President and I are also proud to have invested $15 billion in our Hispanic-serving institutions, which, of course, are institutions of extraordinary academic excellence and are educating the future leaders of our nation. So these are but a few examples, thank you, of the accomplishments that we are so very proud of that we have achieved with the support and help of the leaders who are here. And with all of that then, I'm going to end by again speaking, as I often do, with our young leaders, and by offering just a quick piece of advice. So, and I'm looking at you, I see you. So I'm going to say this. There are going to be many times in your life where you are the only one that looks like you when you enter that boardroom, that meeting room, that briefing room, that courtroom. And what I want you to remember is to never walk in those rooms and feel alone. You always walk in those rooms with your chin up and your shoulders back, knowing that we here are all applauding you being in that room, and we are imposing on you the responsibility then to walk in those rooms with pride, understanding the voices that you carry, the voices we honor when we honor this month, every day of the year, the voices of your family and the community. That is your duty that we impose on you at the same time that we impose on you all of the pride we have in you for all that you are and will continue to be in the best interest of the strength and the growth of our nation. And with that, it is my pleasure to welcome Gabby Moreno. Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat. To our President Joe Biden, members of Congress,
members of our administration, and our private sector and civil society partners. As leaders from government, civil society, and the private sector, I believe we have a moral, ethical, and societal duty to make sure that AI is adopted and advanced in a way that protects the public from potential harm and ensures that everyone is able to enjoy its benefits. Since we took office, President Biden and I have worked to uphold that duty. Before generative AI captured global attention, President Biden and I convened leaders from across our country, from computer scientists to civil rights leaders to legal scholars and business leaders, all to help make sure that the benefits of AI are shared equitably and to address predictable threats, such as algorithmic discrimination, data privacy violations, and deepfakes. We named it the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, after which President Biden and I had extensive engagement with the leading AI companies to help ensure the private sector commits to the principles in the blueprint and to establish a minimum baseline of responsible AI practices. We intend that the actions we are taking domestically will serve as a model for international action, understanding that AI developed in one nation can impact the lives and livelihoods of billions of people around the world. Fundamentally, it is our belief that technology with global impact requires global action. Tomorrow, I will travel to the United Kingdom to represent our nation at the Global Summit on AI Safety. There, we will work with our allies and our partners to apply existing international rules and norms with a purpose to promote global order and stability, and where necessary, to build support for additional rules and norms that meet this moment. Let us be clear, when it comes to AI, America is a global leader. It is American companies that lead the world in AI innovation. It is America that can catalyze global action and build global consensus in a way that no other country can. And under President Joe Biden, it is America that will continue to lead on AI. And there are many ways to define the leadership of our President, Joe Biden. As even a quick review of his most recent victories makes clear. From creating technology innovation hubs in 31 communities across our nation, to expanding America's semiconductor industry, to making the largest investment ever in climate in America's history. So just a few points to say that President Biden is a leader with a vision for our future. He has the ambition to meet the challenges of the moment here and around the globe, and he has the courage and skill to lead us forward, including on AI. And with that, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce our President, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Please. I'm going to remind you of that. I'm teasing. Thank you, Kamala, for that introduction and for your leadership in this issue. Before I begin, I want to explain why I was delayed a few minutes. I've just spoken with President Fain of the United Auto Workers. And let me say a few words about the UAW and the big three automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. They have reached a historic agreement and a hard-fought agreement that was really battled for a while, but it was all done in good faith. And these record agreements reward auto workers who gave up much to keep the industry working and going during the financial crisis more than a decade ago. These agreements ensure the iconic Big Three can still lead the world in quality and innovation. Due to the commitment and solidarity of the UAW workers, willing to exercise their right to collectively bargain, they won a record contract with over a 30% increase in wages, greater retirement security, and more paid leave. And the commitment by the Big Three to create more full-time middle-class jobs and invest tens of billions more dollars in plants and factories building automobiles' future here in America. I applaud the UAW and the leaders of the automobile companies for agreeing that all the workers on strike and all those who were walking the picket lines on behalf of the UAW, brothers and sisters, can go back to work immediately, even before the vote is taken. Ultimately, the final word on this contract will be for the UAW memberships themselves in the days and coming weeks as they vote. But here's what I know and what I shared with the United Auto Workers I met in the picket line. I've always believed that the middle class built America and that unions built the middle class. And that's especially the case for the United Auto Workers who built the iconic automobile industry. For too long, in my view, the economy hasn't worked for working people and for middle class folks. Because when they do well, by the way, everybody does well. That's why I came to office determined to build an economy to build from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. It's a critical piece of worker power and is showing how collective bargaining works by providing workers a seat at the table to honor their contributions to their employer's success by securing pay and benefits that can raise a family on and retire with dignity and respect. It's showing how collective bargaining works for companies, how strong relationship between workers and management can mean record profits leading to record contracts. We're also seeing it across the board for the UAW workers. We're seeing this everywhere. Rail workers, port workers, Teamsters, writers, health workers, and workers on other industries organizing and by collective bargaining. Folks, look, today's historic agreement is yet another piece of good economic news showing something I've always believed. Worker power is critical to building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, and so is economic growth. We just learned that our economy grew 4.9% the last quarter, the highest growth in 2 years, just as inflation continues to come down. We have more to do, but we're finally beginning to build an economy that works for working people, for the middle class, for the entire company, the entire country, including the companies. Because when we do that, the poor have a ladder up, the middle class does well, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And that brings me to today's announcement. Folks, I want to thank Kamala again for the work she's done through her entire career to protect people from harm and to promote responsible innovation. She's traveling to the United Kingdom, as she pointed out this week, where she'll highlight how America is setting the standard for AI safety, security, and trust. I want to thank all of you for joining us here. Some of you are members of my cabinet, members of Congress, including the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's been a real leader in this. Chuck, thank you, pal. You've state and Senate and local officials, leaders in technology, business, labor, academia, civil rights, civil society. And we'll see more technology. Well, you know, I know you know this, but we're going to see more technological change in the next 10, maybe the next 5 years than we've seen in the last 50 years. And that's a fact. And the most consequential technology of our time, artificial intelligence, is accelerating that change. It's going to accelerate it at warp speed. AI is all around us. Much of it is making our lives better. And AI is helping the National Weather Service predict weather events, helping the Webb telescope manage 500,000 miles of galaxies away, billions of light years away. I found it when I turned on my phone and saw that. I thought, my God, what is this? Science fiction. I'm serious. Didn't you have the same thought when you saw it? AI is helping millions of commuters find the shortest route home as well. But, you know, in some cases, AI is making life worse. For example, using teenagers' personal data to figure out what will keep them glued to their device. AI makes social media more addictive. It's causing what our Surgeon General calls a profound risk of harm to their mental health and well-being. Over the past years, Kamala and I have met with a range of experts, many of whom are here today, and thank you for coming. Here today on the risks and the incredible opportunities of AI. One thing is clear. To realize the promise of AI and avoid the risk, we need to govern this technology, and there's no other way around it, in my view. It must be governed. That's why we're here today. I'm about to sign an executive order that is the most significant action any government anywhere in the world has ever taken on AI safety, security, and trust. This order builds on the critical steps we've already taken to ensuring the AI Bill of Rights to bring together leading AI companies who agreed to voluntarily make certain commitments to make sure AI is safe and the system is secure. With today's executive order I'll soon be signing, I'm determined to do everything in my power to promote and demand responsible innovation. First, the executive order is about AI safety and security. Today, I'm invoking what's called the Defense Production Act that federal government uses in the most urgent moments, like mobilizing the nation during a time of war or developing COVID vaccines during the pandemic. This executive order will use the same authority to make companies prove that their most powerful systems are safe before allowing them to be used. That means companies must tell the government about the large-scale AI systems they're developing and share rigorous independent test results to prove they pose no national security or safety risk to the American people. At the same time, I'll direct the Department of Energy to make sure AI systems don't pose chemical, biological, or nuclear risks at the same time. Look, in the wrong hands, AI can make it easier for hackers to exploit vulnerabilities in the software that makes our society run. That's why I'm directing the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security, both of them, to develop game-changing cyber protections that will make our computers and our critical infrastructure more secure than it is today. And that's why my administration has taken decisive steps to prevent these cutting-edge AI chips from being used to undermine our national security, which is possible. Second, the order is about making sure that AI systems can earn the American people's trust, the people's trust around the world. All too often it's already happening, AI devices are being used to deceive people. Deepfakes use AI-generated audio and video to smear reputations, spread fake news, and commit fraud. With AI, fraudsters can take 3-second, and you all know this, 3-second recording of your voice. I've watched one of me on a couple of things. I said, when the hell did I say that? But all kidding aside, 3 seconds recording your voice and generate an impersonation good enough to fool, I was going to say your family, fool you. I swear to God, you take a look at it. It's mind-blowing. And they can use it to scam loved ones into sending money because they think you're in trouble. That's wrong. Everyone has a right to know when audio they're hearing or video they're watching is generated or altered by AI. Thanks to this order, the Department of Commerce is going to help develop standards to watermark and clearly label AI-generated content. Just say that's how it was generated, AI-generated. That way you can tell whether it's real or it's not. And when your loved ones hear your voice on a phone, they'll know it's really you. Trust matters. Trust matters. Third, this executive order is about protecting your fundamental rights to like privacy. Without safeguards, AI can put your privacy at greater risk. That's why I've called for new protections on your personal data. With this executive order, my administration is going to help develop leading-edge technology that make those protections as strong as possible. Look, privacy is not the only right at risk. Without the right safeguards in place, AI can lead to discrimination, bias, and other abuses. That's why, with the help of civil rights leaders here today, this order directs several actions to protect American civil rights and their safety. That means clear guidance for landlords and federal contractors and federal programs to prevent the bias in AI tools that can be used to make decisions on whether or not someone qualifies for housing or benefits or a job. We'll develop the best practices for AI use to ensure fairness in the criminal justice system as well. And when appropriate, the Justice Department and the federal civil rights offices will investigate and prosecute AI-related civil rights violations. The fourth thing this order does, it will ensure that emerging technology works for consumers and for workers. For example, to protect patients, we'll use AI to develop cancer drugs that work better and cost less. We'll also launch a safety program to make sure AI health systems do no harm. To protect workers, this order directs the government to help make sure AI isn't used to shortchange workers. I've also asked for a comprehensive report on the potential impact of AI on the labor market and how to help workers whose jobs have been disrupted. We're going to support workers in every industry by defining their rights and defending them to a fair way to organize and as these other more technologies emerge. And finally, we're going to make sure America leads the world in innovation and attracts the top talent to stay at the cutting edge. And because AI's challenges and opportunities are global, we're going to keep advancing American leadership globally. In meetings around the world, I've heard from leaders, and I've been going around the world a lot lately. It's good to be home. And we're looking, but leaders around the world, as they approach me, I mean in any country, they ask, is the United States going to show the way in AI? Will the United States lead? I'm sure Kamala's going to hear this when she's in the United Kingdom later this week. We'll continue to work closely with allies and partners, including the United Nations, the G7, and the G7, which just set out the first ever international code of conduct to safely guide AI development. Look, let me be clear. This executive order represents bold action, but we still need Congress to act. We need Congress to act. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer here. Chuck, you've taken the reins in this issue like no one else could. You've developed legislation to harness the power of AI while keeping Americans safe. Tomorrow, I look forward to meeting with you and the bipartisan group that you've put together to bring down to the White House to underscore the need for congressional action. I'm going to continue to call on Congress to pass bipartisan legislation, to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online, to ban targeting advertising to children, to limit it. The personal data these companies collect on us. Folks, let me close with this. We face a genuine inflection point in history. One of those moments where the decisions we make in the very near term are going to set the course for the next decades. And with the position we lead the world in the toughest challenges and the greatest opportunities, look, there's no greater change that I can think of in my life than AI presents as a potential. Exploring the universe, fighting climate change, ending cancer as we know it, and so much more. As artificial intelligence expands the boundary of human possibility and tests the bounds of human understanding, this landmark executive order is a testament to what we stand for: safety, security, trust, openness, American leadership, and the undeniable rights endowed by a creator that no creation can take away. proving once again that America's strength is not just the power of its example, but the example of its power. Look, I know we can meet this moment with hope and not fear because of all of you, and I mean this sincerely because all of you here today, many of you are the originators of this technology. And all across America, the people are focused on this. You're the reason why, and I mean this sincerely, you're the reason why I've never been more optimistic about America's future. We just have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, I'm going to go over and sign that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The executive order, safe, secure, and trustworthy development of the use of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
It's good to see everyone. Ambassador Hartley, thank you for the warm welcome that you gave us last night and today, and for inviting us to be here with you. And thank you for your extraordinary leadership on behalf of the President and me and our country. And it is, of course, my honor to be with everyone here at the United States Embassy in London, as well as to be with former Prime Minister Theresa May, and all of the leaders from the private sector, civil society, academia, and our many international partners. So tomorrow I will participate in Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's Global Summit on AI safety to continue to advance global collaboration on safe and responsible use of AI. Today I will speak more broadly about the vision and the principles that guide America's work on AI. President Biden and I believe that all leaders, from government, civil society, and the private sector, have a moral, ethical, and societal duty to make sure that AI is adopted and advanced in a way that protects the public from potential harm, and that ensures that everyone is able to enjoy its benefits. AI has the potential to do profound good, to develop powerful new medicines, to treat and even cure the diseases that have for generations plagued humanity, to dramatically improve agricultural production, to help address global food insecurity, and to save countless lives in the fight against the climate crisis. But just as AI has the potential to do profound good, it also has the potential to cause profound harm. From AI-enabled cyber attacks at a scale beyond anything we've seen before, to AI-formulated bioweapons that could endanger the lives of millions of people. These threats are often referred to as the existential threats of AI, because, of course, they could endanger the very existence of humanity. These threats, without question, are profound, and they demand global action. But let us be clear, there are additional threats that also demand our action, threats that are currently causing harm, and which to many people also feel existential. Consider, for example, when a senior is kicked off his health care plan because of a faulty AI algorithm. Is that not existential for him? When a woman is threatened by an abusive partner with explicit, deep-fake photographs, is that not existential for her?
when a young father is wrongfully imprisoned because of biased AI facial recognition? Is that not existential for his family? And when people around the world cannot discern fact from fiction because of a flood of AI-enabled mis- and disinformation, I ask, is that not existential for democracy? Accordingly, to define AI safety, I offer that we must consider and address the full spectrum of AI risk, threats to humanity as a whole, as well as threats to individuals, communities, to our institutions, and to our most vulnerable populations. We must manage all these dangers to make sure that AI is truly safe. So many of you here know my mother was a scientist, and she worked at one of our nation's many publicly funded research universities, which have long served as laboratories of invention, creativity, and progress. My mother had two goals in her life: to raise her two daughters and end breast cancer. At a very early age then, I learned from her about the power of innovation to save lives, to uplift communities, and move humanity forward. I believe history will show that this was the moment when we had the opportunity to lay the groundwork for the future of AI. And the urgency of this moment must then compel us to create a collective vision of what this future must be. A future where AI is used to advance human rights and human dignity, where privacy is protected and people have equal access to opportunity, where we make our democracies stronger and our world safer. A future where AI is used to advance the public interest. And that is the future President Joe Biden and I are building. Before generative AI captured global attention, President Biden and I convened leaders from across our country, from computer scientists to civil rights activists to business leaders and legal scholars, all to help make sure that the benefits of AI are shared equitably and to address predictable threats, including deepfakes, data privacy violations, and algorithmic discrimination. And then we created the AI Bill of Rights. Building on that, earlier this week, President Biden directed the United States government to promote safe, secure, and trustworthy AI, a directive that will have wide-ranging impact. For example, our administration will establish a national safety reporting program on the unsafe use of AI in hospitals and medical facilities. Tech companies will create new tools to help consumers discern if audio and visual content is AI generated. And AI developers will be required to submit the results of AI safety testing to the United States government for review. In addition, I am proud to announce that President Biden and I have established the United States AI Safety Institute, which will create rigorous standards to test the safety of AI models for public use. Today, we are also taking steps to establish requirements that when the United States government uses AI, it advances the public interest. And we intend that these domestic AI policies will serve as a model for global policy. Understanding that AI developed in one nation can impact the lives and livelihoods
of billions of people around the world. Fundamentally, it is our belief that technology with global impact deserves global action. And so, to provide order and stability in the midst of global technological change, I firmly believe that we must be guided by a common set of understandings among nations. And that is why the United States will continue to work with our allies and partners to apply existing international rules and norms to AI and work to create new rules and norms. To that end, earlier this year, the United States announced a set of principles for responsible development, deployment, and use of military AI and autonomous capabilities. It includes a rigorous legal review process for AI decision-making and a commitment that AI systems always operate with international and within international humanitarian law. Today, I am also announcing that 30 countries have joined our commitment to the responsible use of military AI, and I call on more nations to join. In addition to all of this, the United States will continue to work with the G7, the United Nations, and a diverse range of governments from the global north to the global south to promote AI safety and equity around the world. But let us agree, governments alone cannot address these challenges. Civil society groups and the private sector also have an important role to play. Civil society groups advocate for the public interest. They hold the public and private sectors to account and are essential to the health and stability of our democracies. As with many other important issues, AI policy requires the leadership and partnership of civil society. And today, in response to my call, I am proud to announce that 10 top philanthropies have committed to join us to protect workers' rights, advance transparency, prevent discrimination, drive innovation in the public interest, and help build international rules and norms for the responsible use of AI. These organizations have already made an initial commitment of $200 million in furtherance of these principles. And so today I call on more civil society organizations to join us in this effort. In addition to our work with civil society, President Biden and I will continue to engage with the private companies who are building this technology. Today, commercial interests are leading the way in the development and application of large language models and making decisions about how these models are built, trained, tested, and secured. These decisions have the potential to impact all of society. As such, President Biden and I have had extensive engagement with the leading AI companies to establish a minimum baseline of responsible AI practices. The result is a set of voluntary company commitments, which range from commitments to report vulnerabilities discovered in AI models to keeping those models secure from bad actors. Let me be clear. These voluntary commitments are an initial step toward a safer AI future, with more to come. Because, as history has shown, in the absence of regulation and strong government oversight, some technology companies choose to prioritize profit over the well-being of their customers, the safety of our communities, and the stability of our democracies. An important way to address these challenges, in addition to the work we have already done, is through legislation. Legislation that strengthens AI safety without stifling innovation. In a constitutional government, like the United States, the executive branch and the legislative branch should work together to pass laws that advance the public interest. And we must do so swiftly, as this technology rapidly advances. President Biden and I are committed to working with our partners in Congress to codify future meaningful AI and privacy protections. And I will also note, even now, ahead of congressional action, there are many existing laws and regulations that reflect our nation's long-standing commitment to the principles of privacy, transparency, accountability, and consumer protection. These laws and regulations are enforceable and currently apply to AI companies. President Biden and I reject the false choice that suggests we can either protect the public or advance innovation. We can and we must do both. The actions we take today will lay the groundwork for how AI will be used in the years to come. So I will end with this. This is a moment of profound opportunity. The benefits of AI are immense. It could give us the power to fight the climate crisis, make medical and scientific breakthroughs, explore our universe, and improve everyday life for people around the world. So let us seize this moment. Let us recognize this moment we are in. As leaders from government, civil society, and the private sector, let us work together to build a future where AI creates opportunity, advances equity, fundamental freedoms and rights being protected. Let us work together to fulfill our duty to make sure artificial intelligence is in the service of the public interest. I thank you all.